Prologue of the Headless Horseman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Barry Eads. The Headless Horseman. A Strange Tale of Texas by Mayne, Reid. Prologue. The stag of Texas, reclining in midnight lair, is startled from his slumbers by the hoof stroke of a horse. He does not forsake his covert, nor yet rise to his feet. His domain is shared by the wild steeds of the savannah, given to nocturnal straying. He only uprears his head, and, with antlers o'ertopping the tall grass, listens for a repetition of the sound. Again is the hoof stroke heard, but with altered intonation. There is a ring of metal, the clinking of steel against stone. The sound, significant to the ear of the stag, causes a quick change in his air and attitude. Springing clear of his couch, and bounding a score of yards across the prairie, he pauses to look back upon the disturber of his dreams. In the clear moonlight of a southern sky, he recognizes the most ruthless of his enemies, man. One is approaching upon horseback. Yielding to instinctive dread, he is about to resume his flight, when something in the appearance of the horseman, some unnatural seeming, holds him transfixed to the spot. With haunches in quivering contact with the sward, and frontlet faced to the rear, he continues to gaze, his large brown eyes straining upon the intruder in a mingled expression of fear and bewilderment. What has challenged the stag to such protracted scrutiny? The horse is perfect in all its parts, a splendid steed, and otherwise completely caparisoned. In it there appears nothing amiss, nothing to produce either wonder or alarm. But the man, the rider? Ah! About him there is something to cause both, something weird, something wanting. By heavens, it is the head! Even the unreasoning animal can perceive this; and, after gazing a moment with wildered eyes, wondering what abnormal monster thus mocks its servine intelligence, terror stricken it continues its retreat, nor again pauses, till it has plunged through the waters of the Leona, and placed the current of the stream between itself and the ghastly intruder. Heedless of the affrighted deer, either of its presence or precipitate flight, the headless horseman rides on. He, too, is going in the direction of the river. Unlike the stag, he does not seem pressed for time, but advances in a slow, tranquil pace, so silent as to seem ceremonious. Apparently absorbed in solemn thought, he gives free rein to his steed, permitting the animal at intervals to snatch a mouthful of the herbage growing by the way. Nor does he, by voice or gesture, urge it impatiently onward, when the howl bark of the prairie wolf causes it to fling its head on high, and stand snorting in its tracks. He appears to be under the influence of some all absorbing emotion, from which no common incident can awake him. There is no speech, not a whisper, to betray its nature. The startled stag, his own horse, the wolf, and the midnight moon are the sole witnesses of his silent abstraction. His shoulders shrouded under a serape, one edge of which, flittered up by the wind, displays a portion of his figure. His limbs encased in water guards of jaguar skin, thus sufficiently sheltered against the dews of the night, or the showers of a tropical sky, he rides on, silent as the stars shining above, unconcerned as the cicada that chirrups in the grass beneath, or the prairie breeze playing with the drapery of his dress. Something at length appears to rouse his reverie and stimulate him to greater speed, his steed at the same time. The latter, tossing up its head, gives utterance to a joyous neigh, and with outstretched neck and spread nostrils, advances in a gait gradually increasing to a canter. The proximity of the river explains the altered pace. The horse halts not again, till the crystal current is surging against his flanks, and the legs of his rider are submerged knee deep under the surface. The animal eagerly assuages its thirst, crosses to the opposite side, and with vigorous stride ascends the sloping bank. Upon the crest occurs a pause, as if the rider tarried till his steed should shake the water from its flanks. There is a rattling of saddle flaps and stirrup leathers resembling thunder amidst a cloud of vapour, white as the spray of a cataract. Out of this self constituted nimbus the headless horseman emerges, and moves onward as before. Apparently pricked by the spur, and guided by the rein of his rider, the horse no longer strays from the track, but steps briskly forward, as if upon a path already trodden. A treeless savannah stretches before, selvaged by the sky. Outlined against the azure is seen the imperfect centaurean shape gradually dissolving in the distance, till it becomes lost to view under the mystic gloaming of the moonlight. End of prologue. Chapter 1 of the Headless Horseman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Barry Eads. The Headless Horseman: A Strange Tale of Texas, by Mayne Reid. Chapter 1 The Burnt Prairie. On the great plain of Texas, about 100 miles southward from the old Spanish town of San Antonio de Bahar, the noonday sun is shedding his beams from a sky of cerulean brightness. Under the golden light appears a group of objects, but little in unison with the landscape around them, since they betoken the presence of human beings in a spot where there is no sign of human habitation. The objects in question are easily identified, even at a great distance. They are waggons, each covered with its ribbed and rounded tilt of snow white Osnaburg. There are 10 of them, scarce enough to constitute a caravan of traders, nor yet a government train. They are more likely the individual property of an emigrant, who has landed upon the coast and is wending his way to one of the late formed settlements on the Leona. Slowly crossing across the savannah, it could scarce be told that they are in motion but for their relative position in long serried line indicating the order of march. The dark bodies between each two declare that the teams are attached, and that they are making progress is proved by the retreating antelope, scared from its noonday siesta, and the long shanked curlew, rising with a screech from the sward, both bird and beast wondering at the string of strange behemoths thus invading their wilderness domain. Elsewhere upon the prairie no movement may be detected, either of bird or quadruped. It is the time of day when all tropical life becomes torpid, or seeks repose in the shade. Man alone, stimulated by the love of gain, or the promptings of ambition, disregarding the laws of nature, and defying the fervour of the sun. So seems it with the owner of the tilted train, who, despite the relaxing influence of the fierce midday heat, keeps moving on. That he is an emigrant, and not one of the ordinary class, is evidenced in a variety of ways. The 10 large waggons of Pittsburgh build, each hauled by 8 able bodied mules, their miscellaneous contents, plenteous provisions, articles of costly furniture, even the lukes, livestock in the shape of coloured women and children, the groups of black and yellow bondsmen walking alongside, or straggling footsore in the rear, the light travelling carriage in the lead, drawn by a span of sleek coated Kentucky mules, and driven by a black Yahoo, sweltering in a suit of livery, all bespeak not a poor Northern States settler in search of a new home, but a rich Southerner who has already purchased one, and is on his way to take possession of it. And this is the exact story of the train. It is the property of a planter who has landed at Indianola, on the Gulf of Matagorda, and is now travelling overland, en route to his destination. In the cortege that accompanies it, riding habitually at its head, is the planter himself, Woodley Poindexter, a tall thin man of 50, with a slightly sallowish complexion and aspect proudly severe. He is simply, though not inexpensively clad, in a loose fitting frock of alpaca cloth, a waistcoat of black satin, and trousers of nankin. A shirt of finest linen shows its plaits through the opening of his vest, its collar embraced by a piece of black ribbon, while the shoe, resting in a stirrup, is of finest tanned leather. His features are shaded by a broad brimmed leghorn hat. 2 horsemen are riding alongside, one on his right, the other on the left. The other on the left, a stripling scarce 20, and a young man 6 or 7 years older. The former is his son, a youth, whose open cheerful countenance contrasts not only with the severe aspect of his father, but with the somewhat sinister features on the other side, and which belong to his cousin. The youth is dressed in a French blouse of sky coloured cottonade, with trousers of the same material a most appropriate costume for a southern climate, and which, with the Panama hat upon his head, is equally becoming. The cousin, an ex-officer of volunteers, affects a military undress of dark blue cloth, with a forage cap to correspond. There is another horseman riding near, who, only on account of having a white skin, not white for all that, is entitled to description. His coarser features and cheaper habiliments, the keen coloured cowhide clutched in his right hand, and flirted with such evident skill, proclaim him the overseer, and whipper up, of the swarthy pedestrians composing the entourage of the train. The travelling carriage, which is a carriole, a sort of cross between a Jersey wagon and a barouche, has two occupants. One is a young lady of the whitest skin, the other a girl of the blackest. The former is the daughter of Woodley Poindexter, his only daughter. She of the sable complexion is the young lady's handmaid. The emigrating party is from the coast of the Mississippi, from Louisiana. The planter is not himself a native of this state, in other words, a Creole. But the type is exhibited in the countenance of his son, still more in that fair face, seen occasionally through the curtains of the carriole, and whose delicate features declare descent from one of those endorsed damsels, filles a la cassette, who, more than 100 years ago, came across the Atlantic providing with proofs of their virtue, in the casket. A grand sugar planter of the South is Woodley Poindexter, one of the highest and haughtiest of his class, one of the most profuse in aristocratic hospitalities. Hence the necessity of forsaking his Mississippian home, and transferring himself and his penates, with only a remnant of his niggers, to the wilds of southwestern Texas. The sun is upon the meridian line, and almost in the zenith. The travellers tread upon their own shadows. Enervated by the excessive heat, the white horsemen sit silently in their saddles. Even the dusky pedestrians, less sensible to its influence, have ceased their garrulous gumbo, and, in straggling groups, shamble listlessly along in the rear of the waggons. The silence, solemn as that of a funeral procession, is interrupted only at intervals by the pistol-like crack of a whip, or the loud "woo-ha" delivered in deep baritone from the thick lips of the sable teamster. Slowly the train moves on, as if groping its way. There is no regular road. The route is indicated by the wheel marks of some vehicles that have passed before, barely conspicuous, by having crushed the culms of the short grass. Notwithstanding the slow progress, the teams are doing their best. The planter believes himself within less than 20 miles of the end of his journey. He hopes to reach it before night, hence the march continued through the midday heat. Unexpectedly the drivers are directed to pull up, by a sign from the overseer, who has been riding 100 yards in the advance, and who is seen to make a sudden stop, as if some obstruction had presented itself. He comes trotting back towards the train. His gestures tell of something amiss. What is it? There has been much talk about Indians, of a probability of their being encountered in this quarter. Can it be the redskin marauders? Scarcely. The gestures of the overseer do not betray actual alarm. "What is it, Mr Sansom?" asked the planter, as the man rode up. "The grass are burnt. The prairie's been afire." "Been on fire? Is it on fire now?" hurriedly inquired the owner of the waggons, with an apprehensive glance towards the travelling carriage. "Where? I see no smoke." "No, sir, no," stammered the overseer, becoming conscious that he had caused unnecessary alarm. "I didn't say it air afire now, only that it hes been, and the whole ground as black as the 10 of spades." "Tut, tat! What of that? I suppose we can travel over a black prairie as safely as a green one." "What nonsense of you, Josh Sansom, to raise such a row about nothing, frightening people out of their senses. Ho! there, you niggers! Lay the leather to your teams, and let the train proceed. Whip up! Whip up!" "But, Captain Calhoun," protested the overseer, in response to the gentleman who had reproached him in such chaste terms, "how air we find the way?" "Find the way? What are you raving about? We haven't lost it, have we?" "I'm afeerd we hev, though. The wheel tracks ain't no longer to be seen. They're burnt out, 'long wi' the grass." "What matters that? I reckon we can cross a piece of scorched prairie without wheel marks to guide us. We'll find them again on the other side." "Yes," naively responded the overseer, who, although a down easter, had been far enough west to have learnt something of frontier life. "If there air any on the other side. I kedn't see it out o' the seddle ne'er a sign o' it." "Whip up, niggers! Whip up!" shouted Calhoun, without heeding the remark, and spurring onwards, as a sign that the order was to be obeyed. The teams are again set in motion, and after advancing to the edge of the burnt track, without instructions from anyone, are once more brought to a stand. The white men on horseback draw together for a consultation. There is need, as all are satisfied by a single glance directed to the ground before them. Far as the eye can reach, the country is of one uniform colour black as Erebus. There is nothing green not a blade of grass not a reed nor weed. It is after the summer solstice. The ripened culms of the gramineae and the stalks of the prairie flowers have alike crumbled into dust under the devastating breath of fire. In front, on the right and left, to the utmost verge of vision extends the scene of desolation. Over it the cerulean sky is changed to a darker blue. The sun, though clear of clouds, seems to scowl rather than shine, as if reciprocating the frown of the earth. The overseer has made a correct report. There is no trail visible. The action of the fire, as it raged among the ripe grass, has eliminated the impression of the wheels heretofore indicating the route. "What are we to do?" The planter himself put this inquiry, in a tone that told of a vacillating spirit. "Do, Uncle Woodley? What else but keep straight on? The river must be on the other side. If we don't hit the crossing to a half mile or so, we can go up, or down the bank, as the case may require." "But, Cassius, if we should lose our way?" "We can't. There's but a patch of this, I suppose. If we do go a little astray, we must come out somewhere, on one side or the other." "Well, nephew, you know best. I shall be guided by you." "No fear, uncle. I've made my way out of a worse fix than this. Drive on, niggers. Keep straight after me." The ex-officer of volunteers, casting a conceited glance towards the travelling carriage, through the curtains of which appears a fair face, slightly shadowed with anxiety, gives the spur to his horse, and with confident air trots onward. A chorus of whip cracks is succeeded by the trampling of 80 mules, mingled with the clanking of wheels against their hubs. The waggon train is once more in motion. The mules step out with greater rapidity. The sable surface, strange to their eyes, excites them to brisker action, causing them to raise the hoof as soon as it touches the turf. The younger animals show fear, snorting as they advance. In time their apprehensions become allayed, and taking the cue from their older associates, they move on steadily as before. A mile or more is made, apparently in a direct line from the point of starting. Then there is a halt. The self appointed guide has ordered it. He has reined up his horse, and is sitting in the saddle with less show of confidence. He appears to be puzzled about the direction. The landscape, if such it may be called, has assumed a change, though not for the better. It is still sable as ever, to the verge of the horizon; but the surface is no longer a plain: it rolls. There are ridges, gentle undulations, with valleys between. They are not entirely treeless, though nothing that may be termed a tree is in sight. There have been such before the fire: algarobias, mesquites, and others of the acacia family, standing solitary or in copses. Their light pinnate foliage has disappeared like flax before the flame. Their existence is only evidenced by charred trunks and blackened boughs. "You've lost the way, nephew?" said the planter, riding rapidly up. "No, uncle, not yet. I've only stopped to have a look. It must lie in this direction, down that valley. Let them drive on. We're going all right, I'll answer for it." Once more in motion, adown the slope, then along the valley, then up the acclivity of another ridge, and then there is a second stoppage upon its crest. "You've lost the way, Cash?" said the planter, coming up and repeating his former observation. "Damned if I don't believe I have, uncle," responded the nephew, in a tone of not very respectful mistrust. "Anyhow, who the devil could find his way out of an asphalt like this? No, no," he continued, reluctant to betray his embarrassment as the carriole came up. "I see now. We're all right yet. The river must be in this direction. Come on." On goes the guide, evidently irresolute. On follow the sable teamsters, who, despite their stolidity, do not fail to note some signs of vacillation. They can tell that they are no longer advancing in a direct line, but circuitously among the copses, and across the glades that stretch between. All are gratified by a shout from the conductor announcing recovered confidence. In response there is a universal explosion of whipcord, with joyous exclamations. Once more they are stretching their teams along a travelled road, where a half score of wheeled vehicles must have passed before them, and not long before. the wheel tracks are of recent impress, the hoof prints of the animals fresh as if made within the hour. A train of wagons not unlike their own must have passed over the burnt prairie. Like themselves, it could only be going towards the Leona. Perhaps some government convoy on its way to Fort Inge? In that case they have only to keep in the same track. The fort is on the line of their march, but a short distance beyond the point where their journey is to terminate. Nothing could be more opportune. The guide, hitherto perplexed, though without acknowledging it, is at once relieved of all anxiety, and with a fresh exhibition of conceit orders the route to be resumed. For a mile or more the waggon tracks are followed, not in a direct line, but bending about among the skeleton copses. The countenance of Cassius Calhoun, for a while wearing a confident look, gradually becomes clouded. It assumes the profoundest expression of despondency on discovering that the 44 wheel tracks he is following have been made by 10 Pittsburgh waggons and a carriole, the same that are now following him, and in whose company he has been travelling all the way from the Gulf of Matagorda. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of the Headless Horseman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Barry Eads. The Headless Horseman: A Strange Tale of Texas by Mayne Reid. Chapter 2. The Trail of the Laszlo. Beyond doubt the wagons of Woodley Poindexter were going over ground already traced by the tiring of their wheels. "Our own tracks!" muttered Calhoun on making the discovery, adding a fierce oath as he reined up. "Our own tracks! What you mean, Cassius? You don't say we've been travelling " "On our own tracks. I do, uncle. That very thing. We must have made a complete circumbendibus of it. See, here's the hind hoof of my own horse, with half a shoe off. And there's the foot of the niggers. Besides, I can tell the ground. That's the very hill we went down as we left our last stopping place. Hang the crooked luck! We've made a couple of miles for nothing." Embarrassment is no longer the only expression upon the face of the speaker. It has deepened to chagrin, with an admixture of shame. It is through him that the train is without a regular guide. One, engaged at Indianola, had piloted them to their last camping place. There, in consequence of some dispute, due to the surly temper of the ex captain of volunteers, the man had demanded his dismissal, and gone back. For this, as also for an ill timed display of confidence in his power to conduct the march, is the planter's nephew now suffering under a sense of shame. He feels it keenly as the carriole comes up, and bright eyes become witnesses of his discomfiture. Poindexter does not repeat his inquiry. That the road is lost is a fact evident to all. Even the barefooted or broganned pedestrians have recognised their long heeled footprints, and become aware that they are for the second time treading upon the same ground. There is a general halt, succeeded by an animated conversation among the white men. The situation is serious. The planter himself believes it to be so. He cannot that day reach the end of his journey, a thing upon which he had set his mind. That is the very least misfortune that can befall them. There are others possible, and probable. There are perils upon the burnt plain. They may be compelled to spend the night upon it, with no water for their animals perhaps a second day and night, or longer who can tell how long? How are they to find their way? The sun is beginning to descend, though still too high in heaven to indicate his line of declination. By waiting a while they may discover the quarters of the compass. But to what purpose? The knowledge of east, west, north, and south can avail nothing now. They have lost their line of march. Calhoun has become cautious. He no longer volunteers to point out the path. He hesitates to repeat his pioneering experiments after such manifest and shameful failure. 10 minutes' discussion terminates in nothing. No one can suggest a feasible plan of proceeding. No one knows how to escape from the embrace of that dark desert, which appears to cloud not only the sun and sky, but the countenances of all who enter within its limits. A flock of black vultures is seen flying afar off. They come nearer and nearer. Some alight upon the ground; others hover above the heads of the strayed travellers. Is there a boding in the behaviour of the birds? Another 10 minutes is spent in the midst of moral and physical gloom. Then, as if by a benignant mandate from heaven, does cheerfulness reassume its sway. The cause? A horseman is riding in the direction of the train. An unexpected sight. Who could have looked for human being in such a place? All eyes simultaneously sparkle with joy, as if, in the approach of the horseman, they beheld the advent of a Saviour. "He's coming this way, is he not?" inquired the planter, scarce confident in his failing sight. "Yes, father, straight as he can ride," replied Henry, lifting the hat from his head, and waving it on high, the action accompanied by a shout intended to attract the horseman. The signal was superfluous. The stranger had already sighted the halted waggons, and, riding towards them at a gallop, was soon within speaking distance. He did not draw bridle until he had passed the train and arrived upon the spot occupied by the planter and his party. "A Mexican!" whispered Henry, drawing his deduction from the habiliments of the horseman. "So much the better," replied Poindexter, in the same tone of voice. "He'll be all the more likely to know the road." "Not a bit of Mexican about him," muttered Calhoun, "excepting the rig. I'll soon see. Buenos dios, cavallero. Esta ve Mexicano? Good day, sir. Are you a Mexican?" "No, indeed," replied the stranger, with a protesting smile. "Anything but that. I can speak to you in Spanish, if you prefer it; but I dare say you will understand me better in English, which, I presume, is your native tongue." Calhoun, suspecting that he had spoken indifferent Spanish, or indifferently pronounced it, refrained from making rejoinder. "American, sir," replied Poindexter, his national pride feeling slightly piqued. Then, as if fearing to offend the man from whom he intended asking a favour, he added: "Yes, sir, we are all Americans from the Southern States. That I can perceive by your following." An expression of contempt, scarcely perceptible, showed itself upon the countenance of the speaker, as his eyes rested upon the groups of black bondsmen. "I can perceive, too," he added, "that you are strangers in prairie travelling. You have lost your way?" "We have, sir, and have very little prospect of recovering it, unless we may count upon your kindness to direct us." "Not much kindness in that. By the merest chance I came upon your trail as I was crossing the prairie. I saw you were going astray, and have ridden this way to set you right." "It is very good of you. We shall be most thankful, sir. My name is Poindexter Woodley Poindexter, of Louisiana. I have purchased a property on the Leona River, near Fort Inge. We were in hopes of reaching it before nightfall. Can we do so?" "There is nothing to hinder you, if you follow the instructions I shall give." On saying this, the stranger rode a few paces apart, and appeared to scrutinise the country, as if to determine the direction which the travellers should take. Poised conspicuously upon the crest of the ridge, horse and man presented a picture worthy of skilful delineation. A steed, such as might have been ridden by an Arab sheik, blood bay in colour, broad in counter, with limbs clean as culms of cane, and hips of elliptical outline, continued into a magnificent tail, sweeping rearward like a rainbow. On his back a rider, a young man of not more than 25, of noble form and features, habited in the picturesque costume of a Mexican ranchero: spencer jacket of velveteen, calzoneros laced along the seams, calzoncillos of snow white lawn, botas of buff leather heavily spurred at the heels, around the waist a scarf of scarlet crape, and on his head a hat of black glaze, banded with gold bullion. Picture to yourself a horseman thus habited, seated in a deep tree saddle, of Moorish shape and Mexican manufacture, with housings of leather stamped in antique patterns, such as were worn by the caparisoned steeds of the conquistadores. Picture to yourself such a cavallero, and you will have before your mind's eye a counterpart of him, upon whom the planter and his people were gazing. Through the curtains of a travelling carriage he was regarded with glances that spoke of a singular sentiment. For the first time in her life, Louise Poindexter looked upon that, hitherto known only to her imagination, a man of heroic mould. Proud might he have been, could he have guessed the interest which his presence was exciting in the breast of the young Creole. He could not, and did not. He was not even aware of her existence. He had only glanced at the dust bedaubed vehicle in passing, as one might look upon the rude incrustation of an oyster, without suspecting that a precious pearl may lie gleaming inside. "By my faith!" he declared, facing round to the owner of the waggons, "I can discover no landmarks for you to steer by. For all that, I can find the way myself. You will have to cross the Leona 5 miles below the Fort, and as I have to go by the crossing myself, you can follow the tracks of my horse. Good day, gentlemen." Thus abruptly bidding adieu, he pressed the spur against the side of his steed, and started off at a gallop. An unexpected, almost uncourteous departure! So thought the planter and his people. They had no time to make observations upon it before the stranger was seen returning towards them. In 10 seconds he was again in their presence, all listening to learn what had brought him back. "I fear the tracks of my horse may prove of little service to you. The mustangs have been this way since the fire. They have made hoof marks by the thousand. Mine are shod, but as you are not accustomed to trailing you may not be able to distinguish them. The more so, that in these dry ashes all horse tracks are so nearly alike." "What are we to do?" despairingly asked the planter. "I am sorry, Mr Poindexter, I cannot stay to conduct you. I am riding express, with a despatch for the fort. If you should lose my trail, keep the sun on your right shoulders, so that your shadows may fall to the left, at an angle of about 15 degrees to your line of march. Go straight forward for about 5 miles. You will then come in sight of the top of a tall tree a cypress. You will know it by its leaves being in the red. Head direct for this tree. It stands on the bank of the river, and close by is the crossing." The young horseman, once more drawing up his reins, was about to ride off, when something caused him to linger. It was a pair of dark lustrous eyes, observed by him for the first time, glancing through the curtains of the travelling carriage. Their owner was in shadow, but there was light enough to show that they were set in a countenance of surpassing loveliness. He perceived, moreover, that they were turned upon himself fixed, as he fancied, in an expression that betokened interest almost tenderness. He returned it with an involuntary glance of admiration, which he made but an awkward attempt to conceal. Lest it might be mistaken for rudeness, he suddenly faced round, and once more addressed himself to the planter, who had just finished thanking him for his civility. "I am but ill deserving thanks," was his rejoinder, "thus to leave you with a chance of losing your way; but, as I've told you, my time is measured." The despatch bearer consulted his watch, as though not a little reluctant to travel alone. "You are very kind, sir," said Poindexter; "but with the directions you have given us, I think we shall be able to manage. The sun will surely show us." "No. Now I look at the sky, it will not. There are clouds looming up in the north. In an hour the sun may be obscured at all events, before you can get within sight of the cypress. It will not do. Stay!" He continued, after a reflective pause. "I have a better plan still. Follow the trail of my lazo." While speaking, he had lifted the coiled rope from his saddlebow, and flung the loose end to the earth, the other being secured to a ring in the pommel. Then raising his hat in graceful salutation, more than half directed towards the travelling carriage, he gave the spur to his steed, and once more bounded off over the prairie. The lazo, lengthening out, tightening over the hips of his horse, and dragging a dozen yards behind, left a line upon the cinereous surface, as if some slender serpent had been making its passage across the plain. "An exceedingly curious fellow," remarked the planter, as they stood gazing after the horseman, fast becoming hidden behind a cloud of sable dust. "I ought to have asked him his name?" "An exceedingly conceited fellow, I should say," muttered Calhoun, who had not failed to notice the glance sent by the stranger in the direction of the carriole, nor that which had challenged it. "As to his name, I don't think it matters much. It wouldn't be his own he would give you. Texas is full of such swells, who take new names when they get here, by way of improvement if for no better reason." "Come, cousin Cash," protested young Poindexter, "you are unjust to the stranger. He appears to be educated in fact, a gentleman worthy of bearing the best of names, I should say." "A gentleman! Deuced unlikely rigged out in that fanfaron fashion! I never saw a man yet that took to a Mexican dress who wasn't a Jack. He's one, I'll be bound." During this brief conversation, the fair occupant of the carriole was seen to bend forward, and direct a look of evident interest after the form of the horseman fast receding from her view. To this, perhaps, might have been traced the acrimony observable in the speech of Calhoun. "What is it, Loo?" he inquired, riding close up to the carriage, and speaking in a voice not loud enough to be heard by the others. "You appear impatient to go forward? Perhaps you'd like to ride off along with that swaggering fellow? It isn't too late. I'll lend you my horse." The young girl threw herself back upon the seat, evidently displeased, both by the speech and the tone in which it was delivered. But her displeasure, instead of expressing itself in a frown, or in the shape of an indignant rejoinder, which was concealed under a guise far more galling to him who had caused it. A clear, ringing laugh was the only reply vouchsafed to him. "So, so! I thought there must be something, by the way you behaved yourself in his presence. You looked as if you would have relished a tete-a-tete with this showy despatch bearer. Taken with his stylish dress, I suppose. Fine feathers make fine birds. His are borrowed. I may strip them off some day, along with a little of the skin that's under them." "For shame, Cassius! Your words are a scandal." "'Tis you should think of scandal, Loo, to let your thoughts turn on a common scamp a masquerading fellow like that no doubt the letter carrier, employed by the officers at the Fort." "A letter carrier, you think? Oh, how I should like to get love letters by such a postman!" "You had better hasten on, and tell him so. My horse is at your service." "Ha, ha, ha! What a simpleton you show yourself! Suppose, for jesting's sake, I did have a fancy to overtake this prairie postman. It couldn't be done upon that dull steed of yours not a bit of it. At the rate he is going, he and his blood bay will be out of sight before you could change saddles for me. Oh, no! He is not to be overtaken by me, however much I might like it and perhaps I might like it." "Don't let your father hear you talk in that way." "Don't let him hear you talk in that way," retorted the young lady, for the first time speaking in a serious strain. "Though you are my cousin, and papa may think you are the pink of perfection, I don't not I. I never told you I did I?" A frown, evidently called forth by some unsatisfactory reflection, was the only reply to this tantalising interrogative. "You are my cousin," she continued, in a tone that contrasted strangely with the levity she had already exhibited; "but you are nothing more nothing more, Captain Cassius Calhoun. You have no claim to be my counsellor. There is but one from whom I am in duty bound to take advice, or bear reproach. I therefore beg of you, Master Cash, that you will not again presume to repeat such sentiments, as though you have just favoured me with. I shall remain mistress of my own thoughts, and actions too, till I have found a master who can control them. It is not you." Having delivered this speech, with eyes flashing, half angrily, half contemptuously, upon her cousin, the young Creole once more threw herself back upon the cushions of the carriole. The closing curtains admonished the ex officer that further conversation was not desired. Quailing under the lash of indignant innocence, he was only too happy to hear the loud "Gee on" of the teamsters, as the waggons commenced moving over the sombre surface not more sombre than his own thoughts. CHAPTER 3 of the Headless Horseman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Barry Eads. The Headless Horseman: A Strange Tale of Texas, by Mayne Reid. Chapter 3: The Prairie Finger Post. The travellers felt no further uneasiness about the route. The snake like trail was continuous, and so plain that a child might have followed it. It did not run in a right line, but meandering among the thickets, at times turning out of the way, in places where the ground was clear of timber. This had evidently been done with an intent to avoid obstruction to the waggons: since at each of these windings the travellers could perceive that there were breaks, or other inequalities, in the surface. "How very thoughtful of the young fellow!" remarked Poindexter. "I really feel regret at not having asked for his name. If he belong to the Fort, we shall see him again." "No doubt of it," assented his son. "I hope we shall." His daughter, reclining in shadow, overheard the conjectural speech as well as the rejoinder. She said nothing, but her glance towards Henry seemed to declare that her heart fondly echoed the hope. Cheered by the prospect of soon terminating a toilsome journey, as also by the pleasant anticipation of beholding, before sunset, his new purchase, the planter was in one of his happiest moods. His aristocratic bosom was moved by an unusual amount of condescension to all around him. He chatted familiarly with his overseer; stopped to crack a joke with Uncle Scipio, hobbling along on blistered heels; and encouraged Aunt Cleo in the transport of her pickaninny. "Marvellous!" might the overseer exclaim, misled by such exceptional interludes, so pathetically described by the scribblers in Lucifer's pay. "What a fine patriarchal institute is slavery, after all! After all we have said and done to abolish it! A waste of sympathy! Sheer philanthropic folly to attempt the destruction of this ancient edifice worthy cornerstone to a chivalric nation! O ye abolition fanatics, why do ye clamour against it? Know ye not that some must suffer, must work and starve, that others may enjoy the luxury of idleness? That some must be slaves, that others may be free? Such arguments, at which a world might weep, have been of late but too often urged. Woe to the man who speaks, and the nation that gives ear to them. The planter's high spirits were shared by his party, Calhoun alone excepted. They were reflected in the faces of his black bondsmen, who regarded him as the source and dispenser of their happiness, or misery, omnipotent, next to God. They loved him less than God, and feared him more. Though he was by no means a bad master, that is, by comparison, he did not absolutely take delight in torturing them. He liked to see them well fed and clad, their epidermis shining with the exudation of its own oil. These signs bespoke the importance of their proprietor, himself. He was satisfied to let them off with an occasional cowhiding salutary, he would assure you; and in all his stock there was not one black skin marked with the mutilations of vengeance. A proud boast for a Mississippian slave owner, and more than most could truthfully lay claim to. In the presence of such an exemplary owner, no wonder that the cheerfulness was universal, or that the slaves should partake of their master's joy, and give way to their garrulity. It was not destined that this joyfulness should continue to the end of their journey. It was, after a time, interrupted not suddenly, nor by any fault on the part of those indulging in it, but by causes and circumstances over which they had not the slightest control. As the stranger had predicted, the sun ceased to be visible, before the cypress came in sight. There was nothing in this to cause apprehension. The line of the lazo was conspicuous as ever, and they needed no guidance from the sun, only that his cloud eclipse produced a corresponding effect upon their spirits. "One might suppose it's close upon nightfall," observed the planter, drawing out his gold repeater and glancing at its dial, "and yet it's only 3 o'clock. Lucky the young fellow has left us such a sure guide. But for him we might have floundered among these ashes till sundown, perhaps have been compelled to sleep upon them." "A black bed it would be," jokingly rejoined Henry, with the design of rendering the conversation more cheerful. "Ugh! I should have such ugly dreams were I to sleep upon it." "And I too," added his sister, protruding her pretty face through the curtains, and taking a survey of the surrounding scene. "I'm sure I should dream of Tartarus, and Plato, and Proserpine, and " "Hya, hya, hya!" grinned the black Yahoo on the box, enrolled in the plantation books as Pluto Poindexter. "De young missa dream 'bout me in de mids o' dis black prairie. Golly! dat am a good joke berry. Hya, hya, hya!" "Don't be too sure, all of ye," said the surly nephew, at this moment coming up and taking part in the conversation. "Don't be too sure that you won't have to make your beds upon it yet. I hope it may be no worse." "What mean you, Cash?" inquired the uncle. "I mean, uncle, that fellow's been misleading us. I won't say it for certain, but it looks ugly. We've come more than 5 miles 6, I should say and where's the tree? I've examined the horizon with a pair of as good eyes as most have got, I reckon, and there isn't such a thing in sight." "But why should the stranger have deceived us?" "Ah, why? That's just it. There may be more reasons than one." "Give us one, then," challenged a silvery voice from the carriole. "We're all ears to hear it." "You're all ears to take in everything that's told you by a stranger," sneeringly replied Calhoun. "I suppose if I give my reason, you'd be so charitable as to call it a false alarm?" "That depends on its character, Master Cassius. I think you might venture to try us. We scarcely expect a false alarm from a soldier, as well as traveller of your experience." Calhoun felt the taunt, and would probably have withheld the communication he had intended to make, but for Poindexter himself. "Come, Cassius, explain yourself!" demanded the planter, in a tone of respectful authority. "You have said enough to excite something more than curiosity. For what reason should the young fellow be leading us astray?" "Well, uncle," answered the ex officer, retreating a little from his original accusation, "I haven't said for certain that he is only that it looks that way." "In what way?" "Well, one don't know what may happen. Travelling parties as strong, and stronger than we, have been attacked on these plains, and plundered of everything murdered." "Mercy!" exclaimed Louise, in a tone of terror, more affected than real. "By Indians," replied Poindexter. "Ah! Indians, indeed. Sometimes it may be, and sometimes too they may be whites who play at that game. Not all Mexican whites, neither. It only needs a bit of brown paint, a horsehair wig, with half a dozen feathers stuck into it that and plenty of hullabalooing. If we were to be robbed by a party of white Indians, it wouldn't be the first time the thing's been done. We as good as half deserve it, for our greenness in trusting too much to a stranger." "Good heavens, nephew! This is a serious accusation. Do you mean to say that the dispatch rider, if he be one, is leading us into an ambuscade?" "No, uncle, I didn't say that. I only say that such things have been done, and it's possible he may." "But not probable," emphatically interposed the voice from the carriole, in a tone tauntingly quizzical. "No!" exclaimed the stripling Henry, who, although riding a few paces ahead, had overheard the conversation. "Your suspicions are unjust, cousin Cassius. I pronounce them a calumny. What's more, I can prove them so. Look here!" The youth had reined up his horse, and was pointing to an object placed conspicuously by the side of the path, which, before speaking, he had closely scrutinised. It was a tall plant of the columnar cactus, whose green succulent stem had escaped scathing by the fire. It was not to the plant itself that Henry Poindexter directed the attention of his companions, but to a small white disc, of the form of a parallelogram impaled upon one of its spines. No one accustomed to the usages of civilised life could mistake the card. It was one. "Hear what's written upon it," continued the young man, riding nearer, and reading aloud the directions pencilled upon the bit of pasteboard. "The cypress in sight." "Where?" inquired Poindexter. "There's a hand," rejoined Henry, "with a finger pointing, no doubt in the direction of the tree." All eyes were instantly turned towards the quarter of the compass indicated by the cipher on the card. Had the sun been shining, the cypress might have been seen at the first glance. As it was, the sky, late of cerulean hue, was now a leaden gray; and no straining of the eyes could detect anything along the horizon resembling the top of a tree. "There's nothing of the kind," asserted Calhoun, with restored confidence, at the same time returning to his unworthy accusation. "It's only a dodge another link in the chain of tricks the scamp is playing on us." "You mistake, cousin Cassius," replied the same voice that had so often contradicted him. "Look through this lorgnette. If you haven't lost the sight of those superior eyes of yours, you'll see something very like a tree a tall tree and a cypress, too, if ever there was one in the swamps of Louisiana." Calhoun disdained to take the opera glass from the hands of his cousin. He knew it would convict him: for he could not suppose she was telling an untruth. Poindexter availed himself of its aid; and, adjusting the focus to his failing sight, was enabled to distinguish the red leaved cypress, topping over the edge of the prairie. "It's true," he said. "The tree is there. The young fellow is honest. You've been wronging him, Cash. I didn't think it likely he should have taken such a queer plan to make fools of us. He there, Mr Sansom, direct your teamsters to drive on." Calhoun, not caring to continue the conversation, nor yet remain longer in company, spitefully spurred his horse, and trotted off over the prairie. "Let me look at that card, Henry?" said Louise, speaking to her brother in a restrained voice. "I'm curious to see the cipher that has been of such service to us. Bring it away, brother. It can be of no further use where it is, now that we have sighted the tree." Henry, without the slightest suspicion of his sister's motive for making the request, yielded obedience to it. Releasing the piece of pasteboard from its empalement, he chucked it into her lap. "Maurice Gerald," muttered the young Creole, after deciphering the name upon the card. "Maurice Gerald," she repeated in apostrophic thought, as she deposited the piece of pasteboard in her bosom. "Whoever you are, whence you have come, whither you are going, what you may be, henceforth there is a fate between us. I feel it I know it sure as there's a sky above. Oh, how that sky lowers! Am I to take it as a type of this still untraced destiny?" Chapter 4 of the Headless Horseman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Barry Eads. The Headless Horseman: A Strange Tale of Texas, by Mayne Reid. Chapter 4: The Black Norther. For some seconds, after surrendering herself to the sibylline thoughts thus expressed, the young lady sate in silence. her white hands clasped across her temples, as if her whole soul was absorbed in an attempt either to explain the past or penetrate the future. Her reverie, whatever might be its cause, was not of long duration. She was awakened from it, on hearing exclamations without, mingled with words that declared some object of apprehension. She recognised her brother's voice, speaking in tones that betokened alarm. "Look, father! Don't you see them?"
"Where, Henry, where?"
"Yonder, behind the waggons. You see them now?"
"I do, though I can't say what they are. They look like
Poindexter was puzzled for a simile.
I really don't know what."
"Waterspouts?" suggested the ex captain, who, at the sight of the strange objects, had condescended to rejoin the party around the carriole.
"Surely it can't be that. It's too far from the sea. I never heard of their occurring on the prairies."
"They are in motion, whatever they be," said Henry. "See, they keep closing, and then going apart. But for that, one might mistake them for huge obelisks of black marble."
"Giants or ghouls," jokingly suggested Calhoun. "Ogres from some other world, who've taken a fancy to have a promenade on this abominable prairie."
The ex officer was only humorous with an effort. As well as the others, he was under the influence of an uneasy feeling. And no wonder. Against the northern horizon had suddenly become upreared a number of ink coloured columns. Half a score of them, unlike anything ever seen before. They were not of regular columnar form, nor fixed in any way, but constantly changing size, shape, and place; now steadfast for a time, now gliding over the charred surface like giants upon skates; anon bending and balancing towards one another in the most fantastic figurings. It required no great effort of imagination to fancy the Titans of old, resuscitated on the prairies of Texas, leading a measure after some wild carousal in the company of Bacchus. In the proximity of phenomena never observed before, unearthly in their aspect, unknown to every individual of the party, it was but natural these should be inspired with alarm. And such was the fact. A sense of danger pervaded every bosom. All were impressed with a belief, that they were in the presence of some peril of the prairies. A general halt had been made on first observing the strange objects; the negroes on foot, as well as the teamsters, giving utterance to shouts of terror. The animals mules as well as horses had come instinctively to a stand, the latter neighing and trembling, the former filling the air with their shrill screams. These were not the only sounds. From the sable towers could be heard a hoarse swishing noise, that resembled the sough of a waterfall, at intervals breaking into reverberations like the roll of musketry, or the detonations of distant thunder. These noises were gradually growing louder and more distinct. The danger, whatever it might be, was drawing nearer. Consternation became depicted on the countenances of the travellers, Calhoun's forming no exception. The ex officer no longer pretended levity. The eyes of all were turned towards the lowering sky, and the band of black columns that appeared coming on to crush them. At this crisis a shout, reaching their ears from the opposite side, was a source of relief, despite the unmistakable accent of alarm in which it was uttered. Turning, they beheld a horseman in full gallop, riding direct towards them. The horse was black as coal; the rider of like hue, even to the skin of his face. For all that he was recognised, as the stranger, upon the trail of whose lazo they had been travelling. The perceptions of woman are quicker than those of man. The young lady in the carriole was the first to identify him. "Onward!" he cried, as soon as within speaking distance. "On! on! As fast as you can drive!" "What is it?" demanded the planter, in bewildered alarm. "Is there a danger?" "There is. I did not anticipate it as I passed you. It was only after reaching the river I saw the sure signs of it." "Of what, sir?" "The norther." "You mean the storm of that name?" "I do. I never heard of its being dangerous," interposed Calhoun, "except to vessels at sea. It's precious cold, I know, but " "You'll find it worse than cold, sir," interrupted the young horseman, "if you're not quick in getting out of its way. Mr Poindexter," he continued, turning to the planter, and speaking with impatient emphasis, "I tell you, that you and your party are in peril. A norther is not always to be dreaded; but this one look yonder! You see those black pillars?" "We've been wondering didn't know what to make of them." "They're nothing only the precursors of the storm. Look beyond. Don't you see a coal black cloud spreading over the sky? That's what you have to dread. I don't wish to cause you unnecessary alarm; but I tell you, there's death in yonder shadow.
It's in motion, and coming this way. You have no chance to escape it, except by speed. If you do not make haste it will be too late. In 10 minutes' time you may be enveloped, and then quick, sir, I entreat you! Order your drivers to hurry forward as fast as they can. The sky, heaven itself, commands you!" The planter did not think of refusing compliance, with an appeal urged in such energetic terms. The order was given for the teams to be set in motion, and driven at top speed. Terror, that inspired the animals equally with their drivers, rendered superfluous the use of the whip. The travelling carriage, with the mounted men moving in front as before, the stranger alone threw himself in the rear, as if to act as a guard against the threatening danger. At intervals he was observed to rein up his horse and look back, each time by his glances betraying increased apprehension. Perceiving it, the planter approached, and accosted him with the inquiry: "Is there still a danger?" "I am sorry to answer you in the affirmative," said he. "I had hopes that the wind might be the other way." "Wind, sir? There is none, that I can perceive." "Not here. Yonder it is blowing a hurricane, and this way, too, direct. By heavens, it is nearing us rapidly! I doubt if we shall be able to clear the burnt track." "What is to be done?" exclaimed the planter, terrified by the announcement. "Are your mules doing their best?" "They are. They could not be driven faster." "I fear we shall be too late, then." As the speaker gave utterance to this gloomy conjecture, he reined round once more, and sat regarding the cloud columns, as if calculating the rate at which they were advancing. The lines contracting around his lips told of something more than dissatisfaction. "Yes, too late!" he exclaimed, suddenly terminating his scrutiny. "They are moving faster than we far faster. There is no hope of our escaping them." "Good God, sir! Is the danger so great? Can we do nothing to avoid it?" The stranger did not make immediate reply. For some seconds he remained silent, as if reflecting, his glance no longer turned towards the sky, but wandering among the waggons. "Is there no chance of escape?" urged the planter, with the impatience of a man in presence of a great peril. "There is," joyfully responded the horseman, as if some hopeful thought had at length suggested itself. "There is a chance. I did not think of it before. We cannot shun the storm. The danger we may. Quick, Mr Poindexter! Order your men to muffle the mules the horses too. Otherwise the animals will be blinded, and go mad. Blankets, cloaks, anything will do. When that's done, let all seek shelter within the waggons. Let the tilts be closed at the ends. I shall myself look to the travelling carriage." Having delivered this chapter of instructions, which Poindexter, assisted by the overseer, hastened to direct the execution of, the young horseman galloped towards the front. "Madame," said he, reining up alongside the carriole, and speaking with as much suavity as the circumstances would admit of, "you must close the curtains all round. Your coachman will have to get inside. And you, gentlemen," he continued, addressing himself to Henry and Calhoun, "and you, sir," to Poindexter, who had just come up, "there will be room for all. Inside, I beseech you. Lose no time. In a few seconds the storm will be upon us." "And you, sir?" inquired the planter, with a show of interest in the man who was making such exertions to secure them against some yet unascertained danger. "What of yourself?" "Don't waste a moment upon me. I know what's coming. It isn't the first time I've encountered it. In! I entreat you. You haven't a second to spare. Listen to that shriek! Quick, or the dust cloud will be around us!" The planter and his son sprang together to the ground, and retreated into the travelling carriage. Calhoun, refusing to dismount, remained stiffly seated in his saddle. Why should he skulk from a visionary danger, that did not deter a man in Mexican garb? The latter turned away, as he did so directing the overseer to get inside the nearest waggon a direction which was obeyed with alacrity; and, for the first time, the stranger was left free to take care of himself. Quickly unfolding his serape, hitherto strapped across the cantle of his saddle, he flung it over the head of his horse. Then, drawing the edges back, he fastened it, bag fashion, around the animal's neck. With equal alertness he undid his scarf of China crape, and stretched it around his sombrero, fixing it in such a way that one edge was held under the bullion band, while the other dropped down over the brim, thus forming a silken visor for his face. Before finally closing it he turned once more towards the carriole, and, to his surprise, saw Calhoun still in the saddle. Humanity triumphed over a feeling of incipient aversion. "Once again, sir, I adjure you to get inside. If you do not, you'll have cause to repent it. Within 10 minutes' time you may be a dead man." The positive emphasis with which the caution was delivered produced its effect. In the presence of mortal foemen, Cassius Calhoun was no coward; but there was an enemy approaching that was not mortal, not in any way understood. It was already making itself manifest, in tones that resembled thunder, in shadows that mocked the darkness of midnight. Who would not have felt fear at the approach of a destroyer so declaring itself? The ex officer was unable to resist the united warnings of earth and heaven, and slipping out of his saddle with a show of reluctance, intended to save appearances, he clambered into the carriage, and ensconced himself behind the closely drawn curtains. To describe what followed is beyond the power of the pen. No eye beheld the spectacle, for none dared look upon it. Even had this been possible, nothing could have been seen. In 5 minutes after the muffling of the mules, the train was enveloped in worse than Cimmerian darkness. The opening scene can alone be depicted, for that only was observed by the travellers. One of the sable columns, moving in the advance, broke as it came in collision with the waggon tilts. Down came a shower of black dust, as if the sky had commenced raining gunpowder. It was a foretaste of what was to follow. There was a short interval of open atmosphere, hot as the inside of an oven. Then succeeded puffs and whirling gusts of wind, cold as if projected from caves of ice, and accompanied by a noise as though all the trumpets of Aeolus were announcing the advent of the storm king. In another instant the norther was around them, and the waggon train, halted on a subtropical plain, was enveloped in an atmosphere akin to that which congeals the icebergs of the Arctic Ocean. Nothing more was seen, nothing heard save the whistling of the wind, or its hoarse roaring, as it thundered against the tilts of the waggons. The mules, having instinctively turned stern towards it, stood silent in their traces; and the voices of the travellers, in solemn converse inside, could not be distinguished amid the howling of the hurricane. Every aperture had been closed: for it was soon discovered that to show a face from under the sheltering canvas was to court suffocation. The air was surcharged with ashes, lifted aloft from the burnt plain, and reduced, by the whirling of the wind, to an impalpable but poisonous powder. For over an hour did the atmosphere carry this cinereous cloud, during which period lasted the imprisonment of the travellers. At length a voice, speaking close by the curtains of the carriole, announced their release. "You can come forth," said the stranger, the crape scarf thrown back above the brim of his hat. "You will still have the storm to contend against. It will last to the end of your journey, and perhaps for 3 days longer: but you have nothing further to fear. The ashes are all swept off. They've gone before you, and you're not likely to overtake them this side the Rio Grande." "Sir," said the planter, hastily descending the steps of the carriage, "we have to thank you for our lives, father!" cried Henry, supplying the proper words. "I hope, sir, you will favour us with your name." "Maurice Gerald," returned the stranger; "though, at the Fort, you will find me better known as Maurice the mustanger." "A mustanger!" scornfully muttered Calhoun, but only loud enough to be heard by Louise. "Only a mustanger!" reflected the aristocratic Poindexter, the fervour of his gratitude becoming sensibly chilled. "For guide you will no longer need either myself or my lazo," said the hunter of wild horses. "The cypress is in sight. Keep straight towards it. After crossing, you will see the flag over the fort. You may yet reach your journey's end before night. I have no time to tarry, and must say adieu." Satan himself astride a Tartarian steed could not have looked more like the devil than did Maurice the mustanger, as he separated for the second time from the planter and his party. But neither his ashy envelope, nor the announcement of his humble calling, did aught to damage him in the estimation of one, whose thoughts were already predisposed in his favour Louise Poindexter. On hearing him declare his name, by presumption already known to her, she but more tenderly cherished the bit of cardboard, chafing against her snow white bosom, at the same time muttering in soft pensive soliloquy heard only by herself: "Maurice the mustanger, despite your sooty covering, despite your modest pretence, you have touched the heart of a Creole maiden. Mon Dieu, mon Dieu! He is too like Lucifer for me to despise him." Chapter 5
of the Headless Horseman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Headless Horseman: A Strange Tale of Texas by Mayne Reid. Chapter 5. The Home of the Horse Hunter. Where the Rio de Nueces (River of Nuts) collects its waters from 100 tributary streams, lining the map like the limbs of a grand genealogical tree, you may look upon a land of surpassing fairness. Its surface is rolling prairie, interspersed with clumps of post oak and pecan, here and there along the banks of the watercourses uniting into continuous groves. In some places these timbered tracts assume the aspect of the true chaparral, a thicket, rather than a forest, its principal growth being various kinds of acacia, associated with copaiba and creosote trees, with wild aloes, with eccentric shapes of cerus, cactus, and arborescent yucca. These spinous forms of vegetation, though repulsive to the eye of the agriculturist, as proving the utter sterility of the soil, present an attractive aspect to the botanist, or the lover of nature, especially when the cerus unfolds its huge wax-like blossoms, or the Fouqueria splendens overtops the surrounding shrubbery, with its spike of resplendent flowers, like a red flag hanging unfolded along its staff. The whole region, however, is not of this character. There are stretches of greater fertility, where a black calcareous earth gives nourishment to trees of taller growth, and more luxuriant foliage. The wild china, a true sapindal, the pecan, the elm, the hackberry, and the oak of several species, with here and there a cypress or cottonwood, form the components of many a sylvan scene, which, from the blending of their leaves of various shades of green, and the ever-changing contour of their clumps, deserves to be denominated fair. The streams of this region are of crystal purity, their waters tinted only by the reflection of sapphire skies. Its sun, moon, and stars are scarcely ever concealed behind a cloud. The demon of disease has not found his way into this salubrious spot. No epidemic can dwell within its borders. Despite these advantages, civilized man has not yet made it his home. Its paths are trodden only by the red-skinned rovers of the prairie, Lipano or Comanche, and these only are mounted, and upon the maraud towards the settlements of the lower Nueces or Leona. It may be on this account, though it would almost seem as if they were actuated by a love of the beautiful and picturesque, that the true children of nature, the wild animals, have selected the spot as their favorite habitat and home. In no part of Texas does the stag bound up so often before you, and nowhere is the timid antelope so frequently seen. The rabbit and his gigantic cousin, the mule rabbit, are scarcely ever out of sight, while the polecat, the opossum, and the curious peccary are encountered at frequent intervals. Birds, too, of beautiful forms and colours, live in the landscape. The quail whirs up from the path, the king vulture wheels in the ambient air, the wild turkey of gigantic stature stunts his resplendent gorget by the side of the pecan copse, and the singular tailor bird, known among the rude rangers as the bird of paradise, floats his long scissors like a tail among the feathery fronds of the acacia. Beautiful butterflies spread their wide wings in flapping flight, or perched upon some gay corolla, look as if they formed part of the flower. Huge bees, melipone, clad in velvet liveries, buzz amid the blossoming bushes, disputing possession with hawk moths and humming-birds not much larger than themselves. They are not all innocent, the denizens of the lovely land. Here the rattlesnake attains to larger dimensions than in any other part of North America, and shares the cover with the more dangerous moccasin. Here, too, the tarantula inflicts its venomous sting, the scorpion poisons with its bite, and the centipede, by simply crawling over the skin, causes a fever that may prove fatal. Along the wooded banks of the streams may be encountered the spotted ocelot, the puma, and their more powerful congener, the jaguar. The last of these felidae bring here upon the northern limit of its geographical range. Along the edges of the chaparral skulks the gaunt Texas wolf, solitarily and in silence, while a kindred and more cowardly species, the coyote, may be observed far out upon the open plain, hunting in packs. Sharing the same range with these, the most truculent of quadrupeds, may be seen the noblest and most beautiful of animals, perhaps nobler and more beautiful than man, certainly the most distinguished of man's companions, the horse. Here, independent of man's caprice, his jaw unchecked by a bit or curb, his back unscathed by pack or saddle, he roams unrestrained, giving way to all the wildness of his nature. But even in this, his favourite haunt, he is not always left alone. Man presumes to be his pursuer and tamer, for here was he sought, captured and conquered by Maurice the mustanger. On the banks of the Alamo, one of the most sparkling streamlets that pay tribute to the Nueces, stood a dwelling unpretentious as any to be found within the limits of Texas, and certainly as picturesque. Its walls were composed of split trunk of the arborescent yucca, set stockade fashion in the ground, while its roof was a thatch furnished by the long bayonet-shaped loaves of the same gigantic lily. The interstices between the uprights, instead of being chinked with clay, as is common in the cabins of western Texas, were covered by a sheeting of horse skins, attached, not by iron tacks, but with the sharp spines that terminate the leaves of the pita plant. On the bluffs that on both sides overlooked the rivulet, and which were but the termination of the escarpment of the higher plain, grew in abundance, the material out of which the hut had been constructed, 3 yuccas and magueys, amidst other rugged types of sterile vegetation, whereas the fertile valley below was covered with a growth of heavy timber, consisting chiefly of red mulberry, post oak, and pecan, that formed a forest of several leagues in length. The timbered tract was, in fact, conterminous with the bottom lands, the tops of the trees scarce rising to a level with the escarpment of the cliff. It was not continuous. Along the edge of the streamlet were breaks, forming little meads, or savannas, covered with that most nutritious of grasses, known among Mexicans as grama. In the concavity of one of these, the semicircular shape which served as a natural lawn, stood the primitive dwelling above described, the streamlet representing the chord, while the curve was traced by the trunks of the trees, that resembled a series of columns supporting the roof of some sylvan coliseum. The structure was in shadow, a little retired among the trees, as if the site had been chosen with a view to concealment. It would have been seen but by one passing along the bank of the stream, and then only with the observer directly in front of it. Its rude style of architecture and russet hue contributed still further to its inconspicuousness. The house was a mere cabin, not larger than a marquee tent, with only a single aperture, the door, if we except the flue of a slender clay chimney erected at one end against the upright posts. The doorway had a door, a light framework of wood, with a horse skin stretched over it, and hung upon hinges cut from the same hide. In the rear was an open shed, thatched with yucca leaves, and supported by half a dozen posts. Around this was a small enclosure, obtained by tying cross poles to the trunks of the adjacent trees. A still more extensive enclosure, containing within its circumference more than an acre of the timbered tract, and fenced in a similar manner, extended rearward from the cabin, terminating against the bluff, its turf tracked and torn by numerous hoof prints, in some places trampled into a hard surface, told of its use a corral for wild horses, mustangs. This was made still more manifest by the presence of a dozen or more of these animals within the enclosure, whose glaring eyeballs and excited actions gave evidence of their recent capture, and how ill they brooked the imprisonment of that shadowy paddock. The interior of the hut was not without some show of neatness and comfort. The sheeting of mustang skins that covered the walls, with the hairy side turned inward, presented no mean appearance. The smooth shining coats of all colours, black, bay, snow white, sorrel, and skewbald, offered to the eye of a surface pleasantly variegated, and there had evidently been some taste displayed in their arrangement. The furniture was of the scantiest kind. It consisted of a counterfeit camp bedstead, formed by stretching a horse hide over the framework of trestles, a couple of stools, diminutive specimens on the same model, and a rude table shaped out of hewn slabs of the yucca tree. Something like a second sleeping place appeared in the remote corner of a shakedown, or spread, of the universal mustang skin. What was least to be expected in such a place was the shelf containing about a score of books, with pens, ink, and papeterie. Also a newspaper lying upon the slab table. Further proofs of civilization, if not refinement, presented themselves in the shape of a large leathern portmanteau, a double-barreled gun, with Wesley Richards upon the breech, a drinking cup of chased silver, a huntsman's horn, and a dog call. Upon the floor were a few culinary utensils, mostly of tin, while in one corner stood a demijohn, covered with wicker, and evidently containing something stronger than the water of the Alamo. Other chattels in the cabin were perhaps more in keeping with the place. There was a high-peaked Mexican saddle, a bridle, with headstall of plaited horsehair, and reins to correspond, 2 or 3 spare serapes, and some odds and ends of a raw hide rope. Such was the structure of the mustanger's dwelling, such its surroundings, such its inferior in contents, with the exception of its living occupants, 2 in number. On one of the stools, standing in the centre of the floor, was seated a man who could not be the mustanger himself. In no way did he present the semblance of a proprietor. On the contrary, the air of the servitor, the mien of habitual obedience, was impressed upon him beyond the chance of misconstruction. Rude as was the cabin that sheltered him, no one entering under its roof would have mistaken him for its master. Not that he appeared ill clad or fed, or in any way stinted in his requirements. He was a round plump specimen, with a shock of carrot-coloured hair, and a bright ruddy skin, habited in a suit of stout stuff, half corduroy, half cotton velvet. The corduroy was in the shape of a pair of knee breeches, with gaiters to correspond. The velveteen, once bottle green, now faded to a brownish hue, exhibited itself in a sort of shooting coat, with ample pockets in the breast and skirts. A wide-awake hat, cocked over a pair of eyes equally deserving the appellation, completed the costume of the individual in question. If we except a shirt of coarse calico, a red cotton kerchief loosely knotted around his neck, and a pair of Irish brogues upon his feet, it needed neither the brogues nor the corduroy breeches to proclaim his nationality. His lips, nose, eyes, air, and attitude were all unmistakably Milesian. Had there been any ambiguity about this, it would have been dispelled as he opened his mouth for the emission of speech, and this he at intervals did in an accent that could only have been acquired in the shire of Galway. As he was the sole human occupant of the cabin, it might be supposed that he spoke only in soliloquy. Not so, however. Couched upon a piece of horse-skin, in front of the fire, with snout half buried among the ashes, was a canine companion, whose appearance bespoke a countryman, a huge Irish staghound that looked as if he too understood the speech of Connemara. Whether he did so or not, it was addressed to him, as if he was expected to comprehend every word. "Och, Tara, me jewel!" exclaimed he in the corduroys, fraternally interrogating the hound. "Hadn't yez wished now to be back in Ballyballagh? Wouldn't yez like to be once more in the courtyard of the ould castle, frisking over the clane stones, and being tripe fed till there wasn't a rib to be seen in your sides, so different from what they are now, when I can count ivery one of them? Sowl, it's meself that 'ud loike to be there, anyhow. But there's no knowin' when the young master'll go back, and take us along wid him. Never mind, Tara, he's goin' to the sittlements soon, you old dog, and he's promised to take us there. That's some consolation. Be japers, it's over 3 months since I've been to the fort meself. Maybe I'll find some old acquaintance among them Irish sodgers that come lately, and be me sowl, av I do, won't there be a drap betwane us, won't there, Tara?" The staghound, raising his head at hearing the mention of his name, gave a slight sniff, as if saying yes, in answer to the droll interrogatory. "I'd like a drap now," continued the speaker, casting a covetous glance towards the wicker jar. "Mightily I would that same, but the demijohn is too near bein' empty, and the young master might miss it. Besides, it wouldn't be rael honest of me to take it without lave, would it, Tara?" The dog again raised his head above the ashes, and sneezed as before. "Why, that was yis, the last time ye spoke. Diz yis mane is for the same now? Till me, Tara." Once more the hound gave utterance to the sound that appeared to be caused either by a slight touch of influenza, or the ashes having entered his nostrils. "Yis again? In trath that's just fwhat the dumb crayther manes. Don't timpt me, ye old thief. No, no. I won't touch the whiskey. I'll only draw the cork out of the demijohn, and take a smell at it. Sure the master won't know anything about that, and if he did, he wouldn't mind it. Smellin' can't do the pomathin any harm." During the concluding portion of this utterance, the speaker had forsaken his seat, and approached the corner where stood the jar. Notwithstanding the professed innocence of his intent, there was a stealthiness about his movements that seemed to argue either a want of confidence in his own integrity, or in his power to resist temptation. He stood for a short while listening, his eyes turned towards the open doorway, and then, taking up the demijohn, he drew out the stopper and held the neck to his nose. For some seconds he remained in this attitude, giving out no other sign than an occasional sniff, similar to that uttered by the hound, and which he had been fain to interpret as an affirmative answer to his interrogatory. It expressed the enjoyment he was deriving from the bouquet of the potent spirit. But this only satisfied him for a very short time, and gradually the bottom of the jar was seen going upwards, while this reverse end descended in like a ratio in the direction of his protruding lips. "Be japers!" he exclaimed, once more glancing stealthily towards the door. "Flesh and blood couldn't stand the smell of that beautiful whiskey, without tasting it. Trath, I'll chance it. Jest the smallest trifle, to wet the tap of my tongue. Maybe you'll burn the skin of it, but no matter. Here goes." Without further ado, the neck of the demijohn was brought in contact with his lips, but instead of the smallest trifle, to wet the top of his tongue, the gluck gluck of the escaping fluid told that he was administering a copious saturation of the whole lining of his larynx, and something more. After half a dozen smacks of the mouth, with other exclamations denoting supreme satisfaction, he hastily restored the stopper, returned the demijohn to its place, and glided back to his seat upon the stool. "Tara, ye old thief!" said he, addressing himself once more to his canine companion, "it was you that tempted me. No matter, man, the master'll never miss it. Besides, he's going soon to the fort, and can lay in a fresh supply." For a time the pilferer remained silent, either reflecting on the act he had committed, or enjoying the effects which the potheen had produced upon his spirits. His silence was of short duration, and was terminated by a soliloquy. "I wonder," muttered he, "what makes Master Maurice so anxious to get back to the sittlements. He says he'll go whenever he catches that spotty mustang he has seen lately. Sowl! Isn't he bad after that baste? I suppose it must be something beyant the common, and more betoken, as he has chased the crayther 3 times without bein' able to throw his rope over it, and mounted on the blood bay too. He says he won't give it up till he gets holt of it. Trath, I hope it'll be grupped soon, or wes may stay here till the marnin' of doomsday. Hush! Fwhat's that?" Tara, springing up from his couch of skin, and rushing out with a low growl, had caused the exclamation. "Phelim!" hailed a voice from the outside. "Phelim!" "It's the master," muttered Phelim, as he jumped from his stool, and followed the dog through the doorway. Chapter 5. Chapter 6 of the Headless Horseman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Headless Horseman, A Strange Tale of Texas by Mayne Reid. Chapter 6. The Spotted Mustang. Phelim was not mistaken as to the voice that had hailed him. It was that of his master, Maurice Gerald. On getting outside, he saw the mustanger at a short distance from the door, and advancing towards it, as a servant should have expected. His master was mounted upon his horse, no longer of a reddish colour, but appearing almost black. The animal's coat was darkened with sweat, its counter and flanks speckled with foam. The blood bay was not alone. At the end of the lazo, drawn taut from the saddle tree, was a companion, or to speak more accurately, a captive, with a leathern thong looped around its under jaw, and firmly embracing the bars of its mouth. Kept in place by another passing over its neck immediately behind the ears, was the captive secured. It was a mustang of peculiar appearance, as regarded its markings, which were of a kind rarely seen, even among the largest gangs that roam over the prairie pastures, where colours of the most eccentric patterns are not uncommon. That of the animal in question was a ground of dark chocolate in places approaching to black, with white spots distributed over it, as regularly as the contrary colours upon the skin of the jaguar. As if to give effect to this pleasing arrangement of hues, the creature was of perfect shape, broad chested, full in the flank, and clean-limbed, with a hoof showing half a score of concentric rings, had a head that might have been taken as a type of equine beauty. It was of large size for a mustang, though much smaller than the ordinary English horse, even smaller than the blood bay himself a mustang, that had assisted in its capture. The beautiful captive was a mare, one of the manada that frequented the plains near the source of the Alamo, and where, for the third time, the mustanger had unsuccessfully chased it. In his case, the proverb had proved untrue. In the third time he had not found the charm, though it favoured him in the fourth, by the fascination of a long rope, with a running noose at its end. He had secured the creature that, for some reason known only to himself, he so ardently wished to possess. Phelim had never seen his master return from a horse hunting excursion in such a state of excitement, even when coming back, as he often did, with half a dozen mustangs led loosely at the end of his lazo. But never before at the end of that implement had Phelim beheld such a beauty as the spotted mare. She was a thing to excite the admiration of one less a connoisseur in horseflesh than the ci devant stable boy of Castle Ballagh. "Hooch, hoop, hora!" cried he, as he set eyes upon the captive, at the same time tossing his hat high into the air. "Thanks to the Howly Vargin, and Saint Patrick to boot, Master Maurice, yez have cotched the spotty at last. It's a mare, be japers! Och, the purthy crathur! I don't wonder yez have been so bad about gettin' hoult of her. Sowl, if yez had her in Ballinasloe fair, yez might ask your own price, and get it too, without givin' sixpence of Leckpenny. Oh, the purty craythur! Where will yez have her put, master? Into the corral, wid the others?" "No, she might get kicked among them. We shall tie her in the shed. Castro must pass his night outside among the trees. If he's got any gallantry in him he won't mind that. Did you ever see anything so beautiful as she is, Phelim? I mean in the way of horseflesh?" "Niver, Master Maurice, niver in all me life. And I've seen some nice bits of blood about Ballyballagh. Oh, the purty craythur! She looks as if a body could ate her; and yit in trath she looks like she would ate you. Yez haven't given her the schoolin' lesson, have yez?" "No, Phelim. I don't want to break her just yet. Not till I have time, and can do it properly. It would never do to spoil such perfection as that. I shall tame her, after we've taken her to the settlements. Yez be goin' there, Master Maurice? When?" "Tomorrow. We shall start by daybreak, so as to make only one day between here and the Fort." "Sowl, I'm glad to hear it. Not on me own account, but yours, Master Maurice. Maybe yez don't know that the whisky's on the idge of bein' out, from the rattle av the jar. I don't think there's more than 3 naggins left. Them sutlers at the Fort ain't honest. They chate ye in the mazure, besides waterin' the whisky, so that it won't bear a drap more av the strame hair. Trath, a gallon of Inishowen would last ale to 3 of this American rotgut, as the Yankees themselves christen it." "Never mind about the whisky, Phelim. I suppose there's enough to last us for this night, and fill our flasks for the journey of tomorrow. Look alive, old Ballyballagh. Let us stable the spotted mare, and then I shall have time to talk about a fresh supply of potheen, which I know you like better than anything else except yourself." "And you, Master Maurice?" retorted the Galwegian, with a comical twinkle of the eye, that caused his master to leap laughingly out of the saddle. The spotted mare was soon stabled in the shed, Castro being temporarily attached to a tree, where Phelim proceeded to groom him after the most approved prairie fashion. The mustanger threw himself on his horse skin couch, wearied with the work of the day. The capture of a yegua pinta had cost him a long and arduous chase, such as he had never ridden before in pursuit of a mustang. There was a motive that had urged him on, unknown to Phelim, unknown to Castro who carried him, unknown to living creature save himself. Notwithstanding that he had spent several days in the saddle, the last 3 in constant pursuit of the spotted mare, despite the weariness thus occasioned, he was unable to obtain repose. At intervals he rose to his feet, and paced the floor of his hut, as if stirred by some exciting emotion. For several nights he had slept uneasily, at intervals tossing upon his catre, till not only his henchman Phelim, but his hound Tara, wondered what could be the meaning of his unrest. The former might have attributed it to his desire to possess the spotted mare, had he not known that his master's feverish feeling antedated his knowledge of the existence of this peculiar quadruped. It was several days after his last return from the fort that the Yuga Pinta had first presented herself to the eye of the mustanger. That therefore could not be the cause of his altered demeanour. His success in having secured the animal, instead of tranquillising his spirit, seemed to have produced the contrary effect. At least, so thought Phelim, who, with the freedom of that relationship known as foster brother, had at length determined on questioning his master as to the cause of his inquietude. As the latter lay shifting from side to side, he was saluted with the interrogatory: "Master Maurice, fwhat in the name of the Holy Vargin is the matter wid ye?" "Nothing, Phelim, nothing, ma bowheel. What makes you think there is?" "Alannah, how can I help thinkin' it? Yez can't git a wink o' sleep, never since ye returned the last time from the sittlement. Och! Yez have seen somethin' there that keeps ye awake? Shure now, it isn't one o' them Mexikin girls machauchas, as they call 'em?" "No, I won't believe it. You wouldn't be one of the old Geralds to care for such trash as them." "Nonsense, my good fellow. There's nothing the matter with me. It's all your own imagination." "Trath, master, yez are mistaken. If there's anything astray wid me imagination, fwhat is it that's gone wrong wid your own? That is, when yez are aslape, which aren't often of late." "When I'm asleep? What do you mean, Phelim?" "What div I mane? Fwhy, that whenever yez close your eyes and think as you're sleepin', yez begin plaverin' as if a priest was confessin' ye." "Ah! Is that so? What have you heard me say?" "Not much, masther, that I can make sense out of. Yez be always tryin' to pronounce a big name that appares to have no Indian, though it begins wid a point." "A name! What name?" "Sowl, I can't tell ye exactly. It's too long for me to remember, seein' that my edication was entirely neglected. But there's another name that yez put before it, and that I can tell ye. It's a woman's name, though it's not common in the ould country. It's Louise that ye say, Master Maurice, and then comes the point." "Ah!" interrupted the young Irishman, evidently not caring to converse longer on the subject. "Some name I may have heard, somewhere accidentally. One does have such strange ideas in drames. Trath, you spake the truth there; for in your drames, master, you talk about a purty girl lookin' out of a carriage wid curtains to it, and tellin' her to close them against some danger that yez are goin' to save her from." "I wonder what put such nonsense into my head?" "I wonder myself," rejoined Phelim, fixing his eyes upon his young master with a stealthy but scrutinising look. "Shure," he continued, "if I may make bowld to ax the question, shure, Master Maurice, yez haven't been makin' a Judy Fitzsimmons mother of yourself, and fallin' in love wid one of these Yankee women out here? O's anany! That would be a misfortune. And thwat would she say? The purty colleen wid the golden hair and blue eyes that lives not 20 miles from Ballyballagh? Poh, poh, Phelim, you are taking leave of your senses, I fear." "Trath, masther, I arn't; but I know somethin' I would like to take av." "What is that? Not me, I hope?" "You, alannah? Never! It's Tixas I mane. I'd like to take lave of that. And you goin' along wid me back on the owld sad? Arrah now, fwhat's the use of your staying here, wastin' the best part of your days in doin' nothin'? Shure yez don't make more than a bare livin' by the horse catchin'; and if yez did, what matters it? Your old aunt at Castle Ballagh can't hold out much longer; and when she's did, the beautiful demesne'll be yours, spite of the dirty way she's tratin' ye. Shure the property's got a tail to it, and not a mother's son av them kape ye out of it." "Ha, ha, ha!" laughed the young Irishman. "You're quite a lawyer, Phelim. What a first rate attorney you'd have made! But come, you forget that I haven't tasted food since morning. What have you got in the larder?" "Trath, there's no great stock, masther. Yez haven't laid in anything for the 3 days yez have been after Spotty. There's only the cowld venison and the corn bread. If yez like, I'll put the venison in the pat, and make a hash of it." "Yes, do so. I can wait." "Won't yez wait better after trath than a drap of the crayther? True, let me have it." "Will yez take it, Nate, or with a little wather? Trath, it won't carry much of that same. a glass of grog, draw the water fresh from the stream. Phelim took hold of the silver drinking cup, and was about stepping outside, when a growl from Tara, accompanied by a start, and followed by a rush across the door, caused the servitor to approach the door with a certain degree of caution. The barking of the dog soon subsided into a series of joyful whimperings, which told that he had been gratified by the sight of some old acquaintance. "It's old Zeb Stump," said Phelim, first peeping out, and then stepping boldly forth, with the double design of greeting the newcomer, and executing the order he had received from his master. The individual who had thus freely presented himself in front of the mustanger's cabin was as unlike either of its occupants as one from the other. He stood 6 feet high, in a pair of tall boots, fabricated out of tanned alligator skin, into the ample tops of which there thrust the bottom of his pantaloons, the latter being of woollen homespun, that had been dyed with dogwood ooze, but was now of a simple dirt colour. A deerskin undershirt, without any other, covered his breast and shoulders, over which has a blanket coat, that had once been green, long since gone to a greenish yellow, with most of the wool worn off. There was no other garment to be seen. A slouched felt hat, of greyish colour, badly battered, completing the simple and somewhat scant collection of his wardrobe. He was equipped in the style of a backwoods hunter, of the true Daniel Boone breed, bullet pouch, and large crescent shaped powder horn, both suspended by shoulder straps, hanging under the right arm; a waist belt of thick leather keeping his coat close and sustaining a skin sheath, from which protruded the rough staghorn handle of a long bladed knife. He did not affect either moccasins, leggings, nor the caped and fringed tunic shirt of the dressed deerskin, worn by most Texan hunters. There was no embroidery upon his coarse clothing, no carving upon his accoutrements or weapons, nothing in his tout ensemble intended as ornamental. Everything was plain almost to rudeness, as if dictated by a spirit that despised fanfaron. Even the rifle, his reliable weapon, the chief tool of his trade, looked like a rounded bar of iron, with a piece of brown unpolished wood at the end, forming its stock and barrel, when the butt rested on the ground, reaching up to the level of his shoulder. The individual thus clothed and equipped was apparently about 50 years of age, with a complexion inclining to dark, and features that, at first sight, exhibited a grave aspect. On close scrutiny, however, could be detected an underlying stratum of quiet humour, and in the twinkle of a small greyish eye there was evidence that its owner could keenly relish a joke, or at times perpetrate one. The Irishman had pronounced its name. It was Zebulon Stump, or old Zeb Stump, as he was better known to the very limited circle of his acquaintances. "Kentuck by birth and racin'," as he would have described himself, if asked the country of his nativity. He had passed the early part of his life among the primeval forests of the lower Mississippi, his stole calling that of a hunter; and now, at a later period, he was performing the same metier in the wilds of south-western Texas. The behaviour of the staghound, as it bounded before him, exhibiting a series of canine welcomes, told of a friendly acquaintance between Zeb Stump and Maurice the mustanger. "Evenin'!" laconically saluted Stump, as his tail figure shadowed the cabin door. "Good evening, Mr Stump," rejoined the owner of the hut, rising to receive him. "Step inside and take a seat." The hunter accepted the invitation, and making a single stride across the floor, after some awkward manoeuvring, succeeded in planting himself on the stool lately occupied by Phelim. The lowness of the seat brought his knees upon a level with his chin, the tall rifle rising like a pikestaff several feet above his head. "Durned stools, anyhow," muttered he, evidently dissatisfied with the posture; "and chures too, for that matter. I likes to plant my starn upon a log. Thur ye's got somethin' under ye as ain't like to guv way." "Try that," said his host, pointing to the leathern portmanteau in the corner. "You'll find it a firmer seat." Old Zeb, adopting the suggestion, unfolded the zigzag of his colossal carcass, and transferred it to the trunk. "On foot, Mr Stump, as usual?" "No, I got my old critter, but thur tried to a saplin'. I want a huntin'." "You never hunt on horseback, I believe?" "I shed be a greenhorn if I did. Anybody goes huntin' on a hossback must be a durnation fool." "But it's the universal fashion in Texas." "Universal or no, it air a fool's fashion a durned lazy fool's fashion. I kill more meat in one day afoot Then I keyed in a whole week, wi' a boss atween my legs. I don't misdoubt that a hoss air the best thing for you, bein' as your game's entire different. But when ye go after bar, or deer, or turkey either, ye won't see much o' them, trampin' about through the timmer a hossback, and scarin' everything as has got ears, ithin the circuit o' a mile. As for hosses, I shouldn't be bothered wi' neer a one nohow, ef 'twa'n't for packin' the meat. That's why I keep my ole maar." "She's outside, you say? Let Phelim take her round to the shed. You'll stay all night?" "I kim for that purpiss. But ye needn't trouble about the maar. She air hitched safe enough. I'll let her out on the laryitt afore I take to grass." "You'll have something to eat?" Phelim was just getting supper ready. "I'm sorry. I can't offer you anything very dainty. Some hash of venison." "Nothin' better'n good deer meat, 'ceptin' it be a bear. But I like both done over the coals. Maybe I can help ye to somethin' that'll make a roast. Mister Phelim, if ye don't mind steppin' to where my critter air hitched, you'll find a gobbler hingin' over the horn o' the settle. I shot the bird as I war comin' up the crik." "Oh, that is rare good fortune. Our larder has got very low quite out, in truth. I've been so occupied, for the last 3 days, in chasing a very curious mustang, that I never thought of taking my gun with me. Phelim and I, and Tara too, had got to the edge of starvation." "What sort of mustang?" inquired the hunter, in a tone that betrayed interest, and without appearing to notice the final remark. "A mare, with white spots on a dark chocolate ground. A splendid creature. Durn it, young fellur, that air's the very bizness that's brung me over to ye." "Indeed! I've seed that mustang maar ye say it air, though I kedn't tell, as she'd niver let me 'ithin half a mile o' here. I've seed her several times out on the purayra, and I jest wanted ye to go after her. I'll tell ye why. I've been to the Leeona settlements since I seed you last; and since I seed her too, wal theer hev kim there a man as I knowed on the Mississippi. He air a rich planter, as used to keep up the tallest kind o' doin's, specially in the feestin' way. Many the gento deer meat, and many the turkey gobbler with his here coon hes supplied for his table. His name air Poindexter." "Poindexter?" "That air the name o' the best known on the Mississippi from Orleans to St. Louis. He war rich then, and I reckon ain't poor now, seein' as he's brought about 100 niggers along wi' him. Beside, there's a nephew o' hisn, by name Calhoun. He's got the dollars, and nothin' to do wi' 'em but lend 'em to his uncle; the which, for a sartin reeson, I think he will. Now, young fellur, I tell ye why I wanted to see you. That ere planter hev got a darter, as air dead bent upon horseflesh. She used to ride the skittishest kind o' cattle in Looeanner, where they lived. He heern me tellin' the old un 'bout the spotted mustang; and nothin' would content her thur and then, till he promised he'd offer a big price for catchin' the critter. He sayed he'd give a couple o' $100 for the animal, ef 'twur anything like what I sayed it wur. In course, I knowed that ye'd send all the mustangers in the settlement straight to strut after it. So, saying nothin' to nobody, I kim over here, fast as my old maar 'ud fetch me. You grup it there, Spotty, and Zeb Stump'll go or bear ye grab them $200. "Will you step this way, Mr Stump?" said the young Irishman, rising from his stool, and proceeding in the direction of the door. The hunter followed, not without showing some surprise at the abrupt invitation. Maurice conducted his visitor round to the rear of the cabin, and, pointing to the shed, inquired: "Does that look anything like the mustang you've been speaking of?" "Dog gone my cats, if 'tain't the identical same!" grupped Daureti. $200 easy as slidin' down a bark saplin', young fellur. You're in luck. 200, slick sure; and durn me, if the animal ain't worth every cent o' the money. Geehosophat! what a putty beast it air! Won't Miss Poindexter be pleased! It'll turn that young critter most crazy." CHAPTER 6. Chapter 7 of the Headless Horseman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Headless Horseman: A Strange Tale of Texas by Mayne Reid. Chapter 7. Nocturnal Annoyances. The unexpected discovery that his purpose had been already anticipated by the capture of the spotted mustang, raised the spirits of the old hunter to a high pitch of excitement. They were further elevated by a portion of the contents of the demijohn, which held out beyond Phelim's expectations, giving all hands an appetizing nip before attacking the roast turkey, with another "go" each to wash it down, and several more to accompany the post-cenal pipe. Whilst this was being indulged in, a conversation was carried on, the themes being those that all prairie men delight to talk about, Indian and hunter lore. As Zeb Stump was a sort of living encyclopaedia of the latter, he was allowed to do most of the talking; and he did it in such a fashion as to draw many a wondering ejaculation from the tongue of the astonished Galwegian. Long before midnight, however, the conversation was brought to a close. Perhaps the empty demijohn was, as much as anything else, the monitor that urged the retiring to rest; though there was another and more creditable reason. On the morrow the mustanger intended to start for the settlements, and it was necessary that all should be astir at an early hour, to make preparation for the journey. The wild horses, as yet but slightly tamed, had to be strung together, to secure against their escaping by the way; and many other matters required attending to previous to departure. The hunter had already tethered out his old mar, and he designated the sorry specimen of horseflesh he was occasionally accustomed to bestride, and had brought back with him an old yellowish blanket, which was all he ever used for a bed. "You may take my bedstead," said his courteous host. "I can lay myself on a skin along the floor." "No," responded the guest, "none of your shelves for Zeb Stump to sleep on. I prefer the solid ground. I can sleep sounder on it; and bussides, there's no fear of fallin' over. If you prefer it, then, take the floor. Here's the best place. I'll spread a hide for you." "Young fellur, don't you do anything o' the sort. You'll only be wastin' your time. This child don't sleep on no floors. His bed air the green grass o' the purayra." "What! You're not going to sleep outside?" inquired the mustanger in some surprise, seeing that his guest, with the old blanket over his arm, was making for the door. "I ain't a goin' to do anything else." "Why, the night is freezing cold almost as chilly as the norther." "Durn that, it air better to stan' a leetle chillishness, than a feelin' o' suffercation; which last I would sartintly hev to go through if I sleep inside a house." "Surely you are jesting, Mr Stump?" "Young fellur," emphatically rejoined the hunter, without making direct reply to the question. "It air now nigh all o' 6 year since Zeb Stump hev stretched his old karkiss under a roof. I onst used to hev a sort o' a house in the hollow o' a sycamore tree, that wur on the Massissippi, when my ole 'oman wur alive; and I kep up a establishment to 'commerdate her, arter she went under. I moved into Loozeyanny, and then arterward kim out here. Since then the blue sky o' Texas hev been only kiver, eyther wakin' or sleepin'. If you prefer to lie outside " "I prefer it," laconically rejoined the hunter, at the same time stalking over the threshold, and gliding out upon the little lawn that lay between the cabin and the creek. His old blanket was not the only thing he carried along with him. Beside it, hanging over his arm, could be seen some 6 or 7 yards of a horsehair rope. It was a piece of cabriesto, usually employed for tethering horses. Though it was not for this purpose it was now to be used. Having carefully scrutinised the grass within a circumference of several feet in diameter, which a shining moon enabled him to do, he laid the rope with like care around the spot examined, shaping it into a sort of irregular ellipse. Stepping inside this, and wrapping the old blanket around him, he quietly let himself down into a recumbent position. In an instant after he appeared to be asleep. And he was asleep, as his strong breathing testified; for Zeb Stump, with hale constitution and a quiet conscience, had only to summon sleep, and it came. He was not permitted long to indulge his repose without interruption. A pair of wondering eyes had watched his every movement the eyes of Phelim O'Neal. "Mother av Moses!" muttered the Galwegian, "fwhat can be the manin' of the ould sharp swowndin' himself wid the rope?" The Irishman's curiosity for a while struggled with his courtesy, but at length overcame it; and just as the slumberer delivered his third snore, he stole towards him, shook him out of his sleep, and propounded a question based upon the one he had already put to himself. "Durn ye for an Irish donkey!" exclaimed Stump, in evident displeasure at being disturbed. "You made me think it wur mornin'. What do I put the rope round me for?" "What else would it be for, but to keep off the varmints?" "What varmints, Mr Stump?" "Snakes, div yez mane." "Snakes, in coorse. Durn ye, go to bed." Notwithstanding the sharp rebuke, Phelim returned to the cabin apparently in high glee. If there was anything in Texas, barrin' and above the Indians themselves, as he used to say, that kept him from slapin', it was them venomous sarpents. He hadn't had a good night's rest, iver since he'd been in the country for thinkin' of the ugly vipers or dreamin' about 'em. What a pity Saint Patrick hadn't paid Texas a visit before going to grace! Phelim in his remote residence, isolated as he had been from all intercourse, he had never before witnessed the trick of the cabrestio. He was not slow to avail himself of the knowledge thus acquired. Returning to the cabin, and creeping stealthily inside, as if not wishing to wake his master, already asleep, he was seen to take a cabrestio from his peg; and then going forth again, he carried the long rope around the stockade walls, paying it out as he proceeded. Having completed the circumvallation, he re-entered the hut. As he stepped over the threshold, muttering to himself, "Sowl, Phelim O'Nail, you slep sound for this night, spite of all the snakes in Texas." For some minutes after Phelim's soliloquy, a profound stillness reigned around the hut of the mustanger. There was like silence inside: for the countrymen of Saint Patrick, no longer apprehensive on the score of reptile intruders, had fallen asleep almost on the moment of his sinking down upon his spread horse skin. For a while it seemed as if everybody was in the enjoyment of perfect repose, Tara and the captive steeds included. The only sound heard was that made by Zeb Stump's mar, close by cropping the sweet grama grass. Presently, however, it might have been perceived that the old hunter was himself stirring, instead of lying still in the recumbent attitude to which he had consigned himself. He could be seen shifting from side to side, as if some feverish thought was keeping him awake. After repeating this movement some half score of times, he at length raised himself into a sitting posture, and looked discontentedly around. "Dod rot his ignorance and imperence, the Irish cuss!" were the words that came hissing through his teeth. "He's spoilt my night's rest. Durn him! 'Twould sarve him 'bout right to drag him out, and give him ducklin' in the creek. Dog gone if I don't feel 'clined torst doin' it; only I don't like to displeeze the other Irish, who air a somebody possible I don't git a wink o' sleep till mornin'." Having delivered himself of the peevish soliloquy, the hunter once more drew the blanket around his body, and returned to the horizontal position. Not to sleep, however, as was testified by the tossing and fidgeting that followed, terminated by his again raising himself into a sitting posture. A soliloquy, very similar to his former one, once more proceeded from his lips; this time the threat of ducking Phelim in the creek being expressed with a more emphatic accent of determination. He appeared to be wavering as to whether he should carry the design into execution, when an object coming under his eye gave a new turn to his thoughts. On the ground, not 20 feet from where he sat, a long thin body was seen gliding over the grass. Its serpent shape and smooth lubricated skin, reflecting the silvery light of the moon, rendered the reptile easy of identification. "Snake!" mutteringly exclaimed he, as his eye rested upon the reptilian form. "Wonder what sort of air it's slickerin' about here at this time o' the night. It air too large for a rattle, though thur air in some o' these parts most as big as it. But it air too clur o' the colour and thin about the belly for the old rattle tail. No, 'tain't one o' them. Ha! Now I recognize the varmint. It air a chicken, out on the search after eggs, I reckon. Durn the thing! It air comin' torst me, straight as it kin crawl." The tone in which the speaker delivered himself told that he was in no fear of the reptile. Even after discovering that it was making approach, he knew that the snake would not cross the cabriesto, but on touching it would turn away, as if the horsehair rope was a line of living fire. Secure within his magic circle, he could have looked tranquilly at the intruder, though it had been the most poisonous of prairie serpents. But it was not. On the contrary, it was one of the most innocent, harmless as the chicken, from which the species takes its trivial title, at the same time that it is one of the largest in the list of North American reptilia. The expression on Zeb's face, as he sat regarding it, was simply one of curiosity, and not very keen. To a hunter in the constant habit of couching himself upon the grass, there was nothing else in the sight either strange or terrifying. not even when the creature came close up to the cabriesto, and with head slightly elevated, rubbed his snout against the rope. After that there was less reason to be afraid: for the snake, on doing so, instantly turned around, and commenced retreating over the sward. For a second or two the hunter watched it moving away, without making any movement himself. He seemed undecided as to whether he should follow and destroy it, or leave it to go as it had come, unscathed. Had it been a rattlesnake, copperhead, or moccasin, he would have acted up to the curse delivered in the Garden of Eden, and planted the heel of his heavy alligator skin boot upon its head. But a harmless chicken snake did not come within the limits of Zeb Stump's antipathy, as was evidenced by some words muttered by him as it slowly receded from the spot. "Poor crawling critter! Let it go. It ain't no enemy o' mine, though it do suck a turkey's egg now and then, and in course scarcities the breed o' the birds. That only it's nater, and no reason why I shed be angry wi' it. But thar's a durned good reason why I should be wi' that Irish. The dog-gone stinkin' fool to ha' woke me as he did. I feel dod rotted like sarvin' him out. If I could only think o' some way as wouldn't diskermode the young fellur. Stay! By Geehosophat, I've got the idee the very thing. Sure as my name air Zeb Stump." On giving utterance to the last words, the hunter, whose countenance had suddenly assumed an expression of quizzical cheerfulness, sprang to his feet, and with bent body hastened in pursuit of the retreating reptile. A few strides brought him alongside of it, when he pounced upon it with all his 10 digits extended. In another moment its long glittering body was uplifted from the ground, and writhing in his grasp. "Now, Mister Phelim!" exclaimed he, as if apostrophising the servant, "if I don't gi' your Irish soul a scare, that'll keep you awake till morning. I don't know buzzart from turkey. Here goes to purvide wi' yer a bedfeller." On saying this he advanced towards the hut, and silently skulking under its shadow, released the serpent from his gripe, letting it fall within the circle of cabriesto, with which Phelim had so craftily surrounded his sleeping place. Then returning to his grassy couch, and once more pulling the old blanket over his shoulders, he muttered: "The varmint won't come out across the rope, that air sartin; an it ain't a goin' to leave a yurd o' the ground, 'ithout explorin' for a place to git clur. That's equally sartin. If it don't crawl over that Irish greenhorn 'ithin the hef o' the hour, then ole Zeb Stump air a greenhorn hisself. Hi! What's that? Dong goned of a tate on him already!" If the hunter had any further reflections to give tongue to, they could not have been heard: for at that moment there arose a confusion of noises that must have startled every living creature on the Alamo, and for miles up and down the stream. It was a human voice that had given the cue, or rather a human howl, such as could proceed only from the throat of a Galwegian. Phelim O'Neal was the originator of the infernal fracas. His voice, however, was soon drowned by a chorus of barkings, snortings, and neighings, that continued without interruption for a period of several minutes. "What is it?" demanded his master, as he leaped from the catre, and groped his way towards his terrified servitor. "What the devil has got into you, Phelim? Have you seen a ghost?" "Oh, master! By Jasus, worse than that. I've been murdered by a snake. It bit me all over the body. Bless Saint Patrick! I'm a poor lost sinner. I'll be sure to die. Bitten you say? Where?" asked Maurice, hastily striking a light and proceeding to examine the skin of his henchman, assisted by the old hunter, who had by this time arrived within the cabin. "I see no sign of bite," continued the mustanger, after having turned Phelim round and round, and closely scrutinised his epidermis. "Ne'er a scratch," laconically interpolated Stump. "Sowl! Then, if I'm not bit, so much the better. But it crawled all over me. I can feel it now, as cold as charity, on me skin." "Was there a snake at all?" demanded Maurice, inclined to doubt the statement of his follower. "You've been dreaming of one, Phelim nothing more." "Not a bit of a dream, master. It was a real sarpent. Be me sowl, I'm sure of it." "I reckon there's been snake," drily remarked the hunter. "Let's see if we can track it up. Curwis it air too. There's a hair rope all roun' the house. Wonder how the varmint could ha' crossed thet. Sure, thur it is." The hunter, as he spoke, pointed to a corner of the cabin, where the serpent was seen spirally coiled. "Only a chicken," he continued. "No more harm in it than a suckin' dove. It kedn't ha' bit ye, Master Phelim; but we'll put it past bitin' anyhow. Saying this, the hunter seized the snake in his hands, and raising it aloft brought it down upon the floor of the cabin with a thwank that almost deprived it of a powerful motion. "Through now, Mr. Phelim!" he exclaimed, giving it the finishing touch with the heel of his heavy boot. "You may go back to your bed again, and sleep without fear of being disturbed till the morning leastwise by snakes." Kicking the defunct reptile before him, Zeb Stump strode out of the hut, gleefully chuckling to himself, as for the third time he extended his colossal carcass along the sward. Chapter 7.
Chapter 8 of the Headless Horseman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Headless Horseman, A Strange Tale of Texas, by Mayne Reid. Chapter 8. The Crawl of the Alacran. The killing of the snake appeared to be the cue for a general return to quiescence. The howlings of the hounds ceased with those of the henchmen. The mustangs once more stood silent under the shadowy trees. Inside the cabin the only noise heard was an occasional shuffling, when Phelim, no longer feeling confidence in the protection of his cabriesto, turned restlessly on his horse skin. Outside also there was but one sound to disturb the stillness, though its intonation was in striking contrast with that heard within. It might have been likened to a cross between the grunt of an alligator and the croaking of a bullfrog, but proceeding as it did from the nostrils of Zeb Stump, it could only be the snore of the slumbering hunter. Its sonorous fullness proved him to be soundly asleep. He had been, almost from the moment of re-establishing himself within the circle of his cabriesto. The revanche obtained over his late disturber had acted as a settler to his nerves, and once more was he enjoying the relaxation of perfect repose. For nearly an hour did this contrasting duet continue, varied only by an occasional recitative in the hoot of the great horned owl, or a cantata penserosa in the lugubrious wail of the prairie wolf. At the end of this interval, however, the chorus recommenced, breaking out abruptly as before, and as before led by the vociferous voice of the Connemara man. "Me ly mudder!" cried he, his first exclamation not only startling the host of the hut, but the guests so soundly sleeping outside. "Holy Mother Virgin of unprotected innocence, save me! Save me!" "Save you from what?" demanded his master, once more springing from his couch and hastening to strike a light. "What is it, you confounded fellow?" "Another snake, your honor. Och, be my soul, a far wickeder serpent than the one Mr Stump killed. It bit me all over the breast. I feel the place burning where it crawled across me, just as if the horseshoer at Ballyballagh had scorched me with a red hot iron." "Durn you for a stinking skunk!" shouted Zeb Stump, with his blanket about his shoulder, quite filling the doorway. "Ye's twice spoiled my night's sleep, ye Irish fool!" "Excuse me, Mr Gerald. Thar are fools in all countries, I reckon, Mexican as well as Irish, but this here feller of yourn air the dumbest o' the kind ever I come acrost. Doggoned if I see how we're to get any sleep the night, lest we drownd him in the crick first." "Och, Mr Stump, dear, don't talk that way. I swear to yez both there's another snake. I'm sure it's in the cabin yet. It's only a minute since I feeled it creepin' over me." "You must have been dreaming," rejoined the hunter in a more complacent tone, and speaking half interrogatively. "I tell ye, no snake in Texas will cross a horsehair rope. That other one must have been inside the house afore ye laid the lariat round it. 'Tain't likely there kin have been two of 'em. We can soon settle that by searching." "Oh, murder! Look here!" cried the Galwegian. pulling off his shirt and laying bare his breast. "There's the reptile's track right acrost me ribs. Didn't I tell yez there was another snake? Oh, blessed mother, what will become of me? It feels like a strake of fire." "Snake!" exclaimed Stump, stepping up to the affrighted Irishman and holding the candle close to his skin. "Snake, indeed! By the tarnation earthquake, it ain't no snake. It are worse than that." "Worse than a snake?" shouted Phelim in dismay. "Worse, ye says, Mr Stump? Does ye mean that it's dangerous?" "Well, it might be and it mightn't. That'll depend on whether I can find somethin' 'bout here and find it soon. If I don't, then, Mr Phelim, I won't answer." "Oh, Mr Stump, don't say there's danger." "What is it?" demanded Maurice, as his eyes rested upon a reddish line running diagonally across the breast of his follower, and which looked as if traced by the point of a hot spindle. "What is it, anyhow?" he repeated with increasing anxiety, as he observed the serious look with which the hunter regarded the strange marking. "I never seen the like before. Is it something to be alarmed about?" "All of that, Mr Gerald," replied Stump, motioning Maurice outside the hut, and speaking to him in a whisper, so as not to be overheard by Phelim. "But what is it?" eagerly asked the mustanger. "It are the crawl of the poison centipede." "The poison centipede? Has it bitten him?" "No, I hardly think it has. But it don't need to. The crawl itself air enough to kill him." "Merciful Heaven! You don't mean that?" "I do, Mr Gerald. I've seen more'n one good fellow go under with that same sort of stripe across his skin. If there ain't somethin' done, and that soon, he'll first go into a ragin' fever, and then he'll go out of his senses just as if the bite of a mad dog had given him the hydropopy. It ain't no use frightening him howsomever till I see what I can do. There's a herb, or rather it are a plant as grows in these parts. If I can find it handy, there'll be no difficulty in curing him. But as that cussed lack would have it, the moon has sneaked out of sight, and I can only get the herb by groping. I know there are plenty up on the bluff, and if you go back inside and keep the fellow quiet, I'll see what can be done. I won't be gone but a minute." The whispered colloquy, and the fact of the speaker's having gone outside to carry it on, instead of tranquillizing the fears of Phelim, had by this time augmented them to an extreme degree, and just as the old hunter, bent upon his herborizing errand, disappeared in the darkness, he came rushing forth from the hut, howling more piteously than ever. It was some time before his master could get him tranquillized, and then only by assuring him, on a faith not very firm, that there was not the slightest danger. A few seconds after this had been accomplished, Zeb Stump reappeared in the doorway with a countenance that produced a pleasant change in the feelings of those inside. His confident air and attitude proclaimed, as plainly as words could have done, that he had discovered that of which he had gone in search, the herb. In his right hand he held a number of oval shaped objects of dark green colour, all of them bristling with sharp spines, set over the surface in equidistant clusters. Maurice recognized the leaves of a plant well known to him, the oregano cactus. "Don't be scaret, Mr Phelim," said the old hunter, in a consolatory tone, as he stepped across the threshold. "There's nothin' to fear now. I've got the blossom, and it'll draw the burning out of your blood quicker than a flame 'ud scorch a feather. Stop your yellin', man. You've roused every bird and beast, and creepin' thing too, I reckon, out of the slumbers for more than 20 miles up and down the creek. If you go on at that gist much longer, you'll bring the Comanches out of the mountains, and that would be worse mayhap than the crawl of this 100-legged critter. Mr Gerald, you get ready a bandage while I prepares the poultice." Drawing his knife from its sheath, The hunter first lopped off the spines, and then, removing the outside skin, he split the thick succulent leaves of the cactus into slices of about an eighth of an inch in thickness. These he spread contiguously upon a strip of clean cotton stuff already prepared by the mustanger, and then, with the ability of a hunter, laid the poultice, as he termed it, along the inflamed line, which he declared to have been made by the claws of the centipede, but which in reality were caused by the injection of venom from its poison-charged mandibles, 1,000 times inserted into the flesh of the sleeper. The application of the oregano was almost instantaneous in its effect. The acrid juice of the plant, producing a counterpoison, killed that which had been secreted by the animal, and the patient, relieved from further apprehension and soothed by the sweet confidence of security, stronger from reaction, soon fell off into a profound and restorative slumber. After searching for the centipede and failing to find it, for this hideous reptile, known in Mexico as the alacran, unlike the rattlesnake, has no fear of crossing a cabriesto, the improvised physician strolled silently out of the cabin, and once more committing himself to his grassy couch, slept undisturbed till the morning. At the earliest hour of daybreak all three were astir. Phelim, having recovered from his fright and his fever, having made their matutinal meal upon the debris of the roast turkey, they hastened to take their departure from the hut. The quondam stable boy of Ballyballagh, assisted by the Texan hunter, prepared the wild steeds for transport across the plains, by stringing them securely together, while Maurice looked after his own horse and the spotted mare. More especially did he expend his time upon the beautiful captive, carefully combing out her mane and tail, and removing from her glossy coat the stains that told of the severe chase she had cost him before her proud neck yielded to the constraint of his lasso. "Darn it, man!" exclaimed Zeb, as with some surprise he stood watching the movements of the mustanger. "You needn't ha' been so particular. Woodley Poindexter ain't the man as'll go back from a bargain. You'll get the $200, sure as my name air Zebulon Stump. And doggone my cats if that mare ain't worth every red cent of the money." Maurice heard the remark without making reply, but the half suppressed smile playing around his lips told that the Kentuckian had altogether misconstrued the motive for his assiduous grooming. In less than an hour after, the mustanger was on the march, mounted on his blood bay, and leading the spotted mare at the end of his lasso, while the captive cavallada, under the guidance of the Galwegian groom, went trooping at a brisk pace over the plain. Zeb Stump, astride his old mare, could only keep up by constant hammering with his heels, and Tara, picking his steps through the spinous mesquite grass, trotted listlessly in the rear. The hut, with its skin door closed against animal intruders, was left to take care of itself, its silent solitude for a time to be disturbed only by the hooting of the horned owl, the scream of the cougar, or the howl bark of the hungering coyote. End of chapter 8. Recording by Richard Kilmer, Rio Medina, Texas. Chapter 9 of the Headless Horseman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Headless Horseman, A Strange Tale of Texas, by Mayne Reid. Chapter 9. The Frontier Fort. The star-spangled banner suspended above Fort Inge, as it flouts forth from its tall staff, flings its fitful shadow over a scene of strange and original interest. It is a picture of pure frontier life, which perhaps only the pencil of the younger Vernet could truthfully portray, half military, half civilian, half savage, half civilized, modeled with figures of men whose complexions, costumes, and callings proclaim them appertaining to the extremes of both, and every possible gradation between. Even the mise en scene. The fort itself is of this miscellaneous character. The star-spangled banner waves not over bastions and battlements, it flings no shadow over casement or covered way, fosse, escarpment, or glacis, scarce anything that appertains to a fortress, a rude stockade, constructed out of trunks of algarroba, enclosing shed stabling for 200 horses. Outside this, a half a score of buildings of the plainest architectural style, some of them mere huts of wattle and daub, wacales, the biggest a barracks, behind it the hospital, the stores of the commissary and the quartermaster, on one side the guard-house, on the other, more pretentiously placed, the mess-room and officers' quarters, all plain in their appearance, plastered and whitewashed with the lime plentifully found on the Leona, all neat and clean, as becomes a cantonment of troops wearing the uniform of a great civilized nation. Such is Fort Inge. At a short distance off another group of houses meets the eye, nearly, if not quite, as imposing as the cluster above described, bearing the name of the fort. They are just outside the shadow of the flag, though under its protection, for to it are they indebted for their origin and existence. They are the germ of the village that universally springs up in the proximity of an American military post, in all probability, and at no very remote period, to become a town, perhaps a great city. At present their occupants are a sutler whose store contains knickknacks not classed among commissariat rations, a hotel keeper whose bar-room, with white sanded floor and shelves sparkling with prismatic glass, tempts the idler to step in, a brace of gamblers whose rival tables of faro and monte extract from the pockets of the soldiers most part of their pay, a score of dark-eyed senoritas of questionable reputation, a like number of hunters, teamsters, mustangers, and nondescripts, such as constitute in all countries the hangers-on a military cantonment, or the followers of a camp. The houses in the occupancy of this motley corporation have been sited with some design. Perhaps they are the property of a single speculator. They stand around a square, where instead of lamp-posts or statues may be seen the decaying trunk of a cypress, or the bushy form of a hackberry rising out of a tapis of trodden grass. The Leona, at this point a mere rivulet, glides past in the rear both of fort and village. To the front extends a level plain, green as verdure can make it, in the distance darkened by a bordering of woods, in which post oaks and pecans, live oaks and elms struggle for existence, with spinous plants of cactus and annona, with scores of creepers, climbers, and parasites almost unknown to the botanist. To the south and east along the banks of the stream you see scattered houses, the homesteads of plantations, some of them rude and of recent construction, with a few of more pretentious style, and evidently of older origin. One of these last particularly attracts the attention, a structure of superior size, with flat roof, surmounted by a crenellated parapet, whose white walls show conspicuously against the green background of forest with which it is half encircled. It is the hacienda of Casa de Corvo. Turning your eye northward, you behold a curious isolated eminence, a gigantic cone of rocks rising several hundred feet above the level of the plain, and beyond, in dim distance, a waving horizontal line indicating the outlines of the Guadalupe Mountains, the outstanding spurs of that elevated and almost untrodden plateau, the Llano Estacado. Look aloft. You behold a sky, half sapphire, half turquoise by day, showing no other spot than the orb of its golden god; by night studded with stars that appear clipped from clear steel, and a moon whose well-defined disk outshines the effulgence of silver. Look below at that hour when moon and stars have disappeared, and the land wind arrives from Matagorda Bay, laden with the fragrance of flowers, when it strikes the starry flag, unfolding it to the eye of the morn. Then look below, and behold the picture that should have been painted by the pencil of Vernet, too varied and vivid, too plentiful in shapes, costumes, and coloring, to be sketched by the pen. In the tableau you distinguish soldiers in uniform, the light blue of the United States infantry, the darker cloth of the dragoons, and the almost invisible green of the mounted riflemen. You will see but few in full uniform, only the officer of the day, the captain of the guard, and the guard itself. Their comrades off duty lounge about the barracks or within the stockade enclosure in red flannel shirts, slouch hats, and boots innocent of blacking. They mingle with men whose costumes make no pretense to a military character. Tall hunters in tunics of dressed deerskin, with leggings to correspond, herdsmen and mustangers, habited a la Mexican, Mexicans themselves in wide calzoneros, serapes on their shoulders, botas on their legs, huge spurs upon their heels, and glazed sombreros set jauntily on their crowns. They palaver with Indians on a friendly visit to the fort, for trade or treaty, whose tents stand at some distance, and from whose shoulders hang blankets of red and green and blue, giving them a picturesque, even classical appearance, in spite of the hideous paint with which they have bedaubed their skins, and the dirt that renders sticky their long black hair, lengthened by tresses taken from the tails of their horses. Picture to the eye of your imagination this jumble of mixed nationalities, in their varied costumes of race, condition, and calling. Jot in here and there a black-skinned scion of Ethiopia, the body servant of some officer, or the emissary of a planter from the adjacent settlements. Imagine them standing in gossiping groups, or stalking over the level plain, amidst some half-dozen halted wagons, a couple of 6-pounders upon their carriages with caissons close by, a square tent or two with its surmounting fly occupied by some eccentric officer who prefers sleeping under canvas, a stack of bayoneted rifles belonging to the soldiers on guard. Imagine all these component parts, and you will have before your mind's eye a truthful picture of a military fort upon the frontier of Texas, and the extreme selvage of civilization. About a week after the arrival of the Louisiana planter at his new home, 3 officers were seen standing upon the parade ground in front of Fort Inge, with their eyes turned toward the hacienda of Casa de Corvo. They were all young men, the oldest not over 30 years of age. His shoulder straps with a double bar proclaimed him a captain. The second, with a single crossbar, was a first lieutenant, while the youngest of the 2, with an empty chevron, was either a second lieutenant or brevet. They were off duty, engaged in conversation, their theme the new people in Casa del Corvo, by which was meant the Louisiana planter and his family. "A sort of housewarming it's to be," said the infantry captain, alluding to an invitation that had reached the fort, extending to all the commissioned officers of the garrison. "Dinner first and dancing afterwards. A regular field day, where I suppose we shall see paraded the aristocracy and beauty of the settlement." "Aristocracy?" laughingly rejoined the lieutenant of dragoons. "Not much of that here, I fancy, and of beauty still less." "You mistake, Hancock. They are both upon the banks of the Leona. Some good States families have strayed out this way." "We'll meet them at Poindexter's party, no doubt. On the question of aristocracy, the host himself, if you'll pardon a poor joke, is himself a host. He has enough of it to inoculate all the company that may be present. And as for beauty, I'll back his daughter against anything this side of the Sabine. The commissary's niece will be no longer belle about here." "Oh, indeed," drawled the lieutenant of rifles, in a tone that told of his being chafed by this representation. "Miss Poindexter must be deuced good looking, then." "She's all that, I tell you. If she's anything like what she was when I last saw her, which was at a Bayou Lafourche ball. There were half a dozen young Creoles there who came nigh crossing swords about her." "A coquette, I suppose," insinuated the rifleman. "Nothing of the kind, Crossman. Quite the contrary, I assure you. She's a girl of spirit, though, likely enough to snub any fellow who might try to be too familiar. She's not without some of the father's pride. It's a family trait of the Poindexters." "Just a girl I should cotton to," jocosely remarked the young dragoon. "And if she's as good looking as you say, Captain Sloman, I shall certainly go in for her. Unlike Crossman here, I'm clear of all entanglements of the heart. Thank the Lord for it." "Well, Mr. Hancock," rejoined the infantry officer, a gentleman of sober inclinings, "I'm not given to betting, but I'd lay a big wager you won't say that, after you have seen Louise Poindexter. That is, if you speak your mind." "Pshaw, Sloman, don't you be alarmed about me. I've been too often under the fire of bright eyes to have any fear of them." "None so bright as hers." "Deuce take it, you make a fellow fall in love with this lady without having set eyes upon her. She must be something extraordinary, incomparable." "She was both when I last saw her." "How long ago was that?" "The Lafourche ball? Let me see, about 18 months, just after we got back from Mexico. She was then coming out, as society styles it." "A new star in the firmament, to light and glory born." 18 months is a long time," sagely remarked Crossman. "A long time for an unmarried maiden, especially among Creoles, where they often get spliced at 12 instead of sweet 16. Her beauty may have lost some of its bloom." "I believe not a bit. I should have called to see, only I knew they were in the middle of their plenishing, and mightn't desire to be visited. But the major has been to Casa del Corvo, and brought back such a report about Miss Poindexter's beauty as almost got him into a scrape with the lady commanding the post." "Upon my soul, Captain Sloman," asseverated the lieutenant of dragoons, "you excited my curiosity to such a degree, I feel already half in love with Louise Poindexter." "Before you get altogether into it," rejoined the officer of infantry, in a serious tone, "let me recommend a little caution. There's a bete noire in the background." "A brother, I suppose. That is the individual usually so regarded." "There is a brother, but it is not he. A free, noble young fellow he is, the only Poindexter I ever knew not eaten up with pride. He's quite the reverse." "The aristocratic father, then? Surely he wouldn't object to a quartering with the Hancocks?" "I'm not so sure of that, seeing that the Hancocks are Yankees, and he's a chivalric Southerner. But it's not old Poindexter I mean." "Who, then, is the black beast? Or what is it, if not a human?" "It's a human, after a fashion. A male cousin. A queer card he is, by the name of Cassius Calhoun." "I think I've heard the name." "So have I," said the lieutenant of rifles. "So has almost everybody who had anything to do with the Mexican War, that is, who took part in Scott's campaign. He figured there extensively, and not very creditably either. He was captain in a volunteer regiment of Mississippians, for he hails from that state, but he was oftener met with at the monte table than in the quarters of his regiment. He had one or two affairs that gave him the reputation of a bully, but the notoriety was not of Mexican War origin. He had earned it before going there, and was well known among the desperadoes of New Orleans as a dangerous man. "What of all that?" asked the young dragoon, in a tone slightly savoring of defiance. "Who cares whether Mr. Cassius Calhoun be a dangerous man or a harmless one? Not I. He's only the girl's cousin, you say." "Something more, perhaps. I have reason to think he's her lover." "Accepted, do you suppose?" "That I can't tell. I only know, or suspect, that he's the favorite of the father. I have heard reasons why, given only in whispers, it is true, but too probable to be scouted. The old story, influence springing from mortgage money. Poindexter's not so rich as he has been, else we'd never have seen him out here." "If the lady be as attractive as you say, I suppose we'll have Captain Cassius out here also before long." "Before long? Is that all you know about it? He is here. Came along with the family, and is now residing with them. Some say he's a partner in the planting speculation. I saw him this very morning down in the hotel bar-room, liquoring up, and swaggering in his old way. A swarthy complexioned man of about 30, with dark hair and mustaches, wearing a blue cloth frock, half military cut, and a Colt's revolver strapped over his thigh." "Ay, and a bowie knife, if you had looked for it, under the breast of his coat. That's the man." "He's a rather formidable looking fellow," remarked the young rifleman. "If a bully, his looks don't belie him." "Damn his looks!" half angrily exclaimed the dragoon. "We don't hold commissions in Uncle Sam's army to be scared by looks, nor bullies either. If he comes any of his bullying over me, he'll find I'm as quick with the trigger as he." At that moment the bugle brayed out the call for morning parade, a ceremony observed at the little frontier fort as regularly as if a whole corps d'armee had been present, and the three officers, separating, betook themselves to their quarters to prepare their several companies for the inspection of the major in command of the cantonment. Chapter 9. Recording by Richard Kilmer, Rio Medina, Texas. Chapter 10 of the Headless Horseman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Headless Horseman, A Strange Tale of Texas, by Mayne Reid. Chapter 10. Casa del Corvo. The estate, or hacienda, known as Casa del Corvo, extended along the wooded bottom of the Leona River for more than a league, and twice that distance southwards across the contiguous prairie. The house itself, usually, though not correctly, styled the hacienda, stood within long cannon range of Fort Inge, from which its white walls were partially visible, the remaining portion being shadowed by tall forest trees that skirted the banks of the stream. Its site was peculiar, and no doubt chosen with a view to defence, for its foundation had been laid at a time when Indian assailants might be expected, as indeed they might be, and often are, at the present hour. There was a curve of the river closing upon itself, like the shoe of a racehorse, or the arc of a circle, 3 parts complete, the chord of which, or a parallelogram traced upon it, might be taken as the ground plan of the dwelling. Hence the name Casa del Corvo, the house of the curved river. The facade, or entrance side, fronted towards the prairie, the latter forming a noble lawn that extended to the edge of the horizon, in comparison with which an imperial park would have shrunk into the dimensions of a paddock. The architecture of Casa del Corvo, like that of other large country mansions in Mexico, was of a style that might be termed Morisco Mexican, being a single story in height, with a flat roof, azote, spouted and parapeted all around, having a courtyard inside the walls, termed patio, open to the sky, with a flagged floor, a fountain, and a stone stairway leading up to the roof. A grand entrance gateway, the zaguan, with a massive wooden door, thickly studded with bolt heads, and 2 or 3 windows on each side, defended by a grille of strong iron bars, called reja. These are the chief characteristics of a Mexican hacienda, and Casa del Corvo differed but little from the type almost universal throughout the vast territories of Spanish America. Such was the homestead that adorned the newly acquired estate of the Louisiana planter, that had become his property by purchase. As yet no change had taken place in the exterior of the dwelling, nor much in its interior, if we except the personnel of its occupants. A physiognomy, half Anglo-Saxon, half Franco-American, presented itself in courtyard and corridor, where formerly were seen only faces of pure Spanish type, and instead of the rich sonorous language of Andalusia, was now heard the harsher guttural of the semi-Teutonic tongue, occasionally diversified by the sweeter accentuation of Creolian French. Outside the walls of the mansion, in the village-like cluster of yucca-thatched huts which formerly gave housing to the peons and other dependents of the hacienda, the transformation was more striking. Where the tall thin vaquero, in broad-brimmed hat of black glaze and checkered serape, strode proudly over the sward, his spurs tinkling at every step, was now met the authoritative overseer in blue jersey or blanket coat, his whip cracking at every corner, where the red children of the Aztec and Anahuac, scantily clad in tanned sheepskin, could be seen with sad solemn aspect, lounging listlessly by their jacales, or trotting silently along, were now heard the black sons and daughters of Ethiopia, from morn till night, chattering in their gay gumbo, or with song and dance seemingly contradicting the idea that slavery is a heritage of unhappiness. Was it a change for the better upon the estate of Casa del Corvo? There was a time when the people of England would have answered no, with a unanimity and emphasis calculated to drown all disbelief in their sincerity. Alas for human weakness and hypocrisy! Our long-cherished sympathy with the slave proves to have been only a tissue of sheer dissembling, led by an oligarchy, not the true aristocracy of our country, for these are too noble to have yielded to such deep designings, but an oligarchy composed of conspiring plebes, who have smuggled themselves into the first places of power in all the 4 estates. Guided by these prurient conspirators against the people's rights, England has proved untrue to her creed so loudly proclaimed, truculent to the trust reposed in her by the universal acclaim of the nations. On a theme altogether different dwelt the thoughts of Louise Poindexter, as she flung herself into a chair in front of her dressing-glass, and directed her maid Florinda to prepare her for the reception of guests, expected soon to arrive at the hacienda. It was the day fixed for the house-warming, and about an hour before the time appointed for dinner to be on the table. This might have explained a certain restlessness observable in the air of the young Creole, especially observed by Florinda, but it did not. The maid had her own thoughts about the cause of her mistress's disquietude, as was proved by the conversation that ensued between them. Scarce could it be called a conversation. It was more as if the young lady were thinking aloud, with her attendant acting as an echo. During all her life the Creole had been accustomed to look upon her sable handmaid as a thing from whom it was not worth while concealing her thoughts, any more than she would from the chairs, the table, the sofa, or any other article of furniture in the apartment. There was but the difference of Florinda being a little more animated and companionable, and the advantage of her being able to give a vocal response to the observations addressed to her. For the first 10 minutes after entering the chamber, Florinda had sustained the brunt of the dialogue on indifferent topics, her mistress only interfering with an occasional ejaculation. "Oh, Miss Looey," pursued the negress, as her fingers fondly played among the lustrous tresses of her young mistress's hair, "how beautiful your hair am! Like the long Spanish moss that hang from the cypress tree, only that is of a different colour, and shine like the sugar house molasses." As already stated, Louise Poindexter was a Creole. After that, it is scarce necessary to say that her hair was of a dark colour, and, as the sable maid in rude speech had expressed it, luxuriant as Spanish moss. It was not black, but of a rich glowing brown, such as may be observed in the tinting of a tortoise shell, or the coat of a winter trapped sable. "Ah!" continued Florinda, spreading out an immense hank of the hair, that glistened like a chestnut against her dark palm, "if I had that lovely hair on my head instead of dis old curly wool, I'd fetch 'em all to my feet, every one of 'em." "What do you mean, girl?" inquired the young lady, as if just aroused from some dreamy reverie. "What's that you've been saying? Fetch them to your feet? Fetch whom?" "Na, now you know what dis child mean." "'Pon honour, I do not." "Make 'em love me. That is what I should have said." "But whom?" "All de white gen'l'men. De young planter, de officers of the fort, all of dem. With your hair, Miss Looey, I could them all make conquests." "Ha, ha!" laughed the young lady, amused at the idea of Florinda figuring under that magnificent chevelure. "You think with my hair upon your head you would be invincible among the men?" "No, missus, not your hair alone, but with your sweet face, your skin white as the alabaster, your tall figure, your grand look. Oh, Miss Looey, you am so splendidly beautiful. I hear them white gen'l'men say so. I no need hear 'em say it. I see that for myself." "You're learning to flatter, Florinda." "No, indeed. Never a word of flattery. Never a word, I swear it. By the apostles, I swear it." To one who looked upon her mistress, the earnest asseveration of the maid was not necessary to prove the sincerity of her speech, however hyperbolical it might appear. To say that Louise Poindexter was beautiful would only be to repeat the universal verdict of the society that surrounded her. A single glance was sufficient to satisfy any one upon this point, strangers as well as acquaintances. It was a kind of beauty that needed no discovering, and yet it is difficult to describe it. The pen cannot portray swell of face. Even the pencil could convey but faint idea of it. For no painter, however skilled, could represent upon cold canvas the glowing ethereal light that emanated from her eyes, and appeared to radiate over her countenance. Her features were purely classical, resembling those of female beauty chosen by Phidias and Praxiteles. And yet in all the Grecian Pantheon there is no face to which it could have been likened, for it was not the countenance of a goddess, but something more attractive to the eye of man, the face of a woman. A suspicion of sensuality, apparent in the voluptuous curving of the lower lip, still more pronounced in the prominent rounding beneath the cheeks, while depriving the countenance of its pure spiritualism, did not perhaps detract from its beauty. There are men who, in this departure from the divine type, would have perceived a superior charm, since in Louise Poindexter they would have seen not a divinity to be worshipped, but a woman to be loved. Her only reply, vouchsafed to Florinda's asseveration, was a laugh, careless though not incredulous. The young Creole did not need to be reminded of her beauty. She was not unconscious of it, as could be told by her taking more than one long look in the mirror before which her toilet was being made. The flattery of the negress scarce called up an emotion, certainly not more than she might have felt at the fawning of a pet spaniel, and she soon after surrendered herself to the reverie from which the speech had aroused her. Florinda was not silenced by observing her mistress's air of abstraction. The girl had evidently something on her mind, some mystery, of which she desired the eclaircissement, and was determined to have it. "Ah," she continued, as if talking to herself, "if Florinda had half de charm of young missus, she for nobody cares, she for nobody have to do deep sigh." "Sigh?" repeated her mistress suddenly, startled by the speech. "What do you mean by that?" "Pas du, Miss Looey. Florinda not so blind you think, nor so deaf neither. She see you long time sit in de same place. You never speak no word. You only have de sigh, de long, deep sigh. You never do dat in the old plantation in Louisiana." "Florinda, I fear you are taking leave of your senses, or have left them behind you in Louisiana. Perhaps there's something in the climate here that affects you. Is that so, girl?" "Pas du, Miss Looey. That question of yourself ask. You no be angry cause I speak so plain. Florinda your slave. She love you like a black sister. She no happy to hear you sigh. That's why she have to take de freedom. You no be angry with me?" "Certainly not. Why should I be angry with you, child? I am not. I didn't say I was. Only you are quite mistaken in your ideas. What you have seen or heard could only be a fancy of your own. As for sighing, heigh ho! I have something else to think of just now. I have to entertain about 100 guests, nearly all strangers too, among them the young planters and officers whom you would entangle if you had my hair. Ha! ha! I don't desire to enmesh them, not one of them. So twist it up as you like, without the semblance of a snare in it." "Oh, Miss Looey, you so speak?" inquired the negress with an air of evident interest. "You say none of them gentlemen care for you? Dem are two, three, berry, berry handsome. One planter dere be, and two of the officers, all young gentlemen. You know the three I mean. All of them have been 'tentive to you. You sure, missa, 'tain't one of them that make you sigh?" "Sigh again! Ha! ha! But come, Florinda, we're losing time. Recollect, I've got to be in the drawing room to receive 100 guests. I must have at least half an hour to compose myself into an attitude befitting such an extensive reception." "No fear, Miss Looey, no fear. You toilet making time, plenty of time. No much trouble you dress. Pas dieu, in any dress you look splendid. You be de belle if you dress like one of the field hands of the plantation." "What a flatterer you are grown, Florinda! I shall begin to suspect that you are after some favour. Do you wish me to intercede, and make up your quarrel with Pluto?" "No, missa. I befriend never more with Pluto. He show himself such a great coward when come that storm on de Black Prairie. And, Miss Looey, what we both do if that young gentleman with the red horse no come riding that way?" "If he had not, chère Florinda, it is highly probable that neither of us should now have been here." "Oh, missa, wasn't he a real fancy man, that ere? You see him beautiful face, you see him thick hair, just the colour of your own. only curled little bit like mine. Talk of the young planter, or dem officer at de fort. De brack folks say he no good for nothin' like dem. He only poor white trash. Who care for dat? He am some sort of man could dis child make sigh. Ah, the very, very sort." Up to this point the young Creole had preserved a certain tranquillity of countenance. She tried to continue it, but the effort failed her. Whether by accident or design, Florinda had touched the most sensitive chord in the spirit of her mistress. She would have been loath to confess it even to her slave, and it was a relief to her when loud voices heard in the courtyard gave a colourable excuse for terminating her toilet, along with the delicate dialogue upon which she might have been constrained to enter. End of chapter 10. Recording by Richard Kilmer, Rio Medina, Texas. Chapter 11 of the Headless Horseman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Headless Horseman, A Strange Tale of Texas, by Mayne, Reid. Chapter 11. An Unexpected Arrival. "Say, you darn-nationed nigger, where's your master?" "Master Poindexter, sir? De old master or de young one?" "Young one be darned. I mean Mr Poindexter. Who else should I? Where are he?" "Ho, ho, sir, dey am bofe at home, they is, but dey am bofe away from de house. De old master and de young Master Henry, they down in de ribber where the folks are making a new fence. Ho, ho, you find 'em dere." "Down the river? How far you reckon it?" "Ho, ho, sir, dis nigger reckon be 'bout 3 or 4 miles. Dat at de very least." "3 or 4 miles! He must be a durned-nation fool nigger. Mr Poindexter's plantation don't go dat far, and I reckon he ain't the man to be making a fence on somebody else's claim. Look here, what time are he expected home? You've got a straighter idea of that, I hope." "Dey both 'spected home pretty soon. De young master and de old master, and Master Calhoun too. Ho, ho, there's a going to be big doings 'bout this here shanty. You see that for yourself by de smell of de kitchen. Ho, ho, all sorts of grand feastings, de roast and de barbecue, de pot pies and de chicken fixins. Ho, ho, ain't that a going to be just like it was the old times on the coast of de Mississippi? Hooray for Mr Poindexter, he's de right sort. Ho, ho, stranger, why you not holla too? You no friend of de master?" "Durn you, nigger, don't you remember me? Now I look into your ugly mug, I recollects you." "God Almighty! 'Tain't Master Stump used to fetch de venison and de turkey to de old plantation? By Jumbo, it am too. Law, Mr Stump, dis nigger 'members you like it was day before yesterday. I'se heard you called the other day, but I war away from about de place. I'm de coachman now, drives de carriage that carries de lady of de establishment, de beautiful Miss Loo. Lor, massr, she berry fine girl. They do say she beat Florinday into fits. Nebber mind, Master Stump, you'd better wait till old master come home. He am a bound to be here in de shortest possible time." "Well, if that's so, I'll wait upon him," rejoined the hunter, leisurely lifting his leg over the saddle, in which up to this time he had retained his seat. "Now, old fellow," he added, passing the bridle into the hands of the negro, "you get this mare half a dozen ears of corn out of the crib. I've rid the critter better'n a score of miles like a streak of lightning, all to do your master a service." "Oh, Mr Zebulon Stump, is it you?" exclaimed a silvery voice, followed by the appearance of Louise Poindexter upon the verandah. "I thought it was," continued the young lady, coming up to the railings, "though I didn't expect to see you so soon. You said you were going upon a long journey. Well, I am pleased that you are here, and so will papa and Henry be. Pluto, go instantly to Chloe, the cook, and see what she can give you for Mr Stump's dinner. You have not dined, I know. You are dusty. You've been travelling? Here, Morinda, haste you to the sideboard and pour out some drink. Mr Stump will be thirsty, I'm sure, this hot day. What would you prefer? Port, sherry, claret? Ah, now I recollect. You used to be partial to Monongahela whiskey. I think there is some. Morinda, see if there be. Step into the veranda, dear Mr Stump, and take a seat. You were inquiring for papa? I expect him home every minute. I shall try to entertain you till he come." Had the young lady paused sooner in her speech, she would not have received an immediate reply. Even as it was, some seconds elapsed before Zeb made rejoinder. He stood gazing upon her, as if struck speechless by the sheer intensity of his admiration. "Lord a mercy, Miss Louisy!" he at length gasped forth. "I thought when I used to see you on the Mississippi you were the prettiest critter on the earth; but now I think you're the prettiest thing either on earth or in heaven. Jehoshaphat!" The old hunter's praise was scarce exaggerated. Fresh from the toilet, the gloss of her luxuriant hair untarnished by the notion of the atmosphere, her cheeks glowing with a carmine tint produced by the application of cold water, her fine figure gracefully draped in a robe of India muslin, white and semi-translucent. Certainly did Louise Poindexter appear as pretty as anything upon earth, if not in heaven. "Jehoshaphat!" again exclaimed the hunter, following up his complimentary speech. "I have in my time seed what I thought were some pretty critters of the female kind. My old woman herself wasn't so bad looking when I first came across her in Kentucky. That she wasn't. But I will say this, Miss Louise, if the prettiest bits of all of them were clipped out and then joined together again, they wouldn't make up a thousandth part of an angel such as you." "Oh, Mr Stump, Mr Stump! I am astonished to hear you talk in this manner. Texas has quite turned you into a courtier. If you go on so, I fear you will lose your character of plain speaking. After that, I'm sure you will stand in need of a very big drink. Haste, Morinda, I think you said you would prefer whiskey?" "If I didn't say it, I thunk it, and that's about the same. You're right, miss. I prefer the corn afore any of them foreign liquors. I stick to it whenever I can get it. Texas ain't made no alteration in me in the matter of liquorin'." "Master Stump, you have mix it with water?" inquired Florinda, coming forward with a tumbler about one half full of Monongahela. "No, girl. Durn your water! I've had enough of it since I started this mornin'. I ain't had a taste of liquor the whole day, near as much as the smell of it." "Dear Mr Stump, surely you can't drink it that way. Why, it will burn your throat. Have a little sugar or honey along with it." "Spoil it, miss. It air sweet enough without that sort o' doctorin', specially after you've looked into the glass. You'll see if I can't drink it. Here goes to try." The old hunter raised the tumbler to his chin, and after giving 3 gulps and a fraction of a fourth, returned it empty to the hands of Florinda. A loud smacking of the lips almost drowned the simultaneous exclamations of astonishment uttered by the young lady and her maid. "Burn my throat, you say? Never a bit. It has just oiled that ere juggler, and put it in order for a bit of palaver I wants to have with your father, about that ere spotted mustang." "Oh, true! I had forgotten. No, I hadn't either. But I did not suppose you had time to have news of it. Have you heard anything of the pretty creature?" "Pretty critter ye may well pronounce it. It's all of that. Besides, it's a maar." "A maar? What's that, Mr Stump? I don't understand." "A maar, I said. Surely you know what a maar is?" Mar? Mar? Why, no, not exactly. Is it a Mexican word? Mar in Spanish signifies the sea. Of course it are a Mexican mar. All mustangs are. They are all of 'em a breed as was once brought over from some European country by the first of them that settled in these here parts. Leastwise, I've heard so. Still, Mr Stump, I do not comprehend you. What makes this mustang a mar?" "What makes her a mar? 'Cause she ain't a horse. That's what makes it, Miss Poindexter." "Oh, now I think I comprehend. But did you say you have heard of the animal? I mean since you left us?" "Heard of her, seed her, and feeled her." "Indeed." "She's grouped." "Ah, caught! What capital news! I shall be so delighted to see the beautiful thing, and to ride it too. I haven't had a horse worth a piece of orange peel since I've been in Texas. Papa has promised to purchase this one for me at any price. But who's the lucky individual who accomplished the capture?" "You mean who grouped the maar?" "Yes, yes. Who?" "Why, of course it were a mustanger." "A mustanger?" "Yes, and such a one as there ain't another on all these prairies, either to ride a horse or to throw a lariat over one. You may talk about your Mexicans. I've never seen a Mexican can manage a horse doing like that young fellow. And there ain't a drop of that poison blood in his veins. He's as white as I am myself." "His name?" "Well, as to the name of his family, that I never heard. His Christian name is Maurice. He's known up about the fort as Maurice the mustanger." The old hunter was not sufficiently observant to take note of the tone of eager interest in which the question had been asked, nor the sudden deepening of colour upon the cheeks of the questioner as she heard the answer. Neither had escaped the observation of Florinda. "Law, Miss Looey!" exclaimed the latter, "sure that the name of the brave white gen'leman he dat saved us from being smothered on de brack prairie." "Geehosofat, yes," resumed the hunter, relieving the young lady from the necessity of making reply. "Now I think of it, he told me of that circumstance this very morning, afore we started. He is the same. That's the very fellur who's had trapped Spotty; and he's totin' the critter along at this identical minute, in company with about a dozen other of the same cavallard. He ought to be here afore sundown. I pushed my old maar ahead, so as to tell your father that Spotty was comin'. Let him get the first chance of buyin'. I know how's there's a bit of horse doin' don't get druv far into the settlements afore somebody snaps her up. I thought o' you, Miss Lewaze, and how you tuk on so when I told you about the critter. Well, make your mind easy. You shall have the first chance. Old Zeb Stump will be your bail for that." "Oh, Mr Stump, it is so kind of you! I am very grateful. You will now excuse me for a moment. Father will be back soon. We have a dinner party to day, and I have to prepare for receiving a great many people. Florinda, see that Mr Stump's luncheon is set out for him. Go, girl, go at once about it." "And Mr Stump," continued the young lady, drawing nearer to the hunter, and speaking in a more subdued tone of voice, "if the young gentleman should arrive while the other people are here, perhaps he don't know them, will you see that he is not neglected? There is wine yonder in the verandah, and other things. You know what I mean, dear Mr Stump?" "Durned if I do, Miss Lewaze, and that are not exactly. I can understand all that ere about the liquor and other fixin'. But who are the gentlemen you're speakin' of? That's the thing that bamboozles me." "Surely you know who I mean. The young gentleman the young man who you say is bringing in the horse." "Oh, ah, Maurice the mustanger. That's it, is it? Well, I reckon you're not 100 miles astray in calling him a gentleman, though it ain't often as a mustanger gets that entitlement, or deserves it either. He are one, every inch of him, gentleman by birth, breed, and raisin', though he are a horse hunter, and Irish at that." The eyes of Louise Poindexter sparkled with delight as she listened to opinions so perfectly in unison with her own. "I must tell ye, howsomever," continued the hunter, as some doubt had come across his mind, "it won't do to show that here young fellow any sort of second-hand hospitality. As they used to say on the Mississippi, ye are as proud as a Poindexter. Excuse me, Miss Louise, for letting the word slip. I didn't think of that I were talking to a Poindexter, not the proudest, but the prettiest of the name. Oh, Mr Stump, you can say what you please to me. You know that I could not be offended with you, you dear old giant." "He'd be meaner than a dwarf if he'd either say or do anything to offend you, miss." "Thanks, thanks. I know your honest heart. I know your devotion. Perhaps sometime, Mr Stump," she spoke hesitatingly, but apparently without any definite meaning, "I might stand in need of your friendship." "You won't need it long afore you get it. Then the old Zeb Stump can promise you, Miss Poindexter. He'd be stinkier than a skunk and a bigger coward than a coyote as wouldn't stand by you such while there was a bottle full of breath left inside of his body." "A thousand thanks, again and again. But what were you going to say? You spoke of second-hand hospitality?" "I did." "You meant?" "I meaned that it 'd be no use my inviting Maurice the mustanger either to eat or drink under this here roof. Unless your father do that, the young fellur go without tastin'. You understand, Miss Louise, he ain't one of the sort of poor whites as can be sent round to the kitchen." The young Creole stood for a second or two without making rejoinder. She appeared to be occupied with some abstruse calculation that engrossed the whole of her thought. "Never mind about it," she at length said, in a tone that told the calculation completed. "Never mind, Mr Stump. You need not invite him. Only let me know when he arrives, unless we be at dinner, and then of course he would not expect any one to appear. But if he should come at that time, you detain him, won't you?" "'Bout to do it, if you bid me." "You will, then; and let me know he is here. I shall ask him to eat." "If you do, miss, I reckon you'll spoil his appetite. The sight of you, to say nothing of listening to your melodious voice, 'ud cure a starving wolf of being hungry. When I came in here, I was peckish enough to swallow a raw buzzard. Now I don't care a darn about eating. I can go without chawing meat for a month." As this exaggerated chapter of euphemism was responded to by a peal of clear ringing laughter, the young lady pointed to the other side of the patio, where her maid was seen emerging from the cocina, carrying a light tray, followed by Pluto with one of broader dimensions, more heavily weighed. "You great giant!" was the reply, given in a tone of sham reproach. "I won't believe you have lost your appetite until you have eaten Jack. Yonder come Pluto and Morinda. They bring something that will prove more cheerful company than I, so I shall leave you to enjoy it. Good bye, Zeb, good bye, or as the natives here say, hasta luego." Gaily were these words spoken. Lightly did Louise Poindexter trip back across the covered corridor. Only after entering her chamber, and finding herself chez soi même, did she give way to a reflection of a more serious character, that found expression in words low murmured, but full of mystic meaning. "It is my destiny. I feel, I know that it is. I dare not meet, and yet I cannot shun it. I may not. I would not. I will not." Chapter 11. Recording by Richard Kilmer, Rio Medina, Texas. Chapter 12 of the Headless Horseman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Headless Horseman, A Strange Tale of Texas, by Mayne Reid. Chapter 12. Taming a Wild Mare. The pleasantest apartment in a Mexican house is that which has the roof for its floor and the sky for its ceiling, the azotea. In fine weather, ever fine in that sunny clime, it is preferred to the drawing-room, especially after dinner, when the sun begins to cast rose-colored rays upon the snow-clad summits of Orizaba, Popocatepec, Toluca, and the Twin Sisters, when the rich wines of Jerez and Madeira have warmed the imaginations of Andalusia's sons and daughters, descendants of the conquistadores, who mount up to their housetops to look upon a land of world-wide renown, rendered famous by the heroic achievements of their ancestors. Then does the Mexican caballero, clad in embroidered habiliments, exhibit his splendid exterior to the eyes of some senorita, at the same time puffing the smoke of his paper cigarrito against her cheeks. Then does the dark-eyed doncella favorably listen to soft whisperings, or perhaps only pretends to listen, while, with heart distraught and eye wandering away, she sends stealthy glances over the plain towards some distant hacienda, the home of him she truly loves. So enjoyable a fashion as that of spending the twilight hours upon the housetop could not fail to be followed by any one who chanced to be the occupant of a Mexican dwelling, and the family of the Louisiana planter had adopted it as a matter of course. On that same evening, after the dining-hall had been deserted, the roof, instead of the drawing-room, was chosen as the place for reassemblage, and as the sun descended toward the horizon, his slanting rays fell upon a throng as gay, as cheerful, and perhaps as resplendent as ever trod the azotea of Casa del Corvo. Moving about its tesselated tiles, standing in scattered groups, or lined along the parapet, with faces turned towards the plain, were women as fair and men as brave as had ever assembled on the same spot, even when its ancient owner used to distribute hospitality to the hidalgos of the land, the bluest blood in Coahuila and Texas. The company now collected to welcome the advent of Woodley Poindexter on his Texan estate, could also boast of this last distinction. There were the elite of the settlements, not only of the Leona, but of others more distant. There were guests from Gonzales, from Castroville, and even from San Antonio, old friends of the planter, who, like him, had sought a home in southwestern Texas, and who had ridden, some of them over 100 miles, to be present at this, his first grand reception. The planter had spared neither pains nor expense to give it éclat. What with the sprinkling of uniforms and epaulettes supplied by the fort, what with the brass band borrowed from the same convenient repository, what with the choice wines found in the cellars of Casa del Corvo, and which had formed part of the purchase, there could be little lacking to make Poindexter's party the most brilliant ever given upon the banks of the Leona. And to ensure this effect, his lovely daughter Louise, late Belle of Louisiana, the fame of whose beauty had been before her even in Texas, acted as mistress of the ceremonies, moving about among the admiring guests with the smile of a queen and the grace of a goddess. On that occasion she was the cynosure of 100 pairs of eyes, the happiness of a score of hearts, and perhaps the torture of as many more, for not all were blessed who beheld her beauty. Was she herself happy? The interrogatory may appear singular, almost absurd. Surrounded by friends, admirers, one at least, who adored her, a dozen whose incipient love could but end in adoration, young planters, lawyers, embryo statesmen, and some with reputation already achieved, sons of Mars in armor, or with armor late laid aside. How could she be otherwise than proudly, supremely happy? A stranger might have asked the question, one superficially acquainted with Creole character, more especially the character of the lady in question. But mingling in that splendid throng was a man who was no stranger to either, and who, perhaps, more than any one present, watched her every movement, and endeavored, more than any other, to interpret its meaning. Cassius Calhoun was the individual thus occupied. She went not hither, not thither, without his following her. Not close, like a shadow, but by stealth, flitting from place to place, upstairs and downstairs, standing in corners with an air of apparent abstraction, but all the while with eyes turned askant upon his cousin's face, like a plain-clothes policeman employed on detective duty. Strangely enough, he did not seem to pay much regard to her speeches, made in reply to the compliments showered upon her by several would-be winners of a smile. Not even when these were conspicuous and respectable, as in the case of young Hancock of the Dragoons. To all such he listened without visible emotion, as one listens to a conversation in no way affecting the affairs either of self or friends. It was only after ascending to the azotea, on observing his cousin near the parapet, with her eye turned interrogatively toward the plain, that his detective zeal became conspicuous, so much so as to attract the notice of others. More than once was it noticed by those standing near, for more than once was repeated the act which gave cause to it. At intervals not very wide apart, the young mistress of Casa del Corvo might have been seen to approach the parapet and look across the plain with a glance that seemed to interrogate the horizon of the sky. Why she did so no one could tell. No one presumed to conjecture, except Cassius Calhoun. He had thoughts upon the subject, thoughts that were torturing him. When a group of moving forms appeared upon the prairie, emerging from the garish light of the setting sun, when the spectators upon the azotea pronounced it a drove of horses in charge of some mounted men, the ex-officer of volunteers had a suspicion as to who was conducting that cavallada. Another appeared to feel an equal interest in its advent, though perhaps from a different motive. Long before the horse drove had attracted the observation of Poindexter's guests, his daughter had noted its approach. From time to time that a cloud of dust soared up against the horizon, so slight and filmy as to have escaped detection by any eye not bent expressly on discovering it. From that moment the young Creole, under the cover of conversation carried on amid a circle of fair companions, had been slyly scanning the dust cloud as it drew nearer, forming conjectures as to what was causing it, upon knowledge already, and as she supposed, exclusively her own. "Wild horses," announced the major commandant of Fort Inge, after a short inspection through his pocket telescope. "Some one bringing them in," he added a second time, raising the glass to his eye. "Oh, I see now. It's Maurice the mustanger, who occasionally helps our men to a remount. He appears to be coming this way. Direct to your place, Mr Poindexter." "If it be the young fellow you have named, that's not unlikely," replied the owner of Casa del Corvo. "I bargained with him to catch me a score or two, and maybe this is the first instalment he's bringing me." "Yes, I think it is," he added, after a look through the telescope. "I am sure of it," said the planter's son. "I can tell the horseman yonder to be Maurice Gerald." The planter's daughter could have done the same, though she made no display of her knowledge. She did not appear to be much interested in the matter, indeed rather indifferent. She had become aware of being watched by that evil eye constantly burning upon her. The cavallada came up. Maurice sitting handsomely on his horse, with the spotted mare at the end of his lasso. "What a beautiful creature!" exclaimed several voices, as the captured mustang was led up in front of the house, quivering with excitement at a scene so new to it. "It's worth a journey to the ground to look at such an animal," suggested the major's wife, a lady of enthusiastic inclinings. "I propose we all go down. What say you, Miss Poindexter?" "Oh, certainly," answered the mistress of the mansion, amidst a chorus of other voices crying out, "Let's go down! Let's go down!" Led by the majoress, the ladies filed down the stone stairway, the gentlemen after, and in a score of seconds the horse hunter, still seated in his saddle, became with his captive the centre of the distinguished circle. Henry Poindexter had hurried down before the rest, and already, in the frankest manner, bidden the stranger welcome. Between the latter and Louise only a slight salutation could be exchanged. Familiarity with a horse dealer, even supposing him to have had the honour of an introduction, would scarce have been tolerated by the society. Of the ladies, the major's wife alone addressed him in a familiar way, but that was in a tone that told of superior position coupled with condescension. He was more gratified by a glance, quick and silent, when his eye changed intelligence with that of the young Creole. Hers was not the only one that rested approvingly upon him. In truth, the mustanger looked splendid, despite his travel-stained habiliments. His journey of over 20 miles had done little to fatigue him. The prairie breeze had freshened the colour upon his cheeks, and his full round throat, naked to the breastbone, and slightly bronzed with the sun, contributed to the manliness of his mane. Even the dust clinging to his curled hair could not altogether conceal its natural gloss, nor the luxuriance of its growth; while a figure tersely knit told of strength and endurance beyond the ordinary endowment of man. There were stolen glances, endeavouring to catch his, sent by more than one of the fair circle. The pretty niece of the commissary smiled admiringly upon him. Some said the commissary's wife, but this could only be a slander, to be traced perhaps to the doctor's better half, the Lady Teazle of the cantonment. "Surely," said Poindexter, after making an examination of the captured mustang, "this must be the animal of which old Zeb Stump has been telling me." "It is that identical same," answered the individual so described, making his way towards Maurice, with the design of assisting him. "Yes, Mr Poindexter, the identical critter a maar, as ye kin all see for yourselves." "Yes, yes," hurriedly interposed the planter, not desiring any further elucidation. "The young fellur had grupped her afore I got thur, so I was just in the nick o' time 'bout it. She might a been took elsewhere, and that Miss Lewaze thur might a missed having her." "It is true indeed, Mr Stump. It was very thoughtful of you. I know not how I shall ever be able to reciprocate your kindness." "Reciprocate? Wal, I suppose that ere means to do something in return. You can do that, miss, without much difficulty. I'd ha' done nothing for you, 'cept to make a bit of journey across the prairie. To see your beautiful self mounted on that maar, with your plumed hat upon your head, and your long tailed petticoat streaking ahind you, you'd pay old Zeb Stump to go clear to the Rockies and back again." "Oh, Mr Stump, you are an incorrigible flatterer. Look around you. You will see many here more deserving of your compliments than I." "Well, wal," rejoined Zeb, casting a look of careless scrutiny towards the ladies, "I ain't goin' to deny that there are gobs of pretty critters here dog gone pretty critters; but as they used to say in old Louisiana, there are but one Louise Poindexter." A burst of laughter, in which only a few feminine voices bore part, was the reply to Zeb's gallant speech. "I shall owe you $200 for this," said the planter, addressing himself to Maurice, and pointing to the spotted mare. "I think that was the sum stipulated for by Mr Stump." "I was not party to the stipulation," replied the mustanger, with a significant but well intentioned smile. "I cannot take your money. She is not for sale." "Oh, indeed!" said the planter, drawing back with an air of proud disappointment, while his brother planters, as well as the officers of the fort, looked astonished at the refusal of such a munificent price. $200 for an untamed mustang, when the usual rate of price was from 10 to 20. The mustanger must be mad. He gave them no time to descant upon his sanity. "Mr Poindexter," he continued, speaking in the same good humoured strain, "you have given me such a generous price for my other captives, and before they were taken too, that I can afford to make a present what we over in Ireland call a luck penny. It is our custom there also, when a horse trade takes place at the house, to give the douceur, not to the purchaser himself, but to one of the fair members of his family. May I have your permission to introduce this Hibernian fashion into the settlements of Texas?" "Certainly, by all means," responded several voices, two or three of them unmistakably with an Irish accentuation. "Oh, certainly, Mr Gerald," replied the planter, his conservatism giving way to the popular will. "As you please about that." "Thanks, gentlemen, thanks," said the mustanger, with a patronising look towards men who believed themselves to be his masters. "This mustang is my luck penny; and if Miss Poindexter will condescend to accept it, I shall feel more than repaid for 3 days' chase which the creature has cost me. Had she been the most cruel of coquettes, she could scarce have been more difficult to subdue." "I accept your gift, sir, and with gratitude," responded the young Creole, for the first time prominently proclaiming herself, and stepping freely forth as she spoke. "But I have a fancy," she continued, pointing to the mustang. At the same time her eyes rested inquiringly upon the countenance of the mustanger, "a fancy that your captive is not yet tamed. She but trembles in fear of the unknown future. She may yet kick against the traces, if she finds the harness not to her liking; and then what am I to do? Poor I!" "True, Maurice," said the major, widely mistaken as to the meaning of the mysterious speech, and addressing the only man on the ground who could possibly have comprehended it. "Miss Poindexter speaks very sensibly. The mustang has not been tamed yet. Any one may see it. Come, my good fellow, give her the lesson." "Ladies and gentlemen," continued the major, turning towards the company, "this is something worth your seeing, those of you who have not witnessed the spectacle before. Come, Maurice, mount, and show us a specimen of prairie horsemanship. She looks as though she would put your skill to the test." "You are right, major, she does," replied the mustanger, with a quick glance, directed not towards the captive quadruped, but to the young Creole, who, with all her assumed courage, retired tremblingly behind the circle of spectators. "No matter, my man," pursued the major, in a tone intended for encouragement. "In spite of that devil sparkling in her eye, I'll lay 10 to 1 you take the conceit out of her. Try?" Without losing credit, the mustanger could not have declined acceding to the major's request. It was a challenge to skill, to equestrian prowess, a thing not lightly esteemed upon the prairies of Texas. He proclaimed his acceptance of it by leaping lightly out of his saddle, resigning his own steed to Zeb Stump, and exclusively giving his attention to the captive. The only preliminary called for was the clearing of the ground. This was effected in an instant, the greater part of the company, with all the ladies, returning to the azotea. With only a piece of raw hide rope looped around under the jaw, and carried headstall fashion behind the ears, with only one rein in hand, Maurice sprang to the back of the wild mare. It was the first time she had ever been mounted by man, the first insult of the kind offered to her. A shrill spiteful scream spoke plainly her appreciation of and determination to resent it. It proclaimed defiance of the attempt to degrade her to the condition of a slave. With equine instinct she reared upon her hind legs, for some seconds balancing her body in an erect position. Her rider, anticipating the trick, had thrown his arms around her neck, and, close clasping her throat, appeared part of herself. But for this she might have poised over upon her back, and crushed him beneath her. The uprearing of the hind quarters was the next trick of the mustang, sure of being tried, and most difficult for the rider to meet without being thrown. For the sheer conceit of his skill, he had declined saddle and stirrup that would now have stood him in stead, but with these he could not have claimed accomplishment of the boasted feat of the prairies, to tame the naked steed. He performed it without them. As the mare raised her hind quarters aloft, he turned quickly upon her back, threw his arms around the barrel of her body, and rested his toes upon the angular points of her foreshoulders, successfully resisted her efforts to unhorse him. Twice or three times was the endeavor repeated by the mustang, and as often foiled by the skill of the mustanger, and then, as if conscious that such efforts were idle, the enraged animal plunged no longer, but, springing away from the spot, entered upon a gallop that appeared to have no goal this side the ending of the earth. It must have come to an end somewhere, though not within sight of the spectators, who kept their places, waiting for the horse tamer's return. Conjectures that he might be killed, or at the least badly crippled, were freely ventured during his absence, and there was one who wished it so. But there was also one upon whom such an event would have produced a painful impression, almost as painful as if her own life depended upon his safe return. Why, Louise Poindexter, daughter of the proud Louisiana sugar planter, a belle, a beauty of more than provincial repute, who could, by simply saying yes, have had for a husband the richest and noblest in the land, why she should have fixed her fancy, even permitted her thoughts to stray, upon a poor horse hunter of Texas, was a mystery that even her own intellect, by no means a weak one, was unable to fathom. Perhaps she had not yet gone so far as to fix her fancy upon him. She did not think so herself. Had she thought so and reflected upon it, perhaps she would have recoiled from the contemplation of certain consequences that could not have failed to present themselves to her mind. She was but conscious of having conceived some strange interest in a strange individual, one who had presented himself in a fashion that favored fanciful reflections, one who differed essentially from the commonplace types introduced to her in the world of social distinctions. She was conscious, too, that this interest, originating in a word, a glance, a gesture, listened to or observed amid the ashes of a burnt prairie, instead of subsiding, had ever since been upon the increase. It was not diminished when Maurice the mustanger came riding back across the plain, with the wild mare between his legs, no more wild, no longer desiring to destroy him, but with lowered crest and mane submissive, acknowledging to all the world that she had found her master. Without acknowledging it to the world, or even to herself, the young Creole was inspired with a similar reflection. "Miss Poindexter," said the mustanger, gliding to the ground, and without making any acknowledgment of the plaudits that were showered upon him, "may I ask you to step up to her, throw this lasso over her neck, and lead her to the stable? By so doing, she will regard you as her tamer, and ever after submit to your will, if you but exhibit the sign that first deprived her of her liberty. A prude would have paltered with the proposal. A coquette would have declined it. A timid girl have shrunk back. Not so Louise Poindexter, a descendant of one of the Feliz a la cassette. Without a moment's hesitation, without the slightest show of prudery or fear, she stepped forth from the aristocratic circle as instructed, took hold of the horsehair rope, whisked it across the neck of the tamed mustang, and led the captive off towards the caballeriza of Casa del Corvo. As she did so, the mustanger's words were ringing in her ears, and echoing through her heart with a strange foreboding weird signification. She will regard you as her tamer, and ever after submit to your will, if you but exhibit the sign that first deprived her of her liberty. End of chapter 12. Recording by Richard Kilmer, Rio Medina, Texas. Chapter 13 of the Headless Horseman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Headless Horseman, A Strange Tale of Texas, by Mayne Reid. Chapter 13. A Prairie Picnic. The first rays from a rosy aurora saluting the flag of Fort Inge fell with a more subdued light upon an assemblage of objects occupying the parade ground below, in front of the officers' quarters. A small sumpter wagon stood in the centre of the group, having attached to it a double span of tight little Mexican mules, whose quick, impatient stomping, tails spitefully whisked, and ears at intervals turning awry, told that they had been for some time in harness, and were impatient to move off, warning the bystanders as well against too close approximation to their heels. Literally speaking, there were no bystanders, if we except a man of colossal size, in blanket coat and slouch felt hat, who, despite the obscure light straggling around his shoulders, could be identified as Zeb Stump, the hunter. He was not standing either, but seated astride his old mare, that showed less anxiety to be off than either the Mexican mules or her own master. The other forms around the vehicle were all in motion, quick, hurried, occasionally confused, hither and thither, from the wagon to the door of the quarters, and back again from the house to the vehicle. There were half a score of them, or thereabouts, varied in costume as in the colour of their skins. Most were soldiers in fatigue dress, though of different arms of the service. 2 would be taken to be mess cooks, and 2 or 3 more officers' servants who had been detailed from the ranks. A more legitimate specimen of this profession appeared in the person of a well-dressed darky, who moved about the ground in a very authoritative manner, deriving his importance from his office of valet de tout to the major in command of the cantonment. A sergeant, as shown by his 3-barred chevron, was in charge of the mixed party, directing their movements, the object of which was to load the wagon with edibles and drinkables, in short, the paraphernalia of a picnic. That it was intended to be upon a grand scale was testified by the amplitude and variety of the impedimenta. There were hampers and baskets of all shapes and sizes, including the well-known parallelepipedon, enclosing its 12 necks of shining silver lead, while the tin canisters, painted Spanish brown, along with the universal sardine case, proclaimed the presence of many luxuries not indigenous to Texas. However delicate and extensive the stock of provisions, there was one in the party of purveyors who did not appear to think it complete. The dissatisfied Lucullus was Zeb Stump. "Look at here, Sergeant," said he, addressing himself confidentially to the individual in charge. "I ain't seen neary a smell of corn inter the vehicle yet, and I reckon that out on the prairie there'll be some folks who'd prefer a little corn to any of the furrin French stuff. Champagne, ye call it, I believe." "Prefer corn to champagne? The horses, you mean?" "Horses be darned! I ain't talking about horse corn. I mean Monongahela." "Oh, I comprehend. You're right about that, Mr Stump. The whisky mustn't be forgotten. Pomp, I think I saw a jar inside that's intended to go." "Ya, Sergeant," responded the dark skinned domestic. "Dar are that wesicle. Hi it is," he added, lugging a large jar into the light, and swinging it up into the waggon. Old Zeb, appearing to think the packing now complete, showed signs of impatience to be off. "Are you ready, Sergeant?" he inquired, shifting restlessly in his stirrups. "Not quite, Mr Stump. The cook tells me the chickens want another turn upon the spit before we can take 'em along." "Durn the chickens and the cook too! Why are any dunghill fowl to compare with a wild turkey on the prairie? And how am I to shoot one, after the sun have climbed 10 miles up the sky? The major said I were to get him a gobbler, whatever should happen. 'Tain't so durnation easy to kill turkey gobbler after sun up, with a calamjamferry like this coming close upon a fellur's heels. You mustn't suppose, Sergeant, that there ere bird is as big a fool as the soldier of a fort. Of all the cunning critters as frequents these here prairies, the turkey are the cunningest; and to get half way round one, you must be up along with the sun, and perhaps a little earlier." "True, Mr Stump. I know the major wants a wild turkey. He told me so, and expects you to procure one on the way." "No doubt he do; and perhaps expect me likewise to purvide him with a buffalo tongue and hump, seeing as there ain't such an animal on the prairie of South Texas, nor ain't been for a good 20 years past, notwithstanding what European writers of books has said to the contrary, and especially French ones, as I've hearn. There ain't no burner about here. There's bar, and deer, and goats, and plenty of gobblers; but to have one of these critters of your dinner, you must have got up early enough for your breakfast. And 'less I have my own time, I won't promise to guide your party and get a gobbler both. So, Sergeant, if ye expect your grand company to chaw turkey meat this day, ye'll do well to be making tracks for the prairie." Stirred by the hunter's representations, the sergeant did all that was possible to hasten the departure of himself and his parti-coloured company; and shortly after, the provision train, with Zeb Stump as its guide, was wending its way across the extensive plain that lies between the Leona and the River of Nuts. The parade ground had been cleared of the waggon and its escort scarce 20 minutes, when a party of somewhat different appearance commenced assembling upon the same spot. There were ladies on horseback, attended, not by grooms, as at the meet in an English hunting field, but by the gentlemen who were to accompany them, their friends and acquaintances, fathers, brothers, lovers, and husbands. Most, if not all, who had figured at Poindexter's dinner party, were soon upon the ground. The planter himself was present, and also his son Henry, his nephew Cassius Calhoun, and his daughter Louise, the young lady mounted upon the spotted mustang that had figured so conspicuously on the occasion of the entertainment at Casa del Corvo. The affair was a reciprocal treat, a simple return of hospitality, the major and his officers being the hosts, the planter and his friends the invited guests. The entertainment about to be provided, if less pretentious in luxurious appointments, was equally appropriate to the time and place. The guests of the cantonment were to be gratified by witnessing a spectacle, grand as rare, a chase of wild steeds. The arena of the sport could only be upon the wild horse prairies, some 20 miles to the southward of Fort Inge. Hence the necessity for an early start, and being preceded by a vehicle laden with ample commissariat. Just as the sunbeams began to dance upon the crystal waters of the Leona, the excursionists were ready to take their departure from the parade ground, with an escort of 20 dragoons that had been ordered to ride in the rear. Like the party that preceded them, they too were provided with a guide, not an old backwoodsman in battered felt hat and faded blanket coat astride a scraggly roadster, but a horseman completely costumed and equipped, mounted upon a splendid steed, in every way worthy to be the chaperon of such a distinguished expedition. "Come, Maurice," cried the major, on seeing that all had assembled. "We're ready to be conducted to the game. Ladies and gentlemen, this young fellow is thoroughly acquainted with the haunts and habits of the wild horses. If there's a man in Texas who can show us how to hunt them, 'tis Maurice the mustanger." "Faith, you flatter me, major," rejoined the young Irishman, turning with a courteous air towards the company. "I have not said so much as that. I can only promise to show you where you may find them." "Modest fellow!" soliloquized one who trembled as she gave thought to what she more than half suspected to be an untruth. "Lead on, then," commanded the major; and at the word, the gay cavalcade, with the mustanger in the lead, commenced moving across the parade ground, while the star-spangled banner, unfurled by the morning breeze, fluttered upon its staff as if waving them an elegant adieu. A 20-mile ride upon the prairie turf is a mere bagatelle before breakfast, an airing. In Texas it is so regarded by man, woman, and horse. It was accomplished in less than 3 hours, without further inconvenience than that which arose from performing the last few miles of it with appetites uncomfortably keen. Fortunately the provision wagon passed upon the road, came close upon their heels, and long before the sun had attained the meridian line, the excursionists were in full picnic under the shade of a gigantic pecan tree that stood near the banks of the Nueces. No incident had occurred on the way worth recording. The mustanger, as guide, had ridden habitually in the advance, the company, with 1 or 2 exceptions, thinking of him only in his official capacity, unless when startled by some feat of horsemanship, such as leaping clear over a prairie stream or dry arroyo, which others were fain to ford or cross by the crooked path. There may have been a suspicion of bravado in this behaviour, a desire to exhibit. Cassius Calhoun told the company there was. Perhaps the ex-captain spoke the truth for once. If so, there was also some excuse. Have you ever been in a hunting field at home, with riding habits trailing the sward, and plumed hats proudly nodding around you? You have? And then what? Be cautious how you condemn the Texas mustanger. Reflect that he, too, was under the artillery of bright eyes. A score pair of them, some as bright as ever, looked love out of a lady's saddle. Think that Louise Poindexter's were among the number. Think of that, and you will scarce feel surprised at the ambition to shine. There were other equally demonstrative personal accomplishments of prowess that might prove manhood. The young dragoon Hancock frequently essayed to show that he was not new to the saddle, and the lieutenant of mounted rifles at intervals strayed from the side of the commissary's niece for the performance of some equestrian feat, without looking exclusively to her, his reputed sweetheart, as he listened to the whispering of applause. Ah, daughter of Poindexter, whether in the salon of civilized Louisiana or the prairies of savage Texas, peace could not reign in thy presence. Go where thou wilt, romantic thoughts must spring up, wild passions be engendered around thee. End of chapter 13. Recording by Richard Kilmer, Rio Medina, Texas.
Chapter 14 of the Headless Horseman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Headless Horseman, A Strange Tale of Texas by Mayne Reid. Chapter 14. The Manada. Had her guide held the prairies in complete control, its denizens subject to his secret will, responsible to time and place, he could not have conducted the excursionists to a spot more likely to furnish the sport that had summoned them forth. Just as the sparkling Johannisberger, obtained from the German wine stores of San Antonio, had imparted a brighter blue to the sky and a more vivid green to the grass, the cry "Mosteños" was heard above the hum of conversation, interrupting the half-spoken sentiment with the peal of merry laughter. It came from a Mexican vaquero who had been stationed as a vidette on an eminence near at hand. Maurice, at the moment partaking of the hospitality of his employers freely extended to him, suddenly quaffed off the cup, and springing to his saddle, cried out, "Cavallada?" "No," answered the Mexican, "Manada." "What do the fellows mean by their gibberish?" inquired Captain Calhoun. "Mosteños is only the Mexican for mustangs," replied the major, "and by manada he means they are wild mares, a drove of them. At this season they herd together, and keep apart from the horses, unless when—" "When what?" impatiently asked the ex-officer of volunteers, interrupting an explanation. "When they are attacked by asses," innocently answered the major. A general peal of laughter rendered doubtful the naivete of the major's response, imparting to it the suspicion of a personality not intended. For a moment Calhoun writhed under the awkward misconception of the auditory, but only for a moment. He was not a man to succumb to an unlucky accident of speech. On the contrary, he perceived the chance of a triumphant reply, and took advantage of it. "Indeed," he drawled out, without appearing to address himself to any one in particular, "I was not aware that mustangs were so dangerous in these parts." As Calhoun said this, he was not looking at Louise Poindexter, or he might have detected in her eye a glance to gratify him. The young Creole, despite an apparent coolness towards him, could not withhold admiration at anything that showed cleverness. His case might not be so hopeless? The young dragoon, Hancock, did not think it so, nor yet the lieutenant of rifles. Both observed the approving look, and both became imbued with the belief that Cassius Calhoun had, or might have, in his keeping, the happiness of his cousin. The conjecture gave a secret chagrin to both, but especially to the dragoon. There was but a short time for him to reflect upon it. The manada was drawing near. "To the saddle!" was the thought upon every mind, and the cry upon every tongue. The bit was rudely inserted between his teeth, still industriously grinding the yellow corn, the bridle drawn over shoulders yet smoking after the quick scurry of 20 miles through the close atmosphere of a tropical morn, and before 100 could have been deliberately counted, every one, ladies and gentlemen alike, was in the stirrup, ready to ply whip and spur. By this time the wild mares appeared coming over the crest of the ridge upon which the vidette had been stationed. He himself, a horse catcher by trade, was already mounted, and in their midst, endeavouring to fling his lazo over one of the herd. They were going at mad gallop, as if fleeing from a pursuer, some dreaded creature that was causing him to whigger and snort. With their eyes strained to the rear, they saw neither an sumpter waggon, nor the equestrians clustering around it, but were continuing onward to the spot, which chanced to lie directly in the line of their flight. "They are chased!" remarked Maurice, observing the excited action of the animals. "What is it, Crespino?" he cried out to the Mexican, who, from his position, must have seen any pursuer that might be after them. There was a momentary pause, as the party awaited the response. In the crowd were countenances that betrayed uneasiness, some even alarm. It might be Indians who were in pursuit of the mustangs. "Un asino cimarron," was the phrase that came from the mouth of the Mexican. though by no means terminating the suspense of the picnickers. "Un macho," he added. "Oh, that's it! I thought it was," muttered Maurice. "The rascal must be stopped, or he'll spoil our sport. So long as he's after them, they'll not make halt this side the sky line. Is the macho coming on?" "Close at hand, Don Mauricio, making straight for myself." "Fling your rope over him if you can. If not, cripple him with a shot. Anything to put an end to his capers." The character of the pursuer was still a mystery to most, if not all, upon the ground: for only the mustanger knew the exact signification of the phrases "un asino cimarron," "un macho." "Explain, Maurice," commanded the major. "Look yonder," replied the young Irishman, pointing to the top of the hill. The two words were sufficient. All eyes became directed towards the crest of the ridge, where an animal, usually regarded as the type of slowness and stupidity, was seen advancing with the swiftness of a bird upon the wing. But very different is the asino cimarron from the ass of civilization. The donkey be cudgelled into solidity. The one now in sight was a male, almost as large as any of the mustangs it was chasing, and if not fleet as the fleetest, still able to keep up with them by the sheer pertinacity of its pursuit. The tableau of nature, thus presented on the green surface of the prairie, was as promptly produced as it could have been upon the stage of a theatre, or the arena of a hippodrome. Scarce a score of words had passed among the spectators before the wild mares were close up to them; and then, as if for the first time perceiving the mounted party, they seemed to forget their dreaded pursuer, and shied off in a slanting direction. "Ladies and gentlemen!" shouted the guide to his source of people, endeavouring to restrain their steeds, "keep your places if you can. I know where the herd has its haunt. They are heading towards it now; and we shall find them again with the better chance of a chase. If you pursue them at this moment, they'll scatter into yonder chapparal, and 10 to 1 if we ever more get sight of them. Hola, Senor Crespino! Send your bullet through that brute. He's near enough for your escopete, is he not?" The Mexican, detaching a short gun escopeta from his saddle flap, and hastily bringing its butt to his shoulder, fired at the wild ass. The animal brayed on hearing the report, but only as if in defiance. He was evidently untouched. Crespino's bullet had not been truly aimed. "I must stop him!" exclaimed Maurice, "or the mares will run on till the end of daylight." As the mustanger spoke, he struck the spur sharply into the flanks of his horse. Like an arrow projected from its bow, Castro shot off in pursuit of the jackass, now galloping regardlessly past. Half a dozen springs of the blood bay, guided in a diagonal direction, brought his rider within casting distance; and like a flash of lightning the loop of the lazo was seen descending over the long ears. On launching it, the mustanger halted, and made a half wheel, the horse going round as upon a pivot, and with like mechanical obedience to the will of his rider, bracing himself for the expected pluck. There was a short interval of intense expectation as the wild ass, careering onward, took up the slack of the rope. The animal was seen to rise erect on its hind legs, and fall heavily backward upon the sward, where it lay motionless, and apparently as dead as if shot through the heart. It was only stunned, however, by the shock and the quick tightening of the loop, causing temporary strangulation, which the Mexican mustanger prolonged to eternity, by drawing his sharp-edged machete across its throat. The incident caused a postponement of the chase. All awaited the action of the guide, who, after throwing the macho, had dismounted to recover his lazo. He had succeeded in releasing the rope from the neck of the prostrate animal, when he was seen to coil it up with a quickness that betokened some new cause of excitement, at the same time that he ran to regain his saddle. Only a few of the others, most being fully occupied with their own excited steeds, observed this show of haste on the part of the mustanger. Those who did, saw it with surprise. He had counselled patience in the pursuit. They could perceive no cause for the eccentric change of tactics, unless it was that Luis Poindexter, mounted on the spotted mustang, had suddenly separated from the company, and was galloping off after the wild mares, as if resolved on being foremost of the field. But the hunter of wild horses had not construed her conduct in this sense. That uncourteous start could scarce be an intention. Except on the part of the spotted mustang, Maurice had recognised the manada as the same from which he had himself captured it, and no doubt with the design of rejoining its old associates. It was running away with its rider. So believed the guide, and the belief became instantly universal. Stirred by gallantry, half the field spurred off in pursuit, Calhoun, Hancock, and Crossman leading, with half a score of young planters, lawyers, and legislators close following, each as he rode off reflecting to himself what a bit of luck it would be to bring up the runaway. But few, if any, of the gentlemen felt actual alarm. All knew that Louise Poindexter was a splendid equestrian. A spacious plain lay before her, smooth as a race track. The mustang might gallop, till it tired itself down. It could not throw her. There could be little chance of her receiving any serious injury? There was one who did not entertain this confident view. It was he who had been the first to show anxiety, the mustanger himself. He was the last to leave the ground. Delayed in the rearrangement of his lazo, a moment more in remounting, he was 100 paces behind every competitor, as his horse sprang forward upon the pursuit. Calhoun was like a distance in the lead, pressing on with all the desperate energy of his nature, and all the speed he could extract from the heels of his horse. The dragoon and rifleman were little in his rear, and then came the ruck. Maurice soon passed through the thick of the field, overlapped the leaders one by one, and forging still further ahead, showed Cassius Calhoun the heels of his horse. A muttered curse was sent hissing through the teeth of the ex-offender of volunteers, as the blood bay, bounding past, concealed from his sight the receding form of the spotted mustang. The sun, looking down from the zenith, gave light to a singular tableau. A herd of wild mares, going at reckless speed across the prairie, one of their own kind, with a lady upon its back, following about 400 yards behind, at a like distance after the lady. A steed of red bay colour, best ridden by a cavalier picturesquely attired, and apparently intent upon overtaking her. Still further to the rear of a string of mounted men, some in civil, some in military garb. Behind these a troop of dragoons going at a full gallop, having just parted from a mixed group of ladies and gentlemen, also mounted, but motionless on the plain, or only stirring around the same spot with excited gesticulations. In 20 minutes the tableau was changed. The same personages were upon the stage, the grand tapis vert of the prairie, but the grouping was different, or, at all events, the groups were more widely apart. The manada had gained distance upon the spotted mustang, the mustang upon the blood bay, and the blood bay his high competitors were no longer in sight, or could only have been seen by the far piercing eye of the caracara, soaring high in the sapphire heavens. The wild mares, the mustang and its rider, the red horse and his, had the savannah to themselves. Chapter 14.
Chapter 15 of the Headless Horseman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rick Cornwall. The Headless Horseman. A Strange Tale of Texas by Mayne, Reid. Chapter 15. The Runaway Overtaken. For another mile the chase continued without much change. The mares still swept on in full flight, though no longer screaming or in fear. The mustang still uttered an occasional neigh, which its old associates seemed not to notice, while its rider held her seat in the saddle unshaken, and without any apparent alarm. The blood bay appeared more excited, though not so much as his master, who was beginning to show signs either of despondency or chagrin. "Come, Castro!" he exclaimed, with a certain spitefulness of tone. "What the deuce is the matter with your heels today of all others? Remember, you overtook her before, though not so easily, I admit. But now she's weighted. Look yonder, you dull brute, weighted with that which is worth more than gold, worth every drop of your blood and mine too. The yegua pinta seems to have improved her paces. It is from training, or does a horse run faster when ridden? What if I lose sight of her? In truth, it begins to look queer. It would be an awkward situation for the young lady. Worse than that, there's danger in it, real danger. If I should lose sight of her, she'd be in trouble to a certainty." Thus muttering, Maurice rode on, his eyes now fixed upon the form still flitting away before him, at intervals interrogating with uneasy glances the space that separated him from it. Up to this time he had not thought of hailing the rider of the runaway. His shouts might have been heard, but no words of warning or instruction. He had refrained partly on this account, partly because he was in momentary expectation of overtaking her, and partly because he knew that acts, not words, were wanted to bring the mustang to a stand. All along he had been flattering himself that he would soon be near enough to fling his lazo over the creature's neck, and control it at discretion. He was gradually becoming relieved of this hallucination. The chase now entered among copses that thickly studded the plain, fast closing into a continuous chapparal. This was a new source of uneasiness to the pursuer. The runaway might take to the thicket, or become lost to his view amid the windings of the wood. The wild mares were already invisible at intervals. They would soon be out of sight altogether. There seemed no chance of their old associate overtaking them. What mattered that? A lady lost on a prairie, or in a chapparal, alone, or in the midst of a manada, either contingency pointed to a certain danger. A still more startling peril suggested itself to the mind of the mustanger, so startling as to find expression in excited speech. "By heavens!" he ejaculated, his brow becoming more clouded than it had been from his first entering upon the chase. "If the stallions should chance this way, 'tis their favourite stamping ground among these mottos. They were here but a week ago, and this yes, 'tis the month of their madness." The spur of the mustanger again drew blood, till its rowels were red; and Castro, galloping at his utmost speed, glanced back upbraidingly over his shoulder. At this crisis the manada disappeared from the sight of both the blood bay and his master, and most probably at the same time from that of the spotted mustang and its rider. There was nothing mysterious in it. The mares had entered between the closing of two copses where the shrubbery hid them from view. The effect produced upon the runaway appeared to proceed from some magical influence. As if their disappearance was a signal for discontinuing the chase, it suddenly slackened pace, and the instant after came to a standstill. Maurice, continuing his gallop, came up with it in the middle of a meadow like glade, standing motionless as marble, its rider, reins in hand, sitting silent in the saddle, in an attitude of easy elegance, as if waiting for him to ride up. "Miss Poindexter," he gasped out, as he spurred his steed within speaking distance, "I'm glad that you have recovered command of that wild creature. I was beginning to be alarmed about " "About what, sir?" was the question that startled the mustanger. "Your safety, of course," he replied, somewhat stammeringly. "Oh, thank you, Mr Gerald; but I was not aware of having been in any danger. Was I really so?" "Any danger!" echoed the Irishman, with increased astonishment. "On the back of a runaway mustang, in the middle of a pathless prairie! And what of that? The thing couldn't throw me. I'm too clever in the saddle, sir." "I know it, madam; but that accomplishment would have availed you very little had you lost yourself, a thing you were like enough to have done among these chapparal copses, where the oldest Texan can scarce find his way." "Oh, lost myself! That was the danger to be dreaded?" "There are others besides. Suppose you had fallen in with " "Indians!" interrupted the lady, without waiting for the mustanger to finish his hypothetical speech. "And if I had, what would it have mattered? Are not the Comanches en paz at present? Surely they wouldn't have molested me, gallant fellows as they are? So the major told us, as we came along. 'Pon my word, sir, I would seek, rather than shun, such an encounter. I wish to see the noble savage on his native prairie, and on horseback; not, as I've hitherto beheld him, reeling around the settlements in a state of debasement, from too freely partaking of our fire water. I admire your courage, miss; but if I had the honour of being one of your friends, I should take the liberty of counselling a little caution. The noble savage you speak of is not always sober upon the prairies, and perhaps not so very gallant as you've been led to believe. If I had met him, and he had attempted to misbehave himself, I would have given him the go by, and ridden straight back to my friends. On such a swift creature as this, he must have been well mounted to have overtaken me. You found some difficulty, did you not?" The eyes of the young Irishman, already showing astonishment, became expanded to increased dimensions, surprise and incredulity being equally blended in their glance. "But," said he, after a speechless pause, "you don't mean to say that you could have controlled that mustang was not running away with you? Am I to understand " "No, no, no!" hastily rejoined the fair equestrian, showing some slight embarrassment. "The mare certainly made off with me that is, at the first; but I found, that is, at the last, I found I could easily pull her up. In fact, I did so. You saw it." "And could you have done it sooner?" A strange thought had suggested the interrogatory, and with more than ordinary interest the questioner awaited the reply. Perhaps I might. No doubt if I had dragged a little harder upon the rein. But you see, sir, I like a good gallop, especially upon a prairie, where there's no fear of running over pigs, poultry, or people." Maurice looked amazed. In all his experience, even in his own native land, famed for feminine bravery, above all in the way of bold riding, he had met no match for the clever equestrian before him. His astonishment, mixed with admiration, hindered him from making a ready rejoinder. "To speak truth," continued the young lady, with an air of charming simplicity, "I was not sorry at being run off with. One sometimes gets tired of too much talk, of the kind called complimentary. I wanted fresh air, and to be alone. So you see, Mr Gerald, it was rather a bit of good fortune, since it saved explanation and adieus." "You wanted to be alone?" responded the mustanger, with a disappointed look. "I'm sorry I should have made the mistake to have intruded upon you. I assure you, Miss Poindexter, I followed because I believed you to be in danger." "Most gallant of you, sir, and now that I know there was a danger, I am truly grateful. I presume I have guessed right. You meant the Indians?" "No, not Indians exactly. At least, it was not of them I was thinking." "Some other danger? What is it, sir? You will tell me, so that I may be more cautious for the future." Maurice did not make immediate answer. A sound striking upon his ear had caused him to turn away, as if inattentive to the interrogatory. The Creole, perceiving there was some cause for his abstraction, likewise assumed a listening attitude. She heard a shrill scream, succeeded by another, and another, close followed by a loud hammering of hoofs, the conjunction of sounds causing the still atmosphere to vibrate around her. It was no mystery to the hunter of horses. The words that came quick from his lips, though not designed, were a direct answer to the question she had put. "The wild stallions!" he exclaimed, in a tone that betokened alarm. "I knew they must be among these mottes, and they are." "Is that the danger of which you have been speaking?" "It is." "What fear of them? They are only mustangs." "True; and at other times there is no cause to fear them. But just now, at this season of the year, they become savage as tigers, and equally as vindictive. Ah! the wild steed in his rage is an enemy more to be dreaded than wolf, panther, or bear." "What are we to do?" inquired the young lady, now for the first time giving proof that she felt fear, by riding close up to the man who had once before rescued her from a situation of peril, and gazing anxiously in his face, as she waited the answer. "If they should charge upon us," answered Maurice, "there are but two ways of escape: one by ascending a tree, and abandoning our horses to their fury." "The other?" asked the Creole, with a sang froid that showed a presence of mind likely to stand the test of the most exciting crisis. "Anything but abandon our animals. 'Twould be but a shabby way of making our escape." "We shall not have an opportunity of trying it. I perceive it as impracticable. There's not a tree within sight large enough to afford us security. If attacked, we have no alternative but to trust to the fleetness of our horses. Unfortunately," continued he, with a glance of inspection towards the spotted mare, and then at his own horse, "they've had too much work this morning. Both are badly blown. That will be our greatest source of danger. The wild steeds are sure to be fresh." "Do you intend us to start now?" "Not yet. The longer we can breathe our animals, the better. The stallions may not come this way; or, if so, may not molest us. It will depend on their mood at the moment. If battling among themselves, we may look out for their attack. Then they have lost their reason, if I may so speak, and will recklessly rush upon one of their own kind, even with a man upon his back. Ha! 'tis as I expected. They are in conflict. I can tell by their cries, and driving this way too." "But, Mr Gerald, why should we not ride off at once in the opposite direction?" "'Twould be of no use. There's no cover to conceal us on that side nothing but open plain. They'll be out upon it before we could get a sufficient start, and would soon overtake us. The place we must make for the only safe one I can think of lies the other way. They are now upon the direct path to it, if I can judge by what I hear; and if we start too soon, we may ride into their teeth. We must wait, and try to steal away behind them. If we succeed in getting past, and can keep our distance for a 2-mile gallop, I know a spot where we shall be as safe as if inside the corrals of Casa del Corvo. You are sure you can control the mustang?" "Quite sure," was the prompt reply, all idea of deception being abandoned in presence of the threatening peril. Chapter 16 of the Headless Horseman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rick Cornwall. The Headless Horseman: A Strange Tale of Texas, by Mayne Reid. Chapter 16. Chased by Wild Stallions. The two sat expectant in their saddles. She apparently with more confidence than he, for she confided in him. Still but imperfectly comprehending it, she knew that there must be some great danger. When such a man showed sign of fear, it could not be otherwise. She had a secret happiness in thinking that a portion of this fear was for her own safety. "I think we may venture now," said her companion, after a short period spent in listening. "They appear to have passed the opening by which we must make our retreat. Look well to your riding, I entreat you. Keep a firm seat in the saddle, and a sure hold of the rein. Gallop by my side where the ground will admit of it, but in no case let more than a length of my horse's tail be between us. I must perforce go ahead to guide the way. Ha! They are coming direct for the glade. They are already close to its edge. Our time is up." The profound stillness that but a short while before pervaded the prairie no longer reigned over it. In its stead had risen a fracas that resembled the outpouring of some overcrowded asylum; for in the shrill neighing of the steeds might have been fancied the screams of maniacs, only 10 times more vociferous. They were mingled with a thunder like hammering of hoofs, a swishing and crashing of branches, savage snorts, accompanied by the sharp snapping of teeth, the dull thud of heels coming in contact with ribs and rounded hips, squealing that betokened spite or pain, all forming a combination of sounds that jarred harshly upon the ear, and caused the earth to quake, as if oscillating upon its orbit. It told of a terrible conflict carried on by the wild stallions, who, still unseen, were fighting indiscriminately among themselves, as they held their way among the mottes. Not much longer unseen. As Maurice gave the signal to start, the speckled crowd showed itself in an opening between two copses. In a moment more it filled the gangway like gap, and commenced disgorging into the glade, with the impetus of an avalanche. It was composed of living forms, the most beautiful known in nature, for in this man must give way to the horse. Not the unsexed horse of civilization, with hunched shoulders, bandied limbs, and bowed frontlet; scarce one in 1,000 of true equine shape; and this still further mutilated by the shears of the coper and gentleman jockey; the wild steed of the savannahs, foaled upon the green grass, his form left free to develop as the flowers that shed their fragrance around him. I never beheld a more splendid sight than a cavalcade of wild stallions prancing upon a prairie, especially at that season when, stirred by strong passions, they seek to destroy one another. The spectacle is more than splendid, it is fearful; too fearful to be enjoyed by man, much less by timid woman; still more when the spectator views it from an exposed position, liable to become the object of their attack. In such situation were the riders of the blood bay and spotted mustang. The former knew it by past experience; the latter could not fail to perceive it by the evidence before her. "This way!" cried Maurice, lancing his horse's flanks with the spur, and bending so as to oblique to the rear of the cavallada. "By heaven, they've discovered us! On, on, Miss Poindexter! Remember you are riding for your life!" The stimulus of speech was not needed. The behaviour of the stallions was of itself sufficient to show, that speed alone could save the spotted mustang and its rider. On coming out into the open ground and getting sight of the ridden horses, they had suddenly desisted from their internecine strife, and, as if acting under the orders of some skilled leader, come to a halt. In line too, like cavalry checked up in the middle of a charge. For a time their mutual hostility seemed to be laid aside, as if they felt called upon to attack a common enemy, or resist some common danger. The pause may have proceeded from surprise, but whether or no, it was favourable to the fugitives. During the 20 seconds it continued, the latter had made good use of their time, and accomplished the circuit required to put them on the path of safety. Only on the path, however. Their escape was still problematical, for the steeds, perceiving their intention, wheeled suddenly into the line of pursuit and went galloping after, with snorts and screams that betrayed a spiteful determination to overtake them. From that moment it became a straight, unchanging chase across country, a trial of speed between the horses without riders and the horses that were ridden. At intervals did Maurice carry his chin to his shoulder, and though still preserving the distance gained at the start, his look was not the least one of apprehension. Alone he would have laughed to scorn his pursuers. He knew that the blood bay, himself a prairie steed, could surpass any competitor of his race. But the mare was delaying him. She was galloping slower than he had ever seen her, as if unwilling, or not coveting escape, like a horse with his head turned away from home. "What can it mean?" muttered the mustanger, as he checked his pace to accommodate it to that of his companion. "If there should be any balk at the crossing, we're lost. A score of seconds will make the difference." "We keep our distance, don't we?" inquired his fellow fugitive, noticing his troubled look. "So far, yes. Unfortunately, there's an obstruction ahead. It remains to be seen how we shall get over it. I know you are a clever rider, and can take a long leap, but your mount? I'm not so sure of the mare. You know her better than I. Do you think she can carry you over?" "Over what, sir?" "You'll see in a second. We should be near the place now." The conversation thus carried on was between two individuals riding side by side, and going at a gallop of nearly a mile to the minute. As the guide had predicted, they soon came within sight of the obstruction, which proved to be an arroyo, a yawning fissure in the plain full 15 feet in width, as many in depth, and trending on each side to the verge of vision. To turn aside either to the right or left would be to give the pursuers the advantage of the diagonal, which the fugitives could no longer afford. The chasm must be crossed, or the stallions would overtake them. It could only be crossed by a leap, 15 feet at the least. Maurice knew that his own horse could go over it. He had done it before. But the mare? "Do you think she can do it?" he eagerly asked, as in slackened pace they approached the edge of the barranca. "I'm sure she can," was the confident reply. "But are you sure you can sit her over it?" "Ha, ha, ha!" scornfully laughed the Creole. "What a question for an Irishman to ask! I'm sure, sir, one of your own countrywomen would be offended at your speech. Even I, a native of swampy Louisiana, don't regard it as at all gallant." "Sit her over it! Sit her anywhere she can carry me." "But Miss Poindexter," stammered the guide, still doubting the powers of the spotted mustang. "Suppose she cannot? If you have any doubts, had you not better abandon her? I know that my horse can bear us both to the other side, and with safety. If the mustang be left behind, in all likelihood we shall escape further pursuit. The wild steeds " "Leave Luna behind? Leave her to be trampled to death, or torn to pieces, as you say she would? No, no, Mr Gerald. I prize the spotted mare too much for that. She goes with me over the chasm if we can. If not, we both break our necks at the bottom. Come, my pretty pet, this is he who chased, captured, and conquered you. Show him you're not so subdued but that you can escape, when close pressed, from the toils of either friend or enemy. Show him one of those leaps of which you've done a dozen within the week. Now for a flight in the air." Without even waiting for the stimulus of example, the courageous Creole rode recklessly at the arroyo, and cleared it by one of those leaps of which he had done a dozen within the week. There were three thoughts in the mind of the mustanger. Rather might they be called emotions, as he sat watching that leap. The first was simple astonishment; the second, intense admiration; the third was not so easily defined. It had its origin in the words, "I prize the spotted mare too much for that." Why, reflected he, as he drove his spur rowels into the flanks of the blood bay; and the reflection lasted as long as Castro was suspended in mid air over the yawning abysm. Clearly, as the chasm was crossed, it did not ensure the safety of the fugitives. It would be no obstruction to the steeds. Maurice knew it, and looked back with undiminished apprehension. Rather was it increased. The delay, short as it was, had given the pursuers an advantage. They were nearer than ever. They would not be likely to make a moment's pause, but clear the crevasse at the single bound of their sure-footed gallop. And then what then? The mustanger put the question to himself. He grew paler as the reply puzzled him. On alighting from the leap he had not paused for a second, but gone galloping on as before, close followed by his fugitive companion. His pace, however, was less impetuous. He seemed to ride with irresolution, as if some half-formed resolve was restraining him. When about a score lengths from the edge of the arroyo, he reined up and wheeled round, as if he had suddenly formed the determination to ride back. "Miss Poindexter," he called out to the young lady at that moment just up with him, "you must ride on alone." "But why, sir?" asked she, as she jerked the muzzle of the mustang closer up its counter, bringing it almost instantaneously to a stand. "If we keep together we shall be overtaken. I must do something to stay those savage brutes. Here there is a chance, nowhere else. For heaven's sake, don't question me. 10 seconds of lost time, and 'twill be too late. Look ahead yonder. You perceive the sheen of water. 'Tis a prairie pond. Ride straight towards it. You will find yourself between two high fences. They come together at the pond. You'll see a gap with bars. If I'm not up in time, gallop through, dismount, and put the bars up behind you." "And you, sir? You are going to undergo some great danger?" "Have no fear for me. Alone I shall run but little risk. 'Tis the mustang. For mercy's sake, gallop forward. Keep the water under your eyes. Let it guide you like a beacon fire. Remember to close the gap behind you. Away, away!" For a second or two the young lady appeared irresolute, as if reluctant to part company with a man who was making such efforts to ensure her safety, perhaps at the peril of his own. By good fortune she was not one of those timid maidens who turn frantic at a crisis, and drag to the bottom the swimmer who would save them. She had faith in the capability of her counsellor, believed that he knew what he was about, and once more spurring the mare into a gallop, she rode off in a direct line for the prairie pond. At that same instant Maurice had given the rein to his horse, and was riding in the opposite direction, back to the place where they had leaped the arroyo. On parting from his companion, he had drawn from his saddle holster the finest weapon ever wielded upon the prairies, either for attack or defence against Indian, buffalo, or bear. It was the 6-chambered revolver of Colonel Colt, not the spurious improvement of Dean, Adams, and a host of retrograde imitators, but the genuine article from the land of wooden nutmegs, with the Hartford brand upon its breech. "They must get over the narrow place where we crossed," muttered he, as he faced towards the stallions, still advancing on the other side of the arroyo. "If I can but fling one of them in his tracks, it may hinder the others from attempting the leap, or delay them long enough for the mustang to make its escape. The big sorrel is leading. He will make the spring first. The pistol's good for 100 paces. He's within range now." Simultaneously with the last words came the crack of the 6-shooter. The largest of the stallions, a sorrel in colour, rolled headlong upon the sward, his carcass falling transversely across the line that led to the leap. Half a dozen others, close following, were instantly brought to a stand, and then the whole cavallada. The mustanger stayed not to note their movements. Taking advantage of the confusion caused by the fall of their leader, he reserved the fire of the other 5 chambers, and wheeling to the west, spurred on after the spotted mustang, now far on its way toward the glistening pond. Whether dismayed by the fall of their chief, or whether it was that his dead body had hindered them from approaching the only place where the chasm could have been cleared at a leap, the stallions abandoned the pursuit, and Maurice had the prairie to himself as he swept on after his fellow fugitive. He overtook her beyond the convergence of the fences, on the shore of the pond. She had obeyed him in everything except as to the closing of the gap. He found it open, the bars lying scattered over the ground. He found her still seated in the saddle, relieved from all apprehension for his safety, and only trembling with a gratitude that longed to find expression in speech. The peril was past. End of chapter 16. Reading by Rick Cornwall. Chapter 17 of the Headless Horseman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rick Cornwall. The Headless Horseman, A Strange Tale of Texas, by Mayne Reid. Chapter 17. The Mustang Trap. No longer in dread of any danger, the young Creole looked interrogatively around her. There was a small lake, in Texan phraseology a pond, with countless horse tracks visible along its shores, proving that the place was frequented by wild horses, their excessive number showing it to be a favourite watering place. There was a high rail fence constructed so as to enclose the pond, and a portion of the contiguous prairie, with two diverging wings, carried far across the plain, forming a funnel-shaped approach to a gap, which, when its bars were up, completed an enclosure that no horse could either enter or escape from. "What is it for?" inquired the lady, indicating the construction of split rails. "A mustang trap," said Maurice. "A mustang trap?" "A contrivance for catching wild horses. They stray between the wings, which, as you perceive, are carried far out upon the plain. The water attracts them, or they are driven towards it by a band of mustangers who follow, and force them on through the gap. Once within the corral, there is no trouble in taking them. They are then lassoed at leisure." "Poor things! Is it yours? You are a mustanger. You told us so." "I am, but I do not hunt the wild horse in this way. I prefer being alone, and rarely consort with men of my calling. Therefore I could not make use of this contrivance, which requires at least a score of drivers. My weapon, if I may dignify it by the name, is the lasso." "You use it with great skill? I've heard that you do, besides having myself witnessed the proof." "It is complimentary of you to say so, but you're mistaken. There are men on these prairies to the manner born, Mexicans, who regard what you are pleased to call skill as sheer clumsiness." "Are you sure, Mr Gerald, that your modesty is not prompting you to overrate your rivals? I've been told the very opposite." "By whom?" "Your friend, Mr Zebulon Stump." "Ha, ha! Old Zeb is but indifferent authority on the subject of the lazo." "I wish I could throw the lazo," said the young Creole. "They tell me 'tis not a ladylike accomplishment. What matters, so long as it is innocent, and gives one a gratification?" "Not ladylike! Surely 'tis as much so as archery or skating. I know a lady who is very expert at it." "An American lady?" "No, she's Mexican, and lives on the Rio Grande, but sometimes comes across to the Leona, where she has relatives." "A young lady?" "Yes, about your own age, I should think, Miss Poindexter." "Size?" "Not so tall as you, but much prettier, of course. The Mexican ladies, I've heard, in the matter of good looks, far surpass us plain Americanos." "I think Creoles are not included in that category," was the reply, worthy of one whose lips had been in contact with the famed boulder of Blarney. "I wonder if I could ever learn to fling it?" pursued the young Creole, pretending not to have been affected by the complimentary remark. "Am I too old? I've been told that the Mexicans commence almost in childhood. That is why they attain to such wonderful skill." "Not at all," replied Maurice, encouragingly. "'Tis possible, with a year or two's practice, to become a proficient lassoer. I myself have only been at it 3 years, and " He paused, perceiving he was about to commit himself to a little boasting. "And you are now the most skilled in all Texas?" said his companion, supplying the presumed finale of his speech. "No, no!" laughingly rejoined he. "That is but a mistaken belief on the part of Zeb Stump, who judges my skill by comparison, making use of his own as a standard." "Is it modesty?" reflected the Creole, "or is this man mocking me? If I thought so, I should go mad." "Perhaps you're anxious to get back to your party," said Maurice, observing her abstracted air. "Your father may be alarmed by your long absence. Your brother your cousin?" "Ah, true!" she hurriedly rejoined, in a tone that betrayed either pique or compunction. "I was not thinking of that. Thanks, sir, for reminding me of my duty. Let us go back." Again in the saddle, she gathered up her reins, and plied her tiny spur, both acts being performed with an air of languid reluctance, as if she would have preferred lingering a little longer in the mustang trap. Once more upon the prairie, Maurice conducted his protege by the most direct route towards the spot where they had parted from the picnic party. Their backward way led them across a peculiar tract of country, what in Texas is called a weed prairie, an appellation bestowed by the early pioneers, who were not very choice in their titles. The Louisianian saw around her a vast garden of gay flowers, laid out in one grand parterre, whose borders were the blue circle of the horizon; a garden designed, planted, nurtured by the hand of nature. The most plebeian spirit cannot pass through such a scene without receiving an impression calculated to refine it. I've known the illiterate trapper, habitually blind to the beautiful, pause in the midst of his weed prairie, with the flowers rising breast high around him, gazing for a while upon their gaudy corollas waving beyond the verge of his vision, then continue his silent stride with a gentler feeling toward his fellow man, and a firmer faith in the grandeur of his God. "Pardieu, 'tis very beautiful!" exclaimed the enthusiastic Creole, reining up as if by an involuntary instinct. "You admire these wild scenes, Miss Poindexter?" "Admire them! Something more, sir. I see around me all that is bright and beautiful in nature: verdant turf, trees, flowers, all that we take such pains to plant or cultivate, and such too as we never succeed in equalling. There seems nothing wanting to make this picture complete. 'Tis a park perfect in everything." "Except the mansion?" "That would spoil it for me. Give me the landscape where there is not a house in sight, slate, chimney, or tile, to interfere with the outlines of the trees. Under their shadow could I live. Under their shadow let me—" The word "love," uppermost in her thoughts, was upon the tip of her tongue. She dexterously restrained herself from pronouncing it, changing it to one of very different signification: "die." It was cruel of the young Irishman not to tell her that she was speaking his own sentiments, repeating them to the very echo. To this was the prairie indebted for his presence. But for a kindred inclination, amounting almost to a passion, he might never have been known as Maurice the mustanger. The romantic sentiment is not satisfied with a sham. It will soon consume itself, unless supported by the consciousness of reality. The mustanger would have been humiliated by the thought, that he chased the wild horse as a mere pastime, a pretext to keep him upon the prairies. At first he might have condescended to make such an acknowledgment, but he had of late become thoroughly imbued with the pride of the professional hunter. His reply might have appeared chillingly prosaic. "I fear, miss, you would soon tire of such a rude life. No roof to shelter you, no society, no—" "And you, sir, how is it that you have not grown tired of it? If I have been correctly informed, your friend Mr Stump is my authority, you have been leading this life for several years. Is it so?" "Quite true. I have no other calling." "Indeed! I wish I could say the same. I envy you your lot. I am sure I could enjoy existence amid these beautiful scenes for ever and ever." "Alone? Without companions? Without even a roof to shelter you?" "I did not say that. But you've not told me. How do you live? Have you a house?" "It does not deserve such a high sounding appellation," laughingly replied the mustanger. "Shed would more correctly serve for the description of my jacale, which may be classed among the lowliest in the land." "Where is it? Anywhere near where we've been to day?" "It's not very far from where we are now. A mile, perhaps. You see those tree tops to the west? They shade my hovel from the sun, and shelter it from the storm." "Indeed! How I should like to have a look at it! A real rude hut, you say?" "In that I have but spoken the truth." "Standing solitary?" "I know of no other within 10 miles of it." "Among trees, and picturesque?" "That depends upon the eye that beholds it." "I should like to see it, and judge. Only a mile, you say?" "A mile there, the same to return, would be 2." "That's nothing. It would not take us a score of minutes." "Should we not be trespassing on the patience of your people?" "On your hospitality, perhaps? Excuse me, Mr Gerald," continued the young lady, a slight shadow suddenly overcasting her countenance. "I did not think of it. Perhaps you do not live alone? Some other shares your jacale, as you call it?" "Oh, yes, I have a companion. One who has been with me ever since I—" The shadow became sensibly darker. Before the mustanger could finish his speech, his listener had pictured to herself a certain image that might answer to the description of his companion: a girl of her own age, perhaps more inclining to embonpoint, with a skin of chestnut brown, eyes of almond shade, set piquantly oblique to the lines of the nose, teeth of more than pearly purity, a tinge of crimson upon the cheeks, hair like Castor's tail, beads and bangles around the neck, arms, and ankles, a short kirtle elaborately embroidered, moccasins covering small feet, and fringed leggings, laced upon limbs of large development. Such were the style and equipments of the supposed companion, who had suddenly become outlined in the imagination of Louise Poindexter. "Your fellow tenant of the Jacale might not like being intruded upon by visitors, more especially a stranger?" "On the contrary, he's but too glad to see visitors at any time, whether strangers or acquaintances. My foster brother is the last man to shun society, of which, poor fellow, he sees precious little on the Alamo." "Your foster brother?" "Yes. Phelim O'Neal by name. Like myself a native of the Emerald Isle, and shire of Galway, only perhaps speaking a little better brogue than mine." "Oh, the Irish brogue! I should so like to hear it spoken by a native of Galway. I am told that theirs is the richest. Is it so, Mr Gerald?" "Being a Galwegian myself, my judgment might not be reliable; but if you will condescend to accept Phelim's hospitality for half an hour, he will no doubt give you an opportunity of judging for yourself." "I should be delighted. 'Tis something so new. Let papa and the rest of them wait. There are plenty of ladies without me, or the gentlemen may amuse themselves by tracing up our tracks. 'Twill be as good a horse hunt as they are likely to have. Now, sir, I'm ready to accept your hospitality." "There's not much to offer you, I fear. Phelim has been several days by himself, and he's but an indifferent hunter. His larder is likely to be low. 'Tis fortunate you had finished luncheon before the stampede." It was not Phelim's larder that was leading Louise Poindexter out of her way, nor yet the desire to listen to his Connemara pronunciation. It was not curiosity to look at the jacale of the mustanger, but a feeling of a far more irresistible kind, to which she was yielding, as if she believed it to be her fate. She paid a visit to the lone hut on the Alamo. She entered under its roof; she scanned with seeming interest its singular penates, and noted with pleasing surprise the books, writing materials, and other chattels that betokened the refinement of its owner. She listened with apparent delight to the pathologue of the Connemara man, who called her a colleen bawn. She partook of Phelim's hospitality, condescendingly tasting of everything offered, except that which was most urgently pressed upon her, a drop of the Cather, drawn fresh from the demijohn, and finally made her departure from the spot, apparently in the highest spirits. Alas! her delight was short lived, lasting only so long as it was sustained by the excitement of the novel adventure. As she recrossed the flower prairie, she found time for making a variety of reflections, and there was one that chilled her to the very core of her heart. Was it the thought that she had been acting wrongly in keeping her father, her brother, and friends in suspense about her safety? Or had she become conscious of playing a part open to the suspicion of being unfeminine? Not either. The cloud that darkened her brow in the midst of that blossoming brightness was caused by a different and far more distressing reflection. During all that day, in the journey from the Fort, after overtaking her in the chase, in the pursuit while protecting her, lingering by her side on the shore of the lake, returning across the prairie under his own humble roof, in short, everywhere, her companion had only been polite, had only behaved as a gentleman. Chapter 17. Recording by Rick Cornwall. Chapter 18 of the Headless Horseman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rick Cornwall. The Headless Horseman: A Strange Tale of Texas, by Mayne Reid. Chapter 18. Jealousy upon the Trail. Of the 20 rescuers who had started in pursuit of the runaway, but few followed far. Having lost sight of the wild mares, the mustang and the mustanger, they began to lose sight of one another, and before long became dispersed upon the prairie, going single, in couples, or in groups of 3 and 4 together. Most of them, unused to tracking up a trail, soon strayed from that taken by the manada, branching off upon others, made perhaps by the same drove upon some previous stampede. The dragoon escort, in charge of a young officer, a fresh fledgling from West Point, ran astray upon one of these ramifications, carrying the hindmost of the field along with it. It was a rolling prairie through which the pursuit was conducted, here and there intersected by straggling belts of brushwood. These, with the inequalities of the surface, soon hid the various pursuing parties from one another; and in 20 minutes after the start, a bird looking from the heavens above might have beheld half a hundred horsemen, distributed into half a score of groups, apparently having started from a common centre, spurring at full speed towards every quarter of the compass. But one was coming in the right direction, a solitary individual, mounted upon a large, strong-limbed chestnut horse, that, without any claim to elegance of shape, was proving the possession both of speed and bottom. The blue frock coat of half military cut, and forage cap of corresponding colour, were distinctive articles of dress habitually worn by the ex-captain of volunteer cavalry, Cassius Calhoun. He it was who directed the chestnut on the true trail, while with whip and spur he was stimulating the animal to extraordinary efforts. He was himself stimulated by a thought, sharp as his own spurs, that caused him to concentrate all his energies upon the object in hand. Like a hungry hound, he was laying his head along the trail, in hopes of an issue that might reward him for his exertions. What that issue was he had but vaguely conceived; but an occasional glance towards his holsters, from which protruded the butts of a brace of pistols, told of some sinister design that was shaping itself in his soul. But for a circumstance that assisted him, he might, like the others, have gone astray. He had the advantage of them, however, in being guided by two shoe tracks he had seen before. One, the larger, he recollected with a painful distinctness. He had seen it stamped upon a charred surface, amid the ashes of a burnt prairie. Yielding to an undefined instinct, he had made note of it in his memory, and now remembered it. Thus directed, the ci devant captain arrived among the copses, and rode into the glade where the spotted mustang had been pulled up in such a mysterious manner. Hitherto his analysis had been easy enough. At this point it became conjecture. Among the hoof prints of the wild mares, the shoe tracks were still seen, but no longer going at a gallop. The two animals thus distinguished must have been halted, and standing in juxtaposition. Whither next? Along the trail of the manada there was no imprint of iron, nor elsewhere. The surface on all sides was hard, and strewn with pebbles. A horse going in rude gallop might have indented it, but not one passing over it at a tranquil pace. And thus had the spotted mustang and blood bay parted from that spot. They had gone at a walk for some score yards before starting on their final gallop toward the mustang trap. The impatient pursuer was puzzled. He rode around and round, and along the trail of the wild mares, and back again, without discovering the direction that had been taken by either of the ridden horses. He was beginning to feel something more than surprise, when the sight of a solitary horseman advancing along the trail interrupted his uncomfortable conjectures. It was no stranger who was drawing near. The colossal figure, clad in coarse habiliments, bearded to the buttons of his blanket coat, and bestriding the most contemptible looking steed that could have been found within 100 miles of the spot, was an old acquaintance. Cassius Calhoun knew Zebulon Stump, and Zeb Stump knew Cash Calhoun, long before either had set foot upon the prairies of Texas. "You hain't seen nothin' of the young lady, have ye, Mr Calhoun?" inquired the hunter, as he rode up, with an unusual impressiveness of manner. "No, ye hain't," he continued, as if deducing his inference from the blank looks of the other. "Dog gone my cats! I wonder what the hell hev become o' her. Curious, too! Such a rider as she air, ter let the durned goat o' the thing run away wi' her. Wal, thur's not much danger to be reprehended. The mowstanger air putty sartin to throw his rope around the critter, and that'll put an eend to its capers. Why hev ye stopped hyur?" "I'm puzzled about the direction they've taken. Their tracks show they've been halted here, but I can see the shod hoofs no further." "Whew whew! You're right, Mister Cassius. They hev been halted hyur, an been clost thegither too. They hain't gone no further on the trail o' the wild mares. Sartin they hain't. What then?" The speaker scanned the surface of the plain with an interrogative glance, as if there, and not from Cassius Calhoun, expecting an answer to his question. "I cannot see their tracks anywhere," replied the ex captain. "No, can't ye? I kin, though. Looky here. Don't you see them there bruises on the grass?" "No." "Durn it, they're plain as the nose on a Jew's face. Thur's a big shoe, and a little un close beside it. That's the way they've rud off, which show they ain't follered the wild mares no further than hyur. We'd better keep on arter them." "By all means." Without further parley, Zeb started along the new trail; which, though still undiscernible to the eye of the other, was to him as conspicuous as he had figuratively declared it. In a little while it became visible to his companion, on their arrival at the place where the fugitives had once more urged their horses into a gallop to escape from the cavallada, and where the shod tracks deeply indented the turf. Shortly after their trail was again lost, or would have been to a scrutiny less keen than that of Zeb Stump, among the hundreds of other hoof marks seen now upon the sward. "Hilloo!" exclaimed the old hunter, in some surprise at the new sign. "What's been a doin' hyur? This air summat curious." "Only the tracks of the wild mares," suggested Calhoun. "They appear to have made a circuit, and come round again." "If they hev, it's been arter the others rud past them. The chase must a changed sides, I reckon." "What do you mean, Mr Stump?" "That, instead of them gallopin' arter the mares hev been gallopin' arter them." "How can you tell that? Don't you see that the shod tracks air curved by them o' the mares?" "Mares! No, by the 'turnal airthquake. Them's not mare tracks. They're a inch bigger. They's been studs this way a whole cavayard o' them. Geehosophat! I hope they hain't " "Ain't what?" "Gone arter Spotty. If they hev, then there will be danger to Miss Poindexter. Come on!" Without waiting for a rejoinder, the hunter started off at a shambling trot, followed by Calhoun, who kept calling to him for an explanation of his ambiguous words. Zeb did not deign to offer any, excusing himself by a backward sweep of the hand, which seemed to say, "Do not bother me now. I am busy." For a time he appeared absorbed in taking up the trail of the shod horses not so easily done, as it was in places entirely obliterated by the thick trampling of the stallions. He succeeded in making it out by piecemeal, still going on at a trot. It was not till he had arrived within 100 yards of the arroyo that the serious shadow disappeared from his face; and, checking the pace of his mare, he vouchsafed the explanation once more demanded from him. "Oh, that was the danger," said Calhoun, on hearing the explanation. "How do you know they've escaped it?" "Look thur." "A dead horse, freshly killed, he appears. What does that prove?" "That the mowstanger has killed him." "It frightened the others off, you think, and they followed no further?" "They followed no further; but it wasn't exactly that as scared 'em off. There's the thing as kept them from follerin'. Ole Hickory, what a jump!" The speaker pointed to the arroyo, on the edge of which both riders had now arrived. "You don't suppose they leaped it?" said Calhoun. "Impossible! Leaped it clur as the crack of a rifle. Don't you see their toe marks both on this side and the other? And Miss Poindexter fust, too. By the jumpin' Geehosophat, what a girl she air, sure enough! They must both a jumped before the stallion wur shot, else they kedn't a got at it. Thur's no other place whar a hoss ked get over. Geeroozalem! Wasn't it cunning o' the mowstanger to throw the stud in his tracks, just in the very gap?" "You think that he and my cousin crossed here together?" "Not adzackly thegither," explained Zeb, without suspecting the motive of the interrogatory. "As I've said, Spotty went fust. You see the critter's tracks yonner on the other side?" "I do." "Well, don't ye see they air kivered with them o' the mowstanger's hoss?" "True true." "As for the stellyuns, they ain't got over neer a one o' them o' the whole cavayard. I kin see how it hez been. The young fellur pulled up on t'other side, and sent a bullet back inter this brute's karkidge. 'Twar jest like closin' the gap ahint 'em; an the pursooers, seein' it shet, give up the chase, and scampered off in a different direction. Thur's the way they hev gone up the side o' the gully." "They may have crossed at some other place, and continued the pursuit." "If they dud, they'd a been 10 mile to go afore they ked git back hyur 5 up and 5 back agin. Not a bit o' that, Mister Calhoun. 'Tu needn't be uneezy about Miss Lewaze bein' pursood by them any further. Arter the jump she's rud off along wi' the mowstanger, both of 'em as quiet as a couple of lambs. There weren't no danger then, and by this time they ought to be doggone well on torst rejoining the people that stayed by the provision wagon." "Come on!" cried Calhoun, exhibiting as much impatience as when he believed his cousin to be in serious peril. "Come on, Mr Stump! Let us go back as speedily as possible." "Not so fast, if you please," rejoined Zeb, permitting himself to slide leisurely out of his saddle, and then drawing his knife from his sheath. "I only want ye to have to wait for a matter of 10 minutes, or thereabout." "Wait! For what?" peevishly inquired Calhoun. "Till I can strip the hide off o' this here sorrel. It appear to be a skin o' the first quality, and ought to fetch a $5 bill in the settlements. $5 ain't picked up every day on this here purayras." "Damn the skin!" angrily ejaculated the impatient Southerner. "Come on, and leave it." "Ain't a goin' to do anything o' the sort," coolly responded the hunter, as he drew the sharp edge of his knife along the belly of the prostrate steed. "You can go on if you like, Mister Calhoun; but Zeb Stump don't start till he packs the hide o' this here stallion on the crupper o' his old mare. That he don't." "Come, Zeb, what's the use of talking about my going back by myself? You know I can't find my way." "That air like enough. I didn't say ye ked." "Look here, you obstinate old case! Time's precious to me just at this moment. It'll take you full half an hour to skin the horse." "Not 20 minutes." "Well, say 20 minutes. Now 20 minutes are of more importance to me than a $5 bill. You say that's the value of the skin? Leave it behind, and I agree to make good the amount." "Well, that air durned generous, I admit doggone generous. But I mustn't accept your offer. It'd be a mean trick o' me mean enough for a yeller bellied Mexican to take your money for such a service as that. The more so as I ain't no stranger to you, and myself a goin' on the same road. On t'other hand, I can't afford to lose the $5 worth o' hoss hide, which 'ud be rotten as punk to say nothin' of its being tored into shreds by the buzzarts and coyotes afore I mout find a chance to come this way agin. 'Tis very provoking. What am I to do?" "You air in a hurry." "Well, I'm sorry to discommemorate ye; but stay. There's no reason for you waitin' on me. There's nothin' to hinder you from finding your way back to the waggon. You see that tree standin' up against the skyline the tall poplar yonner?" "I do." "Well, do you remember ever to have seed it before? It air a queery lookin' plant, appearin' more like a church steeple than a tree." "Yes, yes," said Calhoun. "Now you've pointed it out, I do remember it. We rode close past it while in pursuit of the wild mares." "You dud that very thing. And now as ye know it, what air to hinder you from ridin' past it agin, and follerin' the trail of the mares back'ard? That 'ud bring ye to the startin' pint, whar, if I ain't out o' my reckoning, you'll find your cousin, Miss Poindexter, and the hull o' her party enjoyin' themselves with that ere French stuff they call shampang. I hope they'll stick to it, and spare the Monongahela, of which liquor I shed like to have a trifling suck arter I get back myself." Calhoun had not waited for the wind up of this characteristic speech. On the instant after recognising the tree, he had struck the spurs into the side of his chestnut, and gone off at a gallop, leaving old Zeb at liberty to secure the coveted skin. "Geeroozalem!" ejaculated the hunter, glancing up, and noticing the quick, unceremonious departure. "It don't take much o' headpiece to tell why he air in such a durned hurry. I ain't myself much guv torst guessin'; but if I ain't doggonedly mistaken, it air a clur case o' jealousy on the trail." Zeb Stump was not astray in his conjecture. It was jealousy that urged Cassius Calhoun to take that hasty departure black jealousy, that had first assumed shape in a kindred spot, in the midst of a charred prairie; that had been every day growing stronger from circumstances observed, and others imagined; that was now intensified so as to become his prevailing passion. The presentation and taming of the spotted mustang; the acceptance of that gift, characteristic of the giver, and gratifying to the receiver, who had made no effort to conceal her gratification; these, and other circumstances acting upon the already excited fancy of Cassius Calhoun, had conducted him to the belief, that in Maurice the mustanger he would find his most powerful rival. The inferior social position of the horse hunter should have hindered him from having such belief, or even a suspicion. Perhaps it might have done so, had he been less intimately acquainted with the character of Louise Poindexter. But knowing her as he did, associating with her from the hour of childhood, thoroughly understanding her independence of spirit, the bravery of her disposition, bordering upon very recklessness, he could place no reliance on the mere idea of gentility. With most women they may be depended upon as a barrier, if not to mesalliance, at least to absolute imprudence. But in the impure mind of Cassius Calhoun, while contemplating the probable conduct of his cousin, there was not even this feeble support to lean upon. Chafing at the occurrences of the day, to him crookedly inauspicious, he hurried back towards the spot where the picnic had been held. The steeple-like tree guided him back to the trail of the manada, and beyond that there was no danger of straying. He had only to return along the path already trodden by him. He rode at a rapid pace, faster than was relished by his now tired steed, stimulated by bitter thoughts which for more than an hour were his sole companions, their bitterness more keenly felt in the tranquil solitude that surrounded him. He was but little consoled by a sight that promised other companionship, that of two persons on horseback, riding in advance, and going in the same direction as himself upon the same path. Though he saw but their backs, and at a long distance ahead, there was no mistaking the identity of either. They were the two individuals that had brought that bitterness upon his spirit. Like himself, they were returning upon the trail of the wild mares, which when first seen they had just struck, arriving upon it from a lateral path. Side by side, their saddles almost chafing against each other, to all appearance absorbed in a conversation of intense interest to both, they saw not the solitary horseman approaching them in a diagonal direction. Apparently less anxious than he to rejoin the party of picnickers, they were advancing at a slow pace, the lady a little inclining to the rear. Their proximity to one another, their attitudes in the saddle, their obvious inattention to outward objects, the snail-like pace at which they were proceeding, these, along with one or two other slighter circumstances observed by Calhoun, combined to make an impression on his mind, or rather to strengthen one already made, that almost drove him mad. To gallop rapidly up, and rudely terminate the tete-a-tete, was but the natural instinct of the chivalric Southerner. In obedience to it he spitefully plied the spur, and once more forced his jaded chestnut into an unwilling canter. In a few seconds, however, he slackened pace, as if changing his determination. The sound of his horse's hoofs had not yet warned the others of his proximity, though he was now less than 200 yards behind them. He could hear the silvery tones of his cousin's voice bearing the better part of the conversation. How interesting it must be to both to have hindered them from perceiving his approach! If he could but overhear what they were saying! It seemed a most unpropitious place for playing eavesdropper, and yet there might be a chance? The seeming interest of the dialogue to the individuals engaged in it gave promise of such opportunity. The turf of the savannah was soft as velvet. The hoof gliding slowly over it gave forth not the slightest sound. Calhoun was still too impatient to confine himself to a walk, but his chestnut was accustomed to that gait, peculiar to the horse of the southwestern states, the pace, and into this was he pressed. With hoofs horizontally striking the sward, elevated scarce an inch above the ground, he advanced swiftly and noiselessly; so quick withal that in a few seconds he was close upon the heels of the spotted mustang and the red steed of the mustanger. He was then checked to a pace corresponding to theirs, while his rider, leaning forward, listened with an eagerness that evinced some terrible determination. His attitude proclaimed him in the vein for vituperation of the rudest kind, ready with ribald tongue, or, if need be, with knife and pistol. His behaviour depended on a contingency, on what might be overheard. As chance or fate willed it, there was nothing. If the two equestrians were insensible to external sounds, their steeds were not so absorbed. In a walk the chestnut stepped heavily, the more so from being fatigued. His footfall proclaimed his proximity to the sharp ears both of the blood bay and spotted mustang, that simultaneously flung up their heads, neighing as they did so. Calhoun was discovered. "Ha! Cousin Cash!" cried the lady, betraying more of pique than surprise. You there? Where's father, and Harry, and the rest of the people?" "Why do you ask that, Lou? I reckon you knew as well as I." "What! Haven't you come out to meet us? And they too? Ah, your chestnut is all in a sweat. He looks as if you'd been riding a long race, like ourselves?" "Of course he has. I followed you from the first, in hopes of being of some service to you." "Indeed! I did not know that you were after us. Thank you, cousin. I've just been saying thanks to this gallant gentleman, who also came after, and has been good enough to rescue both Luna and myself from a very unpleasant dilemma. A dreadful danger, I would rather call it. Do you know that we've been chased by a drove of wild steeds, and had actually to ride for our lives?" "I'm aware of it." "You saw the chase, then?" "No, I only knew it by the tracks." "The tracks! And were you able to tell by that?" "Yes, thanks to the interpretation of Zeb Stump." "Oh, was he with you? But did you follow them to how far did you follow them?" "To a crevasse in the prairie. You leaped over it, Zeb said. Did you?" "Luna did." "With you on her back?" "I wasn't anywhere else." "What a question, cousin Cash! Where would you expect me to have been? Clinging to her tail? Ha, ha, ha!" "Did you leap it?" inquired the laugher, suddenly changing tone. "Did you follow us any farther?" "No, Lou. From the crevasse I came direct here, thinking you had got back before me. That's how I've chanced to come up with you." The answer appeared to give satisfaction. "Ah! I'm glad you've overtaken us. We've been riding slowly. Luna is so tired. Poor thing! I don't know how I shall ever get her back to the Leona." Since the moment of being joined by Calhoun, the mustanger had not spoken a word. However pleasant may have been his previous intercourse with the young Creole, he had relinquished it, without any apparent reluctance, and was now riding silently in the advance, as if by tacit understanding he had returned to the performance of the part for which he had been originally engaged. For all that, the eye of the ex captain was bent blightingly upon him at times in a demoniac glare when he saw, or fancied, that another eye was turned admiringly in the same direction. A long journey performed by the trio of travellers might have led to a tragical termination. Such finale was prevented by the appearance of the picnickers, who soon after surrounding the returned runaway, put to flight every other thought by the chorus of their congratulations. CHAPTER 18. Recorded by Rick Cornwall. Chapter 19 of the Headless Horseman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rick Cornwall. The Headless Horseman: A Strange Tale of Texas, by Mayne Reid. Chapter 19. Whiskey and Water. In the embryo city, springing up under the protection of Fort Inge, the hotel was the most conspicuous building. This is but the normal condition of every Texan town, whether new, or founded 40 years ago; and none are older, except the sparse cities of Hispano Mexican origin, where the presidio and convent took precedence, now surpassed by, and in some instances transformed into, the tavern. The Fort Inge establishment, though the largest building in the place, was nevertheless neither very grand nor imposing. Its exterior had but little pretence to architectural style. It was a structure of hewn logs, having for ground plane the letter T, according to the grotesque alphabet, the shank being used for eating and sleeping rooms, while the head was a single apartment entirely devoted to drinking, smoking, and expectorating included. This last was the bar room, or saloon. The sign outside, swinging from the trunk of a post oak, that had been pollarded some 10 feet above the ground, exhibited on both sides the likeness of a well known military celebrity, the hero of that quarter of the globe, General Zachariah Taylor. It did not need looking at the lettering beneath to ascertain the name of the hotel. Under the patronage of such a portrait, it could only be called Rough and Ready. There was a touch of the apropos about this designation. Outside, things appeared rough enough; while inside, especially if you entered by the saloon, there was a readiness to meet you half way with a mint julep, a sherry cobbler, a gin sling, or any other mixed drink known to trans Mississippian tipplers, provided always that you were ready with the picayunes to pay for them. The saloon in question would not call for description, have you ever travelled in the Southern or Southwestern States of America. If so, no Lethean draught could ever efface from your memory the bar room of the hotel or tavern in which you have had the unhappiness to sojourn. The counter extended longitudinally by the side, the shelved wall behind with its rows of decanters and bottles containing liquors of not only the colours of the prism, but every possible combination of them. The elegant young fellow, standing or sliding between counter and shelves, yelped "Clerk!" Don't call him a barkeeper, or you may get a decanter in your teeth. This elegant young gentleman, in blouse of blue cottonade or white linen coat, or maybe in his straight sleeves, the latter of finest linen and lace, ruffled, in the year of our Lord 1850, this elegant young gentleman, who in mixing you a sherry cobbler, can look you straight in the face, talk to you the politics of the day, while the ice and the wine and the water are passing from glass to glass, like an iris sparkling behind his shoulders, or an aureole surrounding his perfumed head. Traveller through the Southern States of America, you cannot fail to remember him? If so, my words will recall him, along with his surroundings, the saloon in which he is the presiding administrator, with its shelves and coloured decanters, its counter, its floor sprinkled with white sand, at times littered with cigar stumps, and the brown asterisks produced by expectoration, its odour of mint, absinthe, and lemon peel, in which luxuriate the common black fly, the blue bottle, and the sharp-tongued mustang. All these must be sharply outlined on the retina of your memory. The hotel or tavern, Rough and Ready, though differing but little from other Texan houses of entertainment, had some points in particular. Its proprietor, instead of being a speculative Yankee, was a German, in this part of the world, as elsewhere, found to be the best purveyors of food. He kept his own bar, so that on entering the saloon, instead of the elegant young gentleman with ruffled shirt and odorous chevelure, your liquor was mixed for you by a staid Teuton, who looked as sober as if he had never tasted, notwithstanding the temptation of wholesale price, the delicious drinks served out to his customers. Oberdoffer was the name he had imported with him from his fatherland, transformed by his Texan customers into Old Duffer. There was one other peculiarity about the bar room of the Rough and Ready, though it scarce deserved to be so designated, since it was not uncommon elsewhere. As already stated, the building was shaped like a capital T, the saloon representing the head of the letter. The counter extended along one side, that continuous to the shank, while at each end was a door that opened outward into the public square of the incipient city. This arrangement had been designed to promote the circulation of the air, a matter of primary importance in an atmosphere where the thermometer for half the year stands at 90 degrees in the shade. The hotels of Texas or the Southwestern States, I may say every part of the American Union, serve the double purpose of exchange and clubhouse. Indeed, it is owing to the cheap accommodation thus afforded, often of the most convenient kind, that the latter can scarce be said to exist. Even in the large cities of the Atlantic States, the club is by no means a necessity. The moderate charges of the hotels, along with their excellent cuisine and elegant accommodations, circumscribe the prosperity of this institution, which in America is, and ever must be, an unhealthy exotic. The remark is still more true of the Southern and Southwestern cities, where the saloon and bar room are the chief places of resort and rendezvous. The company, too, is there of a more miscellaneous character. The proud planter does not disdain, for he does not dare, to drink in the same room with the poor white trash, often as proud as himself. There is no peasant in that part of the world, least of all in the state called Texas, and in the saloon of the Rough and Ready might often be seen assembled representatives of every class and calling to be met with among the settlements. Perhaps not upon any occasion since Old Duffer had hung out the sign of his tavern was he favoured with a larger company, or served more customers across his counter, than upon that night, after the return of the horse hunting party to Fort Inge. With the exception of the ladies, almost every one who had taken part in the expedition seemed to think that a half hour spent at the Rough and Ready was necessary as a nightcap before retiring to rest. and as the Dutch clock, quaintly ticking among the coloured decanters, indicated the hour of 11, one after another, officers of the fort, planters living near along the river, sutlers, commissariat contractors, sportsmen, and others who might be called nondescripts, came dropping in, each as he entered marching straight up to the counter, calling for his favourite drink, and then falling back to converse with some group already occupying the floor. One of these groups was conspicuous. It consisted of some 8 or 10 individuals, half of them in uniform. Among the latter were 3 officers already introduced, the captain of infantry and the 2 lieutenants, Hancock of the dragoons, and Crossman of the mounted rifles. Along with these was an officer older than any of them, also higher in authority, as could be told by the embroidery on his shoulder strap, that proclaimed him of the rank of major. As he was the only field officer at Fort Inge, it is unnecessary to say he was the commandant of the cantonment. These gentlemen were conversing as freely as if all were subalterns of equal rank, the subject of the discourse being the incidents of the day. "Now tell us, Major," said Hancock, "you must know. Where did the girl gallop to?" "How should I know?" answered the officer appealed to. "Ask her cousin, Mr Cassius Calhoun." "We have asked him, but without getting any satisfaction. It's clear he knows no more than we. We only met with them on the return, and not very far from the place where we had our bivouac. They were gone a precious long time, and judging by the sweat of their horses they must have had a hard ride of it. They might have been to the Rio Grande, for that matter, and beyond it." "Did you notice Calhoun as he came back?" inquired the captain of infantry. "There was a scowl upon his face that betokened some very unpleasant emotion within his mind, I should say." "He did look rather unhappy," replied the major. "But surely, Captain Sloman, you don't attribute it to—" "Jealousy, I do, and nothing else." "What, of Maurice the mustanger? Pooh, pooh! Impossible! At least very improbable." "And why, major?" "My dear Sloman, Louise Poindexter is a lady, and Maurice Gerald—" "May be a gentleman for aught that is known to the contrary." "Pshaw!" scornfully exclaimed Crossman. "A trader in horses! The major is right. The thing's improbable impossible." "Ah, gentlemen," pursued the officer of infantry, with a significant shake of the head, "you don't know Miss Poindexter so well as I. An eccentric young lady, to say the least of her. You may have already observed that for yourselves." "Come, come, Sloman," said the major, in a bantering way. "You're inclined to be talking scandal, I fear. That would be a scandal. Perhaps you are yourself interested in Miss Poindexter, notwithstanding your pretensions to be considered a Joseph. Now I would understand your being jealous if it were handsome Hancock here, or Crossman, supposing him to be disengaged. But as for a common mustanger, poh, poh! He's an Irishman, major, this mustanger, and if he be what I have some reason to suspect—" "Whatever he be," interrupted the major, casting a side glance towards the door, "he's there to answer for himself; and as he's a sufficiently plain spoken fellow, you may learn from him all about the matter that seems to be of so much interest to you." "I don't think you will," muttered Sloman, as Hancock and 2 or 3 others turned towards the new comer, with the design of carrying out the major's suggestion. Silently advancing across the sanded floor, the mustanger had taken his stand at an unoccupied space in front of the counter. "A glass of whisky and water, if you please," was the modest request with which he saluted the landlord. "Visky and vachter!" echoed the latter, without any show of eagerness to wait upon his new guests. "Ja wohl, visky and vachter. It is 2 picknish the glass." "I was not inquiring the price," replied the mustanger. "I asked to be served with a glass of whisky and water. Have you got any?" "Yesh, yesh," responded the German, rendered obsequious by the sharp rejoinder. "Plenty, plenty of visky and vater. Here it ish." While his simple potation was being served out to him, Maurice received nods of recognition from the officers, returning them with a free but modest air. Most of them knew him personally, on account of his business relations with the Fort. They were on the eve of interrogating him as the major had suggested, when the entrance of still another individual caused them to suspend their design. The newcomer was Cassius Calhoun. In his presence it would scarce have been delicacy to investigate the subject any further. Advancing with his customary swagger toward the mixed group of military men and civilians, Calhoun saluted them as one who had spent the day in their company, and had been absent only for a short interval. If not absolutely intoxicated, it would be seen that the ex-officer of volunteers was under the influence of drink. The unsteady sparkle of his eyes, the unnatural pallor upon his forehead, still further clouded by 2 or 3 tossed tresses that fell over it, with the somewhat grotesque set of his forage cap, told that he had been taking one beyond the limits of wisdom. "Come, gentlemen," cried he, addressing himself to the major's party, at the same time stepping up to the counter, "let's hit the wagon a crack, or old Dunder and Bluntston behind the bar will say we're wasting his lights. Drinks all around, what say you?" "Agreed, agreed," replied several voices. "You, Major?" "With pleasure, Captain Calhoun." According to universal custom, the intended imbibers fell into line along the counter, each calling out the name of the drink most to his liking at the moment. Of these were ordered almost as many kinds as there were individuals in the party. Calhoun himself shouted out, "Brown sherry for me," and immediately adding, with a dash of bitters. "Prandy and pitters you call for, Mr Calhoun," said the landlord, as he leant obsequiously across the counter towards the reputed partner of an extensive estate. "Certainly, you stupid Dutchman. I said brown sherry, didn't I?" "All rights, mynheer, all rights. Brandy and pitters, brandy and pitters," repeated the German Boniface, as he hastened to place the decanter before his ill-mannered guests. With the large accession of the major's party, to several others already in the act of imbibing, the whole front of the long counter became occupied, with scarce an inch to spare. Apparently by accident, though it may have been design on the part of Calhoun, he was the outermost man on the extreme right of those who had responded to his invitation. This brought him in juxtaposition with Maurice Gerald, who alone, as regarded boon companionship, was quietly drinking his whisky and water, and smoking a cigar he had just lighted. The two were back to back, neither having taken any notice of the other. "A toast!" cried Calhoun, taking his glass from the counter. "Let us have it!" responded several voices. "America for the Americans, and confusion to all foreign interlopers, especially the damned Irish." On delivering the obnoxious sentiment, he staggered back a pace, which brought his body in contact with that of the mustanger, at the moment standing with the glass raised to his lips. The collision caused the spilling of a portion of the whisky and water, which fell over the mustanger's breast. Was it an accident? No one believed it was, even for a moment. Accompanied by such a sentiment, the act could only have been an affront intended and premeditated. All present expected to see the insulted man spring instantly upon his insulter. They were disappointed as well as surprised at the manner in which the mustanger seemed to take it. There were some who even fancied he was about to submit to it. "If he does," whispered Hancock in Sloman's ear, "he ought to be kicked out of the room." "Don't you be alarmed about that," responded the infantry officer in the same sotto voce. "You'll find it different. I'm not given to betting, as you know, but I'd lay a month's pay upon it if the mustanger don't back out. And another, that Mr Cassius Calhoun will find him an ugly customer to deal with, although just now he seems more concerned about his fine shirt than the insult put upon him. Odd devil he is!" While this whispering was being carried on, the man to whom it related was still standing by the bar, to use a hackneyed phrase, the observed of all observers. Having deposited his glass upon the counter, he had drawn a silk handkerchief from his pocket, and was wiping from his embroidered shirt bosom the defilement of the spilt whisky. There was an imperturbable coolness about the action, scarce compatible with the idea of cowardice; and those who had doubted him perceived that they had made a mistake, and that there was something to come. In silence they waited the development. They had not long to wait. The whole affair, speculations and whisperings included, did not occupy 20 seconds of time, and then did the action proceed, or the speech which was likely to usher it in. "I am an Irishman," cried the mustanger, as he returned his handkerchief to the place from which he had taken it. Simple as the rejoinder may have appeared, and long delayed as it had been, there was no one present who mistook its meaning. If the hunter of wild horses had tweaked the nose of Cassius Calhoun, it would not have added emphasis to that acceptance of his challenge. Its simplicity but proclaimed the serious determination of the acceptor. "You!" scornfully retorted Calhoun, turning around, and standing with his arms akimbo. "You!" he continued, with his eyes measuring the mustanger from head to foot. "You an Irishman? Great God, sir, I would never have thought so! I should have taken you for a Mexican, judging by your rig, and the elaborate stitching of your shirt." "I can't perceive how my rig should concern you, Mr Cassius Calhoun; and as you've done my shirt no service by spilling half my liquor upon it, I shall take the liberty of unstarching yours in a similar fashion." So saying, the mustanger took up his glass; and before the ex captain of volunteers could duck his head, or get out of the way, the remains of the mixed Monongahela were swilled into his face, sending him off into a fit of alternate sneezing and coughing that appeared to offer satisfaction to more than a majority of the bystanders. The murmur of approbation was soon suppressed. The circumstances were not such as to call for speech, and the exclamations that accompanied the act were succeeded by a hush of silence. All saw that the quarrel could not be otherwise than a serious one. The affair must end in a fight. No power on earth could prevent it from coming to that conclusion. Chapter 19. Recorded by Rick Cornwall. Chapter 20 of the Headless Horseman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rick Cornwall. The Headless Horseman: A Strange Tale of Texas, by Mayne Reid. Chapter 20. An Unsafe Position. On receiving the alcoholic douche, Calhoun had clutched his six-shooter and drawn it from its holster. He only waited to get the whisky out of his eyes before advancing upon his adversary. The mustanger, anticipating this action, had armed himself with a similar weapon, and stood ready to return the fire of his antagonist, shot for shot. The more timid of the spectators had already commenced making their escape out of doors, tumbling over one another, in their haste to get out of harm's way. A few stayed in the saloon from sheer irresolution; a few others of cooler courage from choice; or perhaps actuated by a more astute instinct, which told them that in attempting to escape they might get a bullet in the back. There was an interval, some 6 seconds, of silence, during which a pin might have been heard falling upon the floor. It was but the interlude that often occurs between resolution and action, when the mind has completed its task, and the body has yet to begin. It might have been more brief with other actors on the scene. 2 ordinary men would have blazed away at once, and without reflection. But the two now confronting each other were not of the common kind. Both had seen street fighting before, had taken part in it, and knew the disadvantage of an idle shot. Each was determined to take sure aim on the other. It was this that prolonged the interval of inaction. To those outside, who dared not even look through the doors, the suspense was almost painful. The cracking of the pistols, which they expected every moment to hear, would have been a relief. It was almost a disappointment when, instead, they heard the voice of the major, who was among the few who had stayed inside, raised in a loud authoritative tone. "Hold!" commanded he, in the accent of one accustomed to be obeyed, at the same time whisking his sabre out of its scabbard, and interposing its long blades between the disputants. "Hold your fire, I command you both! Drop your muzzles, or by the Almighty I'll take the arm off the first of you that touches trigger! Hold, I say!" "Why?" shouted Calhoun, purple with angry passion. "Why, Major Ringwood, after an insult like that, and from a low fellow?" "You were the first to offer it, Captain Calhoun." "Damn me if I care. I shall be the last to let it pass unpunished." "Stand out of the way, major. The quarrel is not yours. You have no right to interfere." "Indeed! Ha, ha! Solomon, Hancock, Crossman, hear that? I have no right to interfere. Hark ye, Mr Cassius Calhoun, ex captain of volunteers. Know you where you are, sir? Don't fancy yourself in the state of Mississippi among your slave whipping chivalry. This, sir, is a military post, under military law, my humble self its present administrator. I therefore command you to return your six-shooter to the holster from which you have taken it. This instant, too, or you shall go to the guardhouse like the humblest soldier in the cantonment." "Indeed!" sneeringly replied the Mississippian. "What a fine country you intend Texas to become! I suppose a man mustn't fight, however much aggrieved, without first obtaining a licence from Major Ringwood. Is that to be the law of the land?" "Not a bit of it," retorted the major. "I'm not the man, never was, to stand in the way of an honest adjustment of a quarrel. You shall be quite at liberty, you and your antagonist, to kill one another if it so please you. But not just now. You must perceive, Mr Calhoun, that your sport endangers the lives of other people who have not the slightest interest in it. I've no idea of being bored by a bullet not intended for me. Wait till the rest of us can withdraw to a safe distance, and you may crack away to your heart's content. Now, sir, will that be agreeable to you?" Had the major been a man of ordinary character, his commands might have been disregarded; but to his official weight, as chief officer of the post, was added a certain reverence due to seniority and age, along with respect for one who was himself known to wield a weapon with dangerous skill, and who allowed no trilling with his authority. His sabre had not been unsheathed by way of empty gesticulation. The disputants knew it, and by simultaneous consent lowered the muzzles of their pistols, still holding them in hand. Calhoun stood with sullen brow, gritting his teeth like a beast of prey momentarily withheld from making attack upon its victim, while the mustanger appeared to take things as coolly as if neither angry nor an Irishman. "I suppose you are determined upon fighting," said the major, knowing that there was not much chance of adjusting the quarrel. "I have no particular wish for it," modestly responded Maurice. "If Mr Calhoun will apologise for what he has said, and also what he has done." "He ought to do it. He began the quarrel," suggested several of the bystanders. "Never!" scornfully responded the ex captain. "Cash Calhoun ain't accustomed to that sort of thing. Apologise, indeed! And to a masquerading monkey like that!" "Enough!" cried the young Irishman, for the first time showing serious anger. "I gave him a chance for his life. He refuses to accept it; and now, by the Mother of God, we don't both leave this room alive! Major, I insist that you and your friends withdraw. I can stand his insolence no longer." "Ha, ha, ha!" responded the Southerner, with a yell of derisive laughter. "A chance for my life! Clear out, all of ye! Clear out, and let me at him!" "Stay!" cried the major, hesitating to turn his back upon the duellists. "It's not quite safe. You may fancy to begin your game of touch trigger a second too soon. We must get out of doors before you do. Besides, gentlemen," he continued, addressing himself to those around him, "there should be some system about this. If they are to fight, let it be fair for both sides. Let them be armed alike, and go at it on the square." "By all means!" chorused the half score of spectators, turning their eyes towards the disputants, to see if they accepted the proposal. "Neither of you can object?" continued the major, interrogatively. "I shan't object to anything that's fair," assented the Irishman. "Devil a bit." "I shall fight with the weapon I hold in my hand," doggedly declared Calhoun. "Agreed! The very weapon for me," was the rejoinder of his adversary. "I see you both carry Colt's six shooters, No. 2," said the major, scanning the pistols in hand. "So far all right. You're armed exactly alike." "Have they any other weapons?" inquired young Hancock, suspecting that under the cover of his coat the ex captain had a knife. "I have none," answered the mustanger, with a frankness that left no doubt as to his speaking the truth. All eyes were turned upon Calhoun, who appeared to hesitate about making a reply. He saw he must declare himself. "Of course," he said, "I have my toothpick as well. You don't want me to give up that? A man ought to be allowed to use whatever weapon he has got." "But, Captain Calhoun," pursued Hancock, "your adversary has no knife. If you're not afraid to meet him on equal terms, you should surrender yours." "Certainly he should!" cried several of the bystanders. "He must! He must!" "Come, Mr Calhoun," said the major, in a soothing tone. "Six shots ought to satisfy any reasonable man without having recourse to the steel. Before you finish firing, one or the other of you " "Damn the knife!" interrupted Calhoun, unbuttoning his coat. Then drawing forth the proscribed weapon, and flinging it to the farthest corner of the saloon, he added in a tone of bravado, intended to encowardice his adversary: "I shan't want it for such a spangled jay-bird as that. I'll fetch him out of his boots at the first shot." "Time enough to talk when you've done something to justify it. Cry boo to a goose. But don't fancy your big words are going to frighten me, Mr Calhoun. Quick, gentlemen! I'm impatient to put an end to this boasting and blasphemy." "Hound!" frantically hissed out the chivalric Southerner. "Low dog of an Irish dam! I'll send you howling to your kennel. I'll " "Shame, Captain Calhoun!" interrupted the major, seconded by other voices. "This talk is idle, as it is unpolite in the presence of respectable company. Have patience a minute longer, and you may then say what you like. Now, gentlemen," he continued, addressing himself to the surrounding, "there is only one more preliminary to be arranged. They must engage not to begin firing till we have got you out of their way." A difficulty here presented itself. How was the engagement to be given? A simple promise would scarce be sufficient in a crisis like that. The combatants, one of them at least, would not be over scrupulous as to the time of pulling the trigger. "There must be a signal," pursued the major. "Neither should fire till that be given. Can any one suggest what it is to be?" "I think I can," said the quiet Captain Sloman, advancing as he spoke. "Let the captain go outside, along with us. There is, as you perceive, a door at each end of the room. I see no difference between them. Let them enter again, one at each door, with the understanding that neither is to fire before setting foot across the threshold." "Capital! The very thing!" replied several voices. "And what for a signal?" demanded the major. "A shot?" "No. Ring the tavern bell." "Nothing could be better nothing fairer," conclusively declared the major, making for one of the doors that led outward into the square. "Mein Gott, major!" screamed the German Boniface, rushing out from behind his bar, where up to this time he had been standing transfixed with fear. "Mein Gott! Surely the shentlemans be not going to shoot their pistols inside the shaloon? Ach! They'll preak all my pottles, and my splendid looking glashes, and my crystal clock that has cost me $200. They'll spill my pest liquors. Ach! major, it'll ruin me. Mein Gott, it will!" "Never fear, Oberdoffer," rejoined the major, pausing to reply. "No doubt you'll be paid for the damage. At all events, you had better betake yourself to some place of safety. If you stay in your saloon, you'll stand a good chance of getting a bullet through your body, and that would be worse than the preaking of your pottles." Without further parley, the major parted from the unfortunate landlord, and hurried across the threshold into the street, whither the combatants, who had gone out by separate doors, had already preceded him. Old Duffer, left standing in the middle of his sanded floor, did not remain long in that perilous position. In 6 seconds after the major's coat tail had disappeared through the outer door, an inner one closed upon his own skirts; and the bar room, with its camphine lamps, its sparkling decanters, and its costly mirrors, was left in an untenanted silence, no other sound being heard save the ticking of its crystal clock. Chapter 20. Recorded by Rick Cornwall.
Chapter 21 of the Headless Horseman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Chelsea S. The Headless Horseman, A Strange Tale of Texas, by Mayne Reid. Chapter 21. A Duel Within Doors. Once outside, the major took no further part in the affair. As the commanding officer of the post, it would have been out of place for him to have given encouragement to a fight, even by his interfering to see that it should be a fair one. This, however, was attended to by the younger officers, who at once set about arranging the conditions of the duel. There was not much time consumed. The terms had been expressed already, and it only remained to appoint some one of the party to superintend the ringing of the bell, which was to be the signal for the combat to commence. This was an easy matter, since it made no difference who might be entrusted with the duty. A child might have sounded the summons for the terrible conflict that was to follow. A stranger, chancing at that moment, to ride into the rude square of which the Hotel Rough and Ready formed nearly a side, would have been sorely puzzled to comprehend what was coming to pass. The night was rather dark, though there was still light enough to make known the presence of a conglomeration of human beings assembled in the proximity of the hotel. Most were in military garb, since, in addition to the officers who had lately figured inside the saloon, others, along with such soldiers as were permitted to pass the sentries, had hastened down from the fort on receiving intelligence that something unusual was going on within the square. Women, too, but scantily robed, soldiers' wives, washerwomen, and señoritas of more questionable calling, had found their way into the street and were endeavoring to extract from those who had forestalled them an explanation of the fracas. The conversation was carried on in low tones. It was known that the commandant of the post was present, as well as others in authority, and this checked any propensity there might have been for noisy demonstration. The crowd, thus promiscuously collected, was not in close proximity with the hotel, but standing well out in the open ground about a dozen yards from the building. Towards it, however, the eyes of all were directed, with that steady stare which tells of the attention being fixed on some engrossing spectacle. They were watching the movements of two men, whose positions were apart, one at each end of the heavy blockhouse, known to be the bar-room of the hotel, and where, as already stated, there was a door. Though separated by the interposition of two thick log walls, and mutually invisible, these men were manoeuvring as if actuated by a common impulse. They stood contiguous to the entrance doors, at opposite ends of the bar-room, through both of which glared the light of the camphine lamps, falling in broad divergent bands upon the rough gravel outside. Neither was in front of the contiguous entrance, but a little to one side, just clear of the light. Neither was in an upright attitude, but crouching, not as if from fear, but like a runner about to make a start, and straining upon the spring. Both were looking inwards into the saloon, where no sound could be heard save the ticking of a clock. Their attitudes told of their readiness to enter it, and that they were only restrained by waiting for some preconcerted signal. That their purpose was a serious one could be deduced from several circumstances. Both were in their shirt-sleeves, hatless, and stripped of every rag that might form an impediment to action, while on their faces was the stamp of stern determination, alike legible in the attitudes that they assumed. But there was no fine reflection needed to discover their design. The stranger, chancing to come into the square, could have seen at a glance that it was deadly. The pistols in their hands, cocked and tightly clutched, the nervous energy of their attitudes, the silence of the crowd of spectators, and the concentrated interest with which the two men were regarded, proclaimed more emphatically than words that there was danger in what they were doing. In short, that they were engaged in some sort of a strife, with death for its probable consummation. So it was at that moment when the crisis had come. The duellists stood, each with eye intent upon the door, by which he was to make entrance, perhaps into eternity. They only waited for a signal to cross the threshold, and engage in a combat that must terminate the existence of one or the other, perhaps both. Were they listening for that fatal formulary, 1, 2, fire? No. Another signal had been agreed upon, and it was given. A stentorian voice was heard calling out the simple monosyllable, "Ring!" 3 or 4 dark figures could be seen standing by the shorn trunk on which swung the tavern bell. The command instantly set them in motion, and, along with the oscillation of their arms, dimly seen through the darkness, could be heard the sonorous tones of a bell. That bell, whose sounds had been hitherto heard only as symbols of joy, calling men together to partake of that which perpetuates life, was now listened to as a summons of death. The ringing in was of short duration. The bell had made less than a score of vibrations when the men engaged at the rope saw that their services were no longer required. The disappearance of the duellists, who had rushed inside the saloon, the quick, sharp cracking of pistols, the shivering of broken glass, admonished the ringers that theirs was but a superfluous noise, and dropping the rope, they stood like the rest of the crowd, listening to the conflict inside. No eyes, save those of the combatants themselves, were witnesses to that strange duel. At the first dong of the bell both combatants had re-entered the room. Neither made an attempt to skulk outside. To have done so would have been a ruin to reputation. 100 eyes were upon them, and the spectators understood the conditions of the duel, that neither was to fire before crossing the threshold. Once inside, the conflict commenced, the first shots filling the room with smoke. Both kept their feet, though both were wounded, their blood spurting out over the sanded floor. The second shots were also fired simultaneously, but at random, the smoke hindering the aim. Then came a single shot, quickly followed by another, and succeeded by an interval of quiet. Previous to this, the combatants had been heard rushing about through the room. This noise was no longer being made. Instead, there was profound silence. Had they killed one another? Were both dead? No! Once more the double detonation announced that both still lived. The suspension had been caused as they stood peering through the smoke in the endeavor to distinguish one another. Neither spoke or stirred in fear of betraying his position. Again there was a period of tranquillity similar to the former, but more prolonged. It ended by another exchange of shots, almost instantly succeeded by the falling of 2 heavy bodies upon the floor. There was the sound of sprawling, the overturning of chairs, then a single shot, the 11th, and this was the last that was fired. The spectators outside saw only a cloud of sulphurous smoke oozing out of both doors and dimming the light of the camphine lamps. This, with an occasional flash of brighter effulgence, close followed by a crack, was all that occurred to give satisfaction to the eye. But the ear, that was gratified by a greater variety. There were heard shots. After the bell had become silent, other sounds. The sharp shivering of broken glass, the duller crash of falling furniture, rudely overturned in earnest struggle. The trampling of feet upon the boarded floor, at intervals the clear ringing crack of the revolvers, but neither of the voices of the men whose insensate passions were the cause of all this commotion. The crowd in the street heard the confused noises, and noted the intervals of silence, without being exactly able to interpret them. The reports of the pistols were all they had to proclaim the progress of the duel. 11 had been counted, and in breathless silence they were listening for the 12th. Instead of a pistol report, their ears were gratified by the sound of a voice, recognized as that of the mustanger. "My pistol is at your head. I have 1 shot left. An apology, or you die." By this the crowd had become convinced that the fight was approaching its termination. Some of the more fearless, looking in, beheld a strange scene. They saw 2 men lying prostrate on the plank floor, both with blood-stained habiliments, both evidently disabled. The white sand around them reddened with their gore, tracked with tortuous trails, where they had crawled closer to get a last shot at each other. One of them, in scarlet scarf and slashed velvet trousers, slightly surmounting the other and holding a pistol to his head that threatened to deprive him of life. Such was the tableau that presented itself to the spectators, as the sulphurous smoke, drifted out by the current between the two doors, gave them a chance of distinguishing objects within the saloon. At the same instant was heard a different voice from the one which had already spoken. It was Calhoun's, no longer in roistering bravado, but in low, whining accents, almost a whisper. "Enough, damn it! Drop your shooting iron! I apologize." End of chapter 21.
Chapter 22 of the Headless Horseman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Headless Horseman by Mayne Reid. Chapter 22. An Unknown Donor. In Texas, a duel is not even a 9 days wonder. It oftener ceases to be talked about by the end of the third day, and at the expiration of a week it is no longer thought of, except by the principals themselves, or their immediate friends and relatives. This is so, even when the parties are well known, and of respectable standing in society. When the duellists are of humble position, or, as is often the case, strangers in the place, a single day may suffice to doom their achievement to oblivion, to dwell only in the memory of a combatant who has survived it, oftener one than both, and perhaps some ill-starred spectator who has been bored by a bullet, or received the slash of a knife not designed for him. More than once have I been witness to a street fight, improvised upon the pavement, where some innocuous citizen, sauntering carelessly along, has become the victim, even unto death, of this irregular method of seeking satisfaction. I have never heard of any punishment awarded, or damages demanded. In such cases they are regarded as belonging to the chapter of accidents. Though Cassius Calhoun and Maurice Gerald were both comparatively strangers in the settlement, the later being only seen on occasional visits to the fort, the affair between them caused something more than the usual interest, and was talked about for the full period of the 9 days. The character of the former as a noted bully, and that of the latter as a man of singular habitudes, gave to their duello a certain sort of distinction, and the merits and demerits of the two men were freely discussed for days after the affair had taken place, nowhere with more earnestness than upon the spot where they had shed each other's blood, in the bar-room of the hotel. The conqueror had gained credit and friends. There were few who favored his adversary, and not a few who were gratified at a result, for, short as had been the time since Calhoun's arrival, there was more than one saloon lounger who had felt the smart of his insolence. For this it was presumed the young Irishman had administered a cure, and there was almost universal satisfaction at the result. How the ex-captain carried his discomfiture no one could tell. He was no longer to be seen swaggering in the saloon of the Rough and Ready, though the cause of his absence was well understood. It was not chagrin, but his couch, to which he was confined by wounds that, if not skilfully treated, might consign him to his coffin. Maurice was in like manner compelled to stay within doors. The injuries he had received, though not so severe as those of his antagonist, were nevertheless of such a character as to make it necessary for him to keep to his chamber, a small and scantily furnished bedroom in Old Duffer's Hotel, where, notwithstanding the eclat derived from his conquest, he was somewhat scurvily treated. In the hour of his triumph he had fainted from loss of blood. He could not be taken elsewhere, though, in the shabby apartment to which he had been consigned, he might have thought of the luxurious care that surrounded the couch of his wounded antagonist. Fortunately Phelim was by his side, or he might have been still worse attended to. "Be Saint Patrick, it's a shame," half soliloquized this faithful follower. "A burnin' shame to squeeze a gentleman into a hole like this, not bigger than a pig-story. A gentleman like you, Master Maurice, and thin such anything, and a drinkin'. Ouch! A well-fed Orish pig would turn up its nose at such a tratement. And what does ye think I've heard ould Duffer talking about below?" "I haven't the slightest idea, my dear Phelim, nor do I care straw to know what you've heard Mr Oberdoffer saying below. But if you don't want him to hear, what you are saying above, you'll moderate your voice a little. Remember, my boy, that the partitions in this place are only lath and plaster. Divil take the partitions, and divil burn them, av he loikes. Av yez don't care for what's said, I don't care far for what's heard, not the snapping of me fingers. The Dutchman can't trate us any worse than he been doing already. For all that, Master Maurice, I thought it bist to let you know." "Let me know, then. What is it he has been saying?" "Well, then, I heard him tellin' one on his cronies that besoides the mate, and the drink, and the washin' and lodgin', he intended to make you pay for the bottles and glasses, and other things, that was broke on the night of the shindy." "Me pay?" "Yes, yourself, Master Maurice, and not a pinny charged to the Yankee. Now I call that downright rascally Mayne, and nobody but a dirty Dutchman would ever hev thought of it, av there be anything to pay. The man that's bait should be made to shoulder the damage, and that wasn't a descendant av the old Geralds of Ballyballagh. Ho hooch! Wouldn't I loike to shake Shalila about Duffer's head for the matter of 2 minutes, wouldn't I?" "What reason did he give for saying that I should pay? Did you hear him state any?" "I did, master. The dirtiest of all reasons. He said that you were the bird in the hand, and he would kape ye till ye settled the score." "He'll find himself slightly mistaken about that, and would perhaps do better by presenting his bill to the bird in the bush. I shall be willing to pay for half the damage done, but no more. You may tell him so, if he speak to you about it. And in troth, Phelim, I don't know how I am to do even that. There must have been a good many breakages. I remember a great deal of jingling while we were at it. If I don't mistake, there was a smashed mirror, or clock dial, or something of the kind." "A big looking glass, master, and a crystal something that was set over the clock. They say $200. I don't believe they were worth one half of the money. Even so, it is a serious matter to me, just as the crisis. I fear, Phelim, you will have to make a journey to the Alamo and fetch away some of the household gods we have hidden there. To get clear of this scrape, I shall have to sacrifice my spurs, my silver cup, and perhaps my gun." "Don't say that, master. How are we to live if the gun goes?" "As we best can, my boy. On horseflesh, I suppose, and the lazo will supply that." "Be japers! It wouldn't be much worse than the mate all Duffer sits afore us. It gives me the bellyache every time I ate it." The conversation was here interrupted by the opening of the chamber door, which was done without knocking. A slatternly servant, whose sex it would have been difficult to determine from outward indices, appeared in the doorway with a basket of palm sinnet held extended at the termination of a long sinewy arm. "Fwhat is it, Gertrude?" asked Phelim, who, from some previous information, appeared to be acquainted with the feminine character of the intruder. "A shentleman's prot this." "A gentleman! Who, Gertrude?" "Not know, Mynheer. He wash a stranger shentlemans, brought by a gentleman. Who can he be? See what it in, Phelim." Phelim undid the fastenings of the lid, and exposed the interior of the basket. It was one of considerable bulk, since inside were discovered several bottles, apparently containing wines and cordials, packed among a paraphernalia of sweetmeats, and other delicacies, both of the confectionery and the kitchen. There was no note accompanying the present, not even a direction, but the trim and elegant style in which it was done up proved that it had proceeded from the hands of a lady. Maurice turned over the various articles, examining each, as Phelim supposed, to take note of its value. Little was he thinking of this, while searching for the invoice. There proved to be none. Not a scrap of paper. Not so much as a card. The generosity of the supply, well timed as it was, bespoke the donor to be some person in affluent circumstances. Who could it be? As Maurice reflected, a fair image came uppermost in his mind, which he could not help connecting with that of his unknown benefactor. Could it be Louise Poindexter? In spite of certain improbabilities, he was fain to believe it might, and so long as the belief lasted, his heart was quivering with a sweet beatitude. As he continued to reflect, the improbabilities appeared too strong for this pleasant supposition. His faith became overturned, and there remained only a vague unsubstantial hope. "A gentleman lift it," spoke the Connemara man, in semi-soliloquy. "A gentleman, she sees, A kind gentleman, I say. Who do you think he was, master?" "I haven't the slightest idea, unless it may have been some of the officers of the port, though I could hardly expect one of them to think of me in this fashion." "Neither yez need. It wasn't one of them. No officer or gentleman ayther put them things in the basket." "Why do you think that?" "Fwhy div I think it? Och, master! Is it yourself to ask the question? Isn't there the smell of swite fingers about it? Jist look at the nate way them papers is tied up. That purty creel was never packed by the hand of a man. It was done by a woman, and I'll warrant a raal lady at that." "Nonsense, Phelim! I know no lady who should take so much interest in me. Ah, murder! What a thumpin' big fib! I know one that should. It would be black ungratable ef she didn't, after that yez did for her." "Didn't yez save her life into the bargain? Of whom are you speaking?" "Now, don't be deceitful, master. Yez know that I mane the purty crayther that come to the hut ridin' spotty that you presented her, widout resavin' $1 for the mare. If it wasn't her that sint ye this hamper, then Phelim O'Nale is the biggest numskull that was iver born about Ballyballagh. Be the Vargin, master, speakin' of the owl place that futs me in mind of its papal, what would the blue eyed colleen say, if she knew yez were in such danger here?" "Danger! It's all over. The doctor has said so, and that I may go out of the doors in a week from this time. Don't distress yourself about that." "Troth, master, yez be only talkin'. That isn't the danger I was dreamin' of. Yez know will be enough what I mane. Maybe yez have resaved a wound from the Bright Eyes worse than that from lid bullets; or maybe somebody else has, and that's why you've had the things sint ye." "You're all wrong, Phelim. The thing must have come from the fort; but whether it did or not, there's no reason why we should stand upon ceremony with its contents. So here goes to make trial of them." Notwithstanding the apparent relish with which the invalid partook of the products, both of color and cuisine, while eating and drinking, his thoughts were occupied with a still more agreeable theme with the string of dreamy conjectures as to whom he was indebted for the princely present. Could it be the young Creole, the cousin of his direst enemy as well as the reputed sweetheart? The thing appeared improbable. If not she, who else could it be? The mustanger would have given a horse, a whole drove, to have been assured that Louise Poindexter was the provider of that luxurious refection. 2 days elapsed, and the donor still remained unknown. Then the invalid were once more agreeably surprised by a second present, very similar to the first. Another basket, containing other bottles, and crammed with fresh confections. The Bavarian wench was again questioned, but with no better result. A shentlemans had brought it, the same stranger shentlemans as before. She could only add that the shentlemans was very Schwartz, wore a glazed hat, and came to the tavern mounted upon a mule. Maurice did not appear to be gratified with this description of the unknown donor, though no one, not even Phelim, was made the confidant of his thoughts. In 2 days afterwards they were toned down to their former sobriety on the receipt of a third basket, brought by the Schwartz gentleman in the glazed hat, who came mounted upon a mule. The change could not be explained by the belongings in the basket, almost the counterpart of what had been sent before. It might be accounted for by the contents of a billet doux that accompanied the gift, attached by a ribbon to the wicker fork of palm sinnet. "'Tis only Isidora," muttered the mustanger, as he glanced at the superscription upon the note. Then opening it with an air of indifference, he read: "Querido Senor, soy quedado por una semana en la casa del tío Silvio. De cuesta de fortuna he oído también que ve está mal ciudado en la fonda. He mandado algunas cositas se graciosas usados, como una chiquitita memoria del servicio grande de que vuestra deudor estoy. En la silla soy escribando con las espuelas preparandas sacar sangre de las hijadas del mío caballo. En un momento más partirá por el Rio Grande. Bien hijor de mi vida Salvador, y de que a una mujer esa más querida la honra. Adiós, adiós. Isidora Covarubio de los Llanos. Al Señor Don Mauricio Gerald. Literally translated, and in the idiom of the Spanish language, the note ran thus: Dear Sir, I have been staying for a week at the house of Uncle Silvio. Of your mischance I have heard, also, that you are indifferently cared for at the hotel. I have sent you some little things. Be good enough to make use of them, as a slight souvenir of the great service for which I am your debtor. I write in the saddle, with my spurs ready to draw blood from the flanks of my horse. In another moment I am off for the Rio Grande. Benefactor, preserver of my life, of what to a woman is dearer, my honor. Adio, adio. Isidora Covarubio de los Llanos. Thanks, sweet Isidora, muttered the mustanger, as he refolded the note and threw it carelessly upon the coverlet of his couch. Ever grateful, considerate, kind. But for Louise Poindexter I might have loved you. End of chapter 22.
Chapter 23 of the Headless Horseman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading done by Jules Harlock of Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. The Headless Horseman. A Strange Tale of Texas by Mayne, Reid. Chapter 23, Vow of Vengeance. Calhoun, chafing in his chamber, was not the object of such assiduous solicitude. Notwithstanding the luxurious appointments that surrounded him, he could not comfort himself with the reflection that he was cared for by any living creature. Truly selfish in his own heart, he had no faith in friendships, and while confined to his couch, not without some fear that it might be his deathbed, he experienced the misery of a man believing that no human being cared a straw whether he should live or die. Any sympathy shown to him was upon the score of relationship. It could scarce have been otherwise. His conduct towards his cousins had not been such as to secure their esteem, while his uncle, the proud Woodley Poindexter, felt towards him something akin to aversion, mingled with a subdued fear. It is true that this feeling was only of recent origin, and rose out of certain relations that existed between uncle and nephew. As already hinted, they stood to one another in the relationship of debtor and creditor, or mortgagor and mortgagee, the nephew being the latter. To such an extent had this indebtedness been carried, that Cassius Calhoun was in effect the real owner of Casa del Corvo, and could at any moment have proclaimed himself its master. Conscious of his power, he had of late been using it to effect a particular purpose, that is, the securing for his wife the woman he had long fiercely loved, his cousin Louise. He had come to know that he stood but little chance of obtaining her consent, for she had taken but slight pains to conceal her indifference to his suit. Trusting to the peculiar influence established over her father, he had determined on taking no slight denial. These circumstances considered, it was not strange that the ex-officer of volunteers, when stretched upon a sick bed, received less sympathy from his relatives than might be otherwise have been extended to him. While dreading death, which for a length of time he actually did, he had become a little more amiable to those around him. The agreeable mood, however, was of short continuance, and, once assured of recovery, all the natural savageness of his disposition was restored, along with the additional bitterness arising from his recent discomfiture. It had been the pride of his life to exhibit himself as a successful bully, the master of every crowd that might gather around him. He could no longer claim this credit in Texas, and the thought harrowed his heart to its very core. To figure as a defeated man before all the women of the settlement, above all in the eyes of her he adored, defeated by one whom he suspected of being his rival in her affections, a more nameless adventurer, was too much to be endured with equanimity. Even an ordinary man would have been pained by the infliction. Calhoun writhed under it. He had no idea of enduring it as an ordinary man would have done. If he could not escape from the disgrace, he was determined to revenge himself upon its author, and as soon as he had recovered from the apprehensions entertained about the safety of his life, he commenced reflecting upon this very subject. Maurice, the mustanger, must die, if not by his Calhoun's own hand, then by the hand of another, if such as one was to be found in the settlement. There could not be much difficulty in procuring a confederate. There are bravadoes upon the broad prairies of Texas, as well as within the walls of Italian cities. Alas, there is no spot upon earth where gold cannot command the steel of an assassin. Calhoun possessed gold, more than sufficient for such a purpose, and to such a purpose did he determine upon devoting at least a portion of it. In the solitude of his sick chamber he set about maturing his plans, which comprehended the assassination of the mustanger. He did not propose doing the deed himself. His late defeat had rendered him fearful of chancing a second encounter with the same adversary, even under the advantageous circumstances of a surprise. He had become too much encowardized to play the assassin. He wanted an accomplice, an arm to strike for him. Where was he to find it? Unluckily he knew, or fancied he knew, the very man. There was a Mexican at the time making abode in the village, like Maurice himself, a mustanger, but one of those with whom the young Irishman had shown a disinclination to associate. As a general rule, the men of this peculiar calling are amongst the greatest reprobates, who have their home in the land of the Lone Star. By birth and breed they are mostly Mexican or mongrel Indians, though not unfrequently a Frenchman or an American find it a congenial calling. They are usually the outcasts of civilized society, oftener its outlaws, who, in the excitement of the chase and its concomitant dangers, find perhaps some sort of salvo for a conscience that has been severely tried. While dwelling within the settlements, these men are not unfrequently the pests of the society that surrounds them, ever engaged in a broil and debauch, and when abroad in the exercise of their calling, they are not always to be encountered with safety. More than once it is recorded in the history of Texas how a company of mustangers has, for the nonce, converted itself into a band of quadrilla of salteadores, or disguised as Indians, levied blackmail upon the train of the prairie traveler. One of this kidney was the individual who had become recalled to the memory of Cassius Calhoun. The latter remembered having met the man in the bar-room of the hotel upon several occasions, but more especially on the night of the duel. He remembered that he had been one of those who had carried him home on the stretcher, and from some extravagant expressions he had made use of when speaking of his antagonist, Calhoun had drawn the deduction that the Mexican was no friend to Maurice the mustanger. Since then he had learned that he was Maurice's deadliest enemy, himself excepted. With these data to proceed upon, the ex-captain had called the Mexican to his councils, and the two were often closeted together in the chamber of the invalid. There was nothing in all this to excite suspicion, even had Calhoun cared for that. His visitor was a dealer in horses and horned cattle. Some transaction in horseflesh might be going on between them. So anyone would have supposed, and so for a time thought the Mexican himself, for in their first interview but little other business was transacted between them. The astute Mississippian knew better than to declare his ultimate designs to a stranger, who, after completing an advantageous horse trade, was well supplied with whatever he chose to drink, and cunningly cross-questioned as to the relations in which he stood towards Maurice the mustanger. In that first interview, the ex-officer of volunteers learned enough to know that he might depend upon his man for any service he might require, even to the committal of murder. The Mexican made no secret of his heartfelt hostility to the young mustanger. He did not declare the exact cause of it, but Calhoun could guess, by certain innuendos introduced during the conversation, that it was the same as that by which he was himself actuated, the same to which may be traced almost every quarrel that has occurred among men, from Troy to Texas: a woman. The Helen in this case appeared to be some dark-eyed doncella dwelling upon the Rio Grande, where Maurice had been in the habit of making an occasional visit, in whose eyes he had found favor, to the disadvantage of her own compaisano. The Mexican did not give the name, and Calhoun, as he listened to his explanations, only hoped in his heart that the damsel who had slighted him might have won the heart of his rival. During his days of convalescence, several interviews had taken place between the ex-captain and the intended accomplice in his purpose of vengeance. Enough, one might suppose, to have rendered them complete. Whether they were so or not, and what the nature of their hellish designs, were things known only to the brace of kindred confederates. The outside world but knew that Captain Cassius Calhoun and Miguel Diaz, known by the nickname El Coyote, appeared to have taken a fancy for keeping each other's company, while the more respectable portion of it wondered at such an ill-starred association. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of the Headless Horseman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading done by Jules Harlock of Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. The Headless Horseman, A Strange Tale of Texas by Mayne Reid. Chapter 24, On the Azotea. There are no sluggards on a Texas plantation. The daybreak begins the day, and the bell, conch, or cowhorn that summon the dark-skinned proletarians to their toil is alike the signal for their master to forsake his more luxurious couch. Such was the custom of Casa del Corvo under its original owners, and the fashion was followed by the family of the American planter, not from any idea of precedent, but simply in obedience to the suggestions of nature. In a climate of almost perpetual spring, the sweet matutinal moments are not to be wasted in sleep. The siesta belongs to the hours of noon, when all nature appears to shrink under the smiles of the solar luminary, as if surfeited with their superabundance. On his reappearance at morn, the sun is greeted with renewed joy. Then do the tropical birds spread their resplendent plumage, the flowers their dew-besprinkled petals, to receive his fervent kisses. All nature again seems glad to acknowledge him as its god. Resplendent as any bird that flutters among the foliage of southwestern Texas, fair as any flower that blooms within its. Gladdest was she who appeared upon the housetop of Casa del Corvo. Aurora herself, rising from her roseate couch, looked not fresher than the young Creole, as she stood contemplating the curtains of that very couch, from which a Texan sun was slowly uplifting his globe of burning gold. She was standing upon the edge of the azotea that fronted towards the east, her white hand resting upon the copestone of the parapet still wet with the dews of the night. Under her eyes was the garden enclosed within a curve of the river, beyond the bluff formed by the opposite bank, and further still the wide-spreading plateau of the prairie. Was she looking at a landscape that could scarce fail to challenge admiration? No. Equally was she unconscious of the ascending sun, though, like some fair pagan, did she appear to be in prayer at its uprising. Listened she to the voices of the birds, from garden and grove swelling harmoniously around her. On the contrary, her ear was not bent to catch any sound, nor her eye intent upon any object. Her glance was wandering, as if her thoughts went not with it, but were dwelling upon some theme, neither present nor near. In contrast with the cheerful brightness of the sky, there was a shadow upon her brow. Despite the joyous warbling of the birds, there was a sign of sadness on her cheek. She was alone. There was no one to take note of this melancholy mood, nor inquire into its cause. The cause was declared in a few low murmured words that fell, as if involuntarily, from her lips. He may be dangerously wounded, perhaps even to death. Who was the object of this solicitude so hypothetically expressed? The invalid that lay below, almost under her feet, in a chamber of the hacienda, her cousin Cassius Calhoun? It could scarce be he. The doctor had the day before pronounced him out of danger, and on the way to quick recovery. Anyone listening to her soliloquy, after a time continued in the same sad tone, would have been convinced it was not he. I may not send to inquire. I dare not even ask after him. I fear to trust any of our people. He may be in some poor place, perhaps uncourteously treated, perhaps neglected. Would that I could convey to him a message, something more, without any one being the wiser. I wonder what has become of Zeb Stump. As if some instinct whispered her that there was a possibility of Zeb making his appearance, she turned her eyes towards the plain on the opposite side of the river, where the road led up and down. It was the common highway between Fort Inge and the plantations on the lower Leona. It traversed the prairie at some distance from the river bank, approaching it only at one point, where the channel curved into the base of the bluffs. A reach of the road, of half a mile in length, was visible in the direction of the fort, as also a cross path that led to a ford, thence running on to the hacienda. In the opposite direction, down the stream, the view was open for the like length, until the chaparral on both sides closing in terminated the savannah. The young lady scanned the road leading towards Fort Inge. Zeb Stump should come that way. He was not in sight, nor was any one else. She could not feel disappointment. She had no reason to expect him. She had but raised her eyes in obedience to an instinct. Something more than instinct caused her, after a time, to turn around, and scrutinize the plain in the opposite quarter. If expecting someone to appear that way, she was not disappointed. A horse was just stepping out from among the trees, where the road debouched from the chaparral. He was ridden by one, who, at first sight, appeared to be a man, clad in a sort of Arab costume, but who, on closer scrutiny, and despite the style of equitation à la Duchesse de Berry, was unquestionably of the other sex. A lady. There was not much of her face to be seen, but through the shadowy opening of the rebozo, rather carelessly tapado, could be traced an oval facial outline, somewhat brownly complexed, but with a carmine tinting upon the cheeks, and above this a pair of eyes whose sparkle appeared to challenge comparison with the brightest object either on the earth or in the sky. Neither did the loosely falling folds of the lady's scarf, nor her somewhat outre attitude in the saddle, hinder the observer from coming to the conclusion that her figure was quite as attractive as her face. The man following upon the mule, 6 lengths of his animal in the rear, by his costume as well as respectful distance observed, was evidently only an attendant. "Who can that woman be?" was the muttered interrogatory of Louise Poindexter, as with quick action she raised the lorgnette to her eyes, and directed it upon the oddly apparelled figure. "Who can she be?" was repeated in a tone of greater deliberation, as the glass came down, and the naked eye was entrusted to complete the scrutiny. "A Mexican, of course. The man on the mule her servant. Some grand senora, I suppose. I thought they all had gone to the other side of the Rio Grande. A basket carried by the attendant. I wonder what it contains, and what errand she can have to the port. It may be the village. 'Tis the 3rd time I've seen her passing within this week. She must be from some of the plantations below. What an outlandish style of riding! Pardieu, I'm told it's not uncommon among the daughters of the Anahuac. What if I were to take it to myself? No doubt it's much the easiest way, though if such a spectacle were seen in the States, it would be styled unfeminine. How our Puritan mammas would scream out against it! I think I hear them. Ha, ha, ha!" The mirth thus begotten was but of momentary duration. There came a change over the countenance of the Creole. Quick as a drifting cloud darkens the disc of the sun, it was not a return to that melancholy so late shadowing it, though something equally serious, as might be told by the sudden blanching of her cheeks. The cause could only be looked for in the movements of the scarfed equestrian on the other side of the river. An antelope had sprung up out of some low shrubbery growing by the roadside. The creature appeared to have made its first bound from under the counter of the horse, a splendid animal, that, in the moment after, was going at full gallop in pursuit of the affrighted pronghorn, while his rider, with her rebozo suddenly flung from her face, its fringed ends streaming behind her back, was seen describing with her right arm a series of circular sweeps in the air. "What is the woman going to do?" was the muttered interrogatory of the spectator upon the housetop. "Ha! As I live, 'tis a lazo!" The senora was not long in giving proof of skill in the use of the national implement, by flinging its noose around the antelope's neck, and throwing the creature in its tracks. The attendant rode up to the place where it lay struggling, dismounted from his mule, and stooping over the prostrate pronghorn, appeared to administer the coup de grace. Then, flinging the carcass over the croup of his saddle, he climbed back upon his mule, and spurred after his mistress, who had already recovered her lazo, readjusted her scarf, and was riding onward. as if nothing had occurred worth waiting for. It was at that moment, when the noose was seen circling in the air, that the shadow had reappeared upon the countenance of the Creole. It was not surprise that caused it, but an emotion of a different character, a thought far more unpleasant. Nor did it pass speedily away. It was still there, though a white hand holding the lorgnette to her eye might have hindered it from being seen. Still there, as long as the mounted figures were visible upon the open road, and even after they had passed out of sight behind the screening of the acacias. "I wonder, I wonder if it be she, my own age," he said. "Not quite so tall. The description suits, so far as one may judge at this distance. Has her home on the Rio Grande. Comes occasionally to the Leona, to visit some relatives. Who are they? Why did I not ask him the name? I wonder, I wonder if it be she." End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of the Headless Horseman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading done by Jules Harlock of Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. The Headless Horseman, A Strange Tale of Texas, by Mayne, Reid. Chapter 25, A Gift Ungiven. For some minutes after the lady of the lazo and her attendant had passed out of sight, Louise Poindexter pursued the train of reflection, started by the somewhat singular episode of which she had been spectator. Her attitude and air of continued dejection told that her thoughts had not been directed into a more cheerful channel. Rather the reverse. Once or twice before had her mind given way to imaginings connected with that accomplished equestrienne, and more than once had she speculated upon her purpose in riding up the road. The incident just witnessed had suddenly changed her conjectures into suspicions of an exceedingly unpleasant nature. It was a relief to her when a horseman appeared coming out of the chapparal, at the point where the others had ridden in. A still greater relief when he was seen to swerve into the cross path that conducted to the hacienda, and was recognized, through the lorgnette, as Zeb Stump the hunter. The face of the Creole became bright again, almost to gaiety. There was something ominous of good in the opportune appearance of the honest backwoodsman. "The man I was wanting to see!" she exclaimed in joyous accents. "He can bear me a message, and perhaps tell me who she is. He must have met her on the road. That will enable me to introduce the subject without Zeb having any suspicion of my object. Even with him I must be circumspect, after what has happened. Ah me! Not much should I care if I were sure of his caring for me. How provoking his indifference! And to me, Louise Poindexter. Pardieu! Let it proceed much further, and I shall try to escape from the toils if I should crush my poor heart in the attempt." It need scarce be said that the individual whose esteem was so coveted was not Zeb Stump. Her next speech, however, was addressed to Zeb, as he reined up in front of the hacienda. "Dear Mr Stump," hailed a voice to which the old hunter delighted to listen, "I'm so glad to see you. Dismount and come up here. I know you're a famous climber, and you won't mind a flight of stone stairs. There's a view from this housetop that will reward you for your trouble." "Thar's somethin' on the housetop there," rejoined the hunter, "the view of which 'ud reward Zeb Stump for climbing to the top of a steamboat chimbly. And that's yerself, Miss Lewaze. I'll come up, soon as I have Stable the old mare, which shall be done in a shaking of a goat's tail. Gee up, old gal," he continued, addressing himself to the mare after he had dismounted. "Hold up your head, and maybe Pluk here'll give you a wheen of corn shucks for your breakfast." "Ho, ho, Mass Tump!" interposed the stable coachman, making his appearance in the patio. "Dat same do dis nigga gub 'em de shucks with de yeller corn inside of dem. Ho, ho! You go upstairs to de young missa, and Pluk he noglect your ole mare. You're a dod rotted good sample of a nigga, Pluk, and next occasion I shows about here, I'll fetch ye a 'possum, with the meat on it as tender as a 2-year-old chicken. That's what I'm bounder to do." After delivering himself of this promise, Zeb commenced ascending the stone stairway, not by single steps, but by 2, and sometimes 3, at a stride. He was soon upon the housetop, where he was once more welcomed by the young mistress of the mansion. Her excited manner, and an eagerness with which she conducted him to a remote part of the azotea, told the astute hunter that he had been summoned thither for some other purpose than enjoying the prospect. "Tell me, Mr Stump," said she, as she clutched the sleeve of the blanket coat in her delicate fingers, and looked inquiringly into Zeb's grey eye, "you must know all. How is he? Are his wounds of a dangerous nature?" "If you refer to Mr Calhoun no. I know all about him. It's not of Mr Calhoun I'm speaking." "Wal, Miss Lewaze, there air only one other as I know of in these parts that hev got wounds, and thet air's Maurice the mowstanger. Mout it be that there individooal you're inquiring about?" It is. You know I cannot be indifferent to his welfare, notwithstanding the misfortune of his having quarrelled with my cousin. You are aware that he rescued me twice, I may say, from imminent peril. Tell me, is he in great danger?" Such earnestness could no longer be trifled with. Zeb, without further parley, made reply: "Ne'er a morsel o' danger. There's a bullet hole just above the ankle jint. It don't signify more'n the scratch of a kitten. There's another heft goeth through the flesh o' the young fellur's left arm. It don't signify neither, only that it drawed a good sup o' the red out o' him. Howsomedever, he's all right now, and expects to be out doors in a couple o' days, or tharabout. He says that an hour in the seddle, and a scoot across the purayra, 'ud do him more good than all the doctors in Texas. I reckon it would; but the doctor it's the surgint of the Fort as attends on him he won't let him get to grass yet a bit." "Where is he?" "He air staying at the hotel where the skrimmage took place." "Perhaps he's not well waited upon. It's a rough place, I've heard. He may not have any delicacies, such as an invalid stands in need of. Stay here, Mr Stump, till I come up to you again. I have something I wish to send to him. I know that I can trust you to deliver it. Won't you?" "I'm sure you will. I shall be with you in 6 seconds." Without waiting to note the effect of her speech, the young lady tripped lightly along the passage, and as lightly descended the stone stairway. Presently she reappeared, bringing with her a good sized hamper, which was evidently filled with eatables, with something to send them down. "Now, dear old Zeb, you will take this to Mr Gerald. It's only some little things that Florinda has put up some cordials and jelly, and the like, such as sick people at times have a craving for. They are not likely to be kept in the hotel. Don't tell him where they come from, neither him nor any one else. You won't, I know you won't, you dear good giant." "He may depend on Zeb Stump for thet, Miss Lewaze. Nobody air going to be a bit the wiser about who sent these here delicacies, though for the matter of cakes and kickshaws and all that sort of thing, the mowstanger hain't had much reason to complain. He have been supplied with enough of them to have filled the bellies of a whole school of sugar bobbies. Ha! Supplied already? By whom? Well, that there this child can't inform ye, Miss Louise, not be knowing it himself. I only heard they was fetched to the tavern in baskets by some sort of sarving man as air a Mexican. I've seed the man myself. Fact, I've just this minute met him riding after a woman sot stridy legs in her seedle, as most of these Mexican women ride. I reckon he be her sarvink as he were keeping a good ways ahint, and totin' a basket just like one of them Maurice had got already. Like enough it air another lot of rickshaws that were taking to the tavern. There was no need to trouble Zeb Stump with further cross questioning. A whole history was supplied by that single speech. The case was painfully clear. In the regard of Maurice Gerald, Louise Poindexter had a rival. Perhaps something more. The lady of the lazo was either his fiancée or his mistress. It was not by accident, though to Zeb Stump it may have seemed so, that the hamper, steadied for a time upon the coping of the balustrade, and still retained in the hand of the young Creole, escaped from her clutch, and fell with a crash upon the stones below. The bottles were broken, and their contents spilled into the stream that surged along the basement of the wall. The action of the arm that produced this effect, apparently springing from a spasmodic and involuntary effort, was nevertheless due to design; and Louise Poindexter, as she leaned over the parapet and contemplated the ruin she had caused, felt as if her heart was shattered like the glass that lay glistening below. "How unfortunate!" said she, making a feint to conceal her chagrin. "The dainties are destroyed, I declare. What will Florida say? After all, if Mr Gerald be so well attended to as you say he is, he'll not stand in need of them. I'm glad to hear he hasn't been neglected. One who has done me a service. But, Mr Stump, you needn't say anything of this, or that I inquired after him. You know his late antagonist is our near relative, and it might cause scandal in the settlement. Dear Zeb, you promise me?" "Swear it if you like. Nary a word, Miss Louise, nary a word. You can depend on old Zeb." "I know it. Come, the sun is growing hot up here. Let us go down, and see whether we can find you such a thing as a glass of your favourite Monongahela. Come." With an assumed air of cheerfulness, the young Creole glided across the azotea, and trilling the New Orleans waltz, once more commenced descending the escalera. In eager acceptance of the invitation, the old hunter followed close upon her skirts; and although, by habit, stoically indifferent to feminine charms, and with his thoughts at that moment chiefly bent upon the promised Monongahela, he could not help admiring those ivory shoulders brought so conspicuously under his eyes. But for a short while was he permitted to indulge in the luxurious spectacle. On reaching the bottom of the stairs, his fair hostess bade him a somewhat abrupt adieu. After the revelations he had so unwittingly made, his conversation seemed no longer agreeable; and she, late desirous of interrogating, was now contented to leave him alone with the Monongahela, as she hastened to hide her chagrin in the solitude of her chamber. For the first time in her life Louise Poindexter felt the pangs of jealousy. It was her first real love, for she was in love with Maurice Gerald. A solicitude like that shown for him by the Mexican senora could scarce spring from simple friendship. Some closer tie must have been established between them. So ran the reflections of the now suffering Creole. From what Maurice had said, from what she had herself seen, the lady of the lazo was just such a woman as should win the affections of such a man. Hers were accomplishments he might naturally be expected to admire. Her figure had appeared perfect under the magnifying effect of the lens. The face had not been so fairly viewed, and was still undetermined. Was it in correspondence with the form? Was it such as to secure the love of a man so much master of his passions as the mustanger appeared to be? The mistress of Casa del Corvo could not rest till she had satisfied herself on this score. As soon as Zeb Stump had taken his departure, she ordered the spotted mare to be saddled, and riding out alone, she sought the crossing of the river, and thence proceeded to the highway on the opposite side. Advancing in the direction of the fort, as she expected, she soon encountered the Mexican senora on her return. No senora according to the exact signification of the term, but a senorita, a young lady, not older than herself. At the place of their meeting, the road ran under the shadow of the trees. There was no sun to require the coifing of the rebozo upon the crown of the Mexican equestrienne. The scarf had fallen upon her shoulders, laying bare a head of hair, in luxuriance rivalling the tail of a wild steed, in colour the plumage of a crow. It formed the framing of a face, that, despite a certain darkness of complexion, was charmingly attractive. Good breeding permitted only a glance at it in passing, which was returned by a like courtesy on the part of the stranger. But as the two rode on, back to back, going in opposite directions, neither could restrain herself from turning round in the saddle, and snatching a second glance at the other. Their reflections were not very dissimilar. If Louise Poindexter had already learnt something of the individual thus encountered, the latter was not altogether ignorant of her existence. We shall not attempt to portray the thoughts of the senorita consequent on that encounter. Suffice it to say that those of the Creole were even more sombre than when she sallied forth on that errand of inspection, and that the young mistress of Casa del Corvo rode back to the mansion, all the way seated in her saddle, in an attitude that betokened the deepest dejection. "Beautiful!" said she, after passing her supposed rival upon the road. "Yes, too beautiful to be his friend." Louise was speaking to her own conscience, or she might have been more chary of her praise. "I cannot have any doubt," continued she, "of the relationship that exists between them. He loves her. He loves her. It accounts for his cold indifference to me. I've been mad to risk my heart's happiness in such an ill-starred entanglement. And now to disentangle it, now to banish him from my thoughts. Ah, 'tis easily said. Can I? I shall see him no more. That, at least, is possible. After what has occurred, he will not come to our house. We can only meet by accident, and that accident I must be careful to avoid. Oh, Maurice Gerald, tamer of wild steeds, you have subdued a spirit that may suffer long, perhaps never recover from the lesson." End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of the Headless Horseman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading done by Jules Harlock of Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. The Headless Horseman, A Strange Tale of Texas, by Mayne Reid. Chapter 26. Still on the azotea. To banish from the thoughts one who has been passionately loved is a simple impossibility. Time may do much to subdue the pain of an unreciprocated passion, and absence more, but neither time nor absence can hinder the continued recurrence of that longing for the lost loved one, or quiet the heart aching with that void that has never been satisfactorily filled. Louise Poindexter had imbibed a passion that could not be easily stifled. Though of brief existence, it had been of rapid growth, vigorously overriding all obstacles to its indulgence. It was already strong enough to overcome such ordinary scruples as parental consent or the inequality of rank, and, had it been reciprocated, neither would have stood in the way, so far as she herself was concerned. For the former, she was of age, and felt, as most of her country women do, capable of taking care of herself. For the latter, who ever really loved that cared a straw for class or caste, love has no such meanness in its composition. At all events, there was none such in the passion of Louise Poindexter. It could scarce be called the first illusion of her life. It was, however, the first where disappointment was likely to prove dangerous to the tranquillity of her spirit. She was not unaware of this. She anticipated unhappiness for a while, hoping that time would enable her to subdue the expected pain. At first she fancied she would find a friend in her own strong will, and another in the natural buoyancy of her spirit. But as the days passed, she found reason to distrust both. For in spite of both, she could not erase from her thoughts the image of the man who had so completely captivated her imagination. There were times when she hated him, or tried to do so, when she could have killed him, or seen him killed, without making an effort to save him. They were but moments, each succeeded by an interval of more righteous reflection, when she felt that the fault was hers alone, and hers only the misfortune. No matter for this. It mattered not if he had been her enemy, the enemy of all mankind, if Lucifer himself, to whom in her wild fancy she had once likened him. She would have loved him all the same. And it would have proved nothing abnormal in her disposition, nothing to separate her from the rest of womankind all the world over. In the mind of man or woman either, there is no connection between the moral and the passional. They are as different from each other as fire from water. They may chance to run in the same channel, but they may go diametrically opposite. In other words, we may love the very being we hate, aye, the one we despise. Louise Poindexter could neither hate nor despise Maurice Gerald. She could only endeavour to feel indifference. It was a vain effort, and ended in failure. She could not restrain herself from ascending to the azotea, and scrutinizing the road where she had first beheld the cause of her jealousy. Each day, and almost every hour of the day, was the ascent repeated. Still more, notwithstanding her resolve to avoid the accident of an encounter with the man who had made her miserable, she was oft in the saddle and abroad, scouring the country around, riding through the streets of the village, with no other object than to meet him. During the 3 days that followed that unpleasant discovery, once again had she seen, from the housetop as before, the lady of the lasso en route up the road, as before accompanied by her attendant, with the pannier across his arm. That Pandora's box that had bred such mischief in her mind, while she herself stood trembling with jealousy, envious of the other's errand. She knew more now, though not much, only had she learned the name and social standing of her rival. the Doña Isidora Covarubio de los Llanos, daughter of a wealthy haciendado who lived upon the Rio Grande, and niece to another whose estate lay upon the Leona, a mile beyond the boundaries of her father's new purchase. An eccentric young lady, as some thought, who could throw a lazo, tame a wild steed, or anything else excepting her own caprices. Such was the character of the Mexican senorita, as known to the American settlers on the Leona. A knowledge of it did not remove the jealous suspicions of the Creole. On the contrary, it tended to confirm them. Such practices were her own predilections. She had been created with an instinct to admire them. She supposed that others must do the same. The young Irishman was not likely to be an exception. There was an interval of several days, during which the lady of the lazo was not seen again. "He has recovered from his wounds," reflected the Creole. "He no longer needs such unremitting attention." She was upon the azotea at the moment of making this reflection, lorgnette in hand, as she had often been before. It was in the morning, shortly after sunrise, the hour when the Mexican had been wont to make her appearance. Louise had been looking towards the quarter whence the senorita might have been expected to come. On turning her eyes in the opposite direction, she beheld that which caused her something more than surprise. She saw Maurice Gerald, mounted on horseback and riding down the road. Though seated somewhat stiffly in the saddle, and going at a slow pace, it was certainly he. The glass declared his identity, at the same time disclosing the fact that his left arm was suspended in a sling. On recognizing him, she shrank behind the parapet. As she did so, giving utterance to a suppressed cry. Why that anguished utterance? Was it the sight of the disabled arm, or the pallid face? For the glass had enabled her to distinguish both. Neither one nor the other. Neither could be the cause of surprise, because it was an exclamation far differently in tone to those of either pity or astonishment. It was an expression of sorrow, that had for its origin some heartfelt chagrin. The invalid was convalescent. He no longer needed to be visited by his nurse. He was on the way to visit her. Cowering behind the parapet, screened by the flower spike of the yucca, Louise Poindexter watched the passing horseman. The lorgnette enabled her to note every movement made by him, almost to the play of his features. She felt some slight gratification on observing that he turned his face at intervals, and fixed his regard upon Casa del Corvo. It was increased, when on reaching a copse that stood by the side of the road, and nearly opposite the house, he reined up behind the trees, and for a long time remained in the same spot, as if reconnoitring the mansion. She almost conceived a hope that he might be thinking of its mistress. It was but a gleam of joy, departing like the sunlight under the certain shadow of an eclipse. It was succeeded by a sadness that might be appropriately compared to such shadow, for to her the world at that moment seemed filled with gloom. Maurice Gerald had ridden on. He had entered the chapparal, and become lost to view with the road upon which he was riding. Whither was he bound? Whither but to visit Dueña Isidora Covarubio de los Llanos? It mattered not that he returned within less than an hour. They might have met in the woods, within eye-shot of that jealous spectator, but for the screening of the trees. An hour was sufficient interview for lovers who every day claim the unrestricted indulgence. It mattered not that in passing upward he again cast regards towards Casa del Corvo, again halted behind the copse, and passed some time in apparent scrutiny of the mansion. It was but mockery, or exultation. He might well feel triumphant, but why should he be cruel? With kisses upon his lips, the kisses he had received from Dueña Isidora Covarubio de los Llanos. End of chapter 26.
Chapter 27 of the Headless Horseman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rick Cornwall. The Headless Horseman, A Strange Tale of Texas, by Mayne Reid. Number 27. I Love You, I Love You. Louise Poindexter upon the azotea again to be subjected to a fresh chagrin. That broad stone stairway trending up to the housetop seemed to lead only to spectacles that gave her pain. She had mentally vowed no more to ascend it, at least for a long time. Something stronger than her strong will combated, and successfully, the keeping of that vow. It was broken ere the sun of another day had dried the dew from the grass of the prairie. As on the day before, she stood by the parapet, scanning the road on the opposite side of the river. As before, she saw the horseman with the slung arm ride past. As before, she crouched to screen herself from observation. He was going downwards, as on the day preceding. In like manner did he cast long glances toward the hacienda, and made halt behind the clump of trees that grew opposite. Her heart fluttered between hope and fear. There was an instant when she felt half inclined to show herself. Fear prevailed, and in the next instant he was gone. Whither? The self-asked interrogatory was but the same as of yesterday. It met with a similar response. Whither, if not to meet Dona Isidora Covarubio de los Llanos? Could there be a doubt of it? If so, it was soon to be determined. In less than 20 minutes after, a parted steed was seen upon the same road, and in the same direction, with a lady upon its back. The jealous heart of the Creole could hold out no longer. No truth could cause greater torture than she was already suffering through suspicion. She had resolved on assuring herself, though the knowledge could prove fatal to the least remnant of her hopes. She entered the chapparal, where the mustanger had ridden in scarce 20 minutes before. She rode on beneath the flitting shadows of the acacias. She stood in silence upon the soft turf, keeping close to the side of the path, so that the hoof might not strike against stones. The long pinnate fronds, drooping down to the level of her eyes, mingled with the plumes in her hat. She sat in her saddle crouchingly, as if to avoid being observed, all the while with earnest glance scanning the open space before her. She reached the crest of a hill which commanded a view beyond. There was a house in sight surrounded by tall trees. It might have been termed a mansion. It was the residence of Don Silvio Martinez, the uncle of Dona Isidora. So much had she learnt already. There were other houses to be seen upon the plain below, but on this one and the road leading to it, the eyes of the Creole became fixed in a glance of uneasy interrogation. For a time she continued her scrutiny without satisfaction. No one appeared either at the house or near it. The private road leading to the residence of the haciendado and the public highway were alike without living forms. Some horses were straying over the pastures, but not one with a rider upon his back. Could the lady have ridden out to meet him, or Maurice gone in? Were they at that moment in the woods or within the walls of the house? If the former, was Don Silvio aware of it? If the latter, was he at home, an approving party to the assignation? With such questions was the Creole afflicting herself, when the neigh of a horse broke abruptly on her ear, followed by the chinking of a shod hoof against the stones of the causeway. She looked below, for she had halted upon the crest, a steep acclivity. The mustanger was ascending it, riding directly towards her. She might have seen him sooner had she not been occupied with a more distant view. He was alone, as he had ridden past Casa del Corvo. There was nothing to show that he had recently been in company, much less in the company of an inamorata. It was too late for Louise to shun him. The spotted mustang had replied to the salutation of an old acquaintance. Its rider was constrained to keep her ground till the mustanger came up. "Good day, Miss Poindexter," said he, for upon the prairies it is not etiquette for the lady to speak first. "Alone?" "Alone, sir, and why not?" "'Tis a solitary ride among the chapparals. But true, I think I've heard you say you prefer that sort of thing." "You appear to like it yourself, Mr Gerald. To you, however, it is not so solitary, I presume." "In faith, I do like it, and just for that very reason. I have the misfortune to live at a tavern, or hotel, as mine host is pleased to call it; and one gets so tired of the noises, especially an invalid, as I have the bad luck to be, that a ride along this quiet road is something akin to luxury. The cool shade of those acacias, which the Mexicans have vulgarized by the name of mesquites, with the breeze that keeps constantly circulating through their fan like foliage, would invigorate the feeblest of frames. Don't you think so, Miss Poindexter?" "You should know best, sir," was the reply vouchsafed, after some seconds of embarrassment. "You, who have so often tried it." "Often! I have been only twice down this road since I have been able to sit in my saddle. But, Miss Poindexter, may I ask you how you knew that I had been this way at all?" "Oh!" rejoined Louise, her colour going and coming as she spoke, "how could I help knowing it? I am in the habit of spending much time on the housetop. The view, the breeze, the music of the birds ascending from the garden below, makes it a delightful spot, especially in the cool of the morning. Our roof commands a view of this road. Being up there, how could I avoid seeing you as you passed? That is, so long as you were not under the shade of the acacias." "You saw me, then?" said Maurice, with an embarrassed air, which was not caused by the innuendo conveyed in her last words, which he could not have comprehended, but by a remembrance of how he had himself behaved while riding along the reach of open road. "How could I help it?" was the ready reply. "The distance is scarce 600 yards. Even a lady, mounted upon a steed much smaller than yours, was sufficiently conspicuous to be identified. When I saw her display her wonderful skill by strangling a poor little antelope with her lazo, I knew it could be no other than she whose accomplishments you were so good as to give me an account of." "Isidora?" "Isidora. Ah, true. She has been here for some time." "And has been very kind to Mr Maurice Gerald?" "Indeed it is true. She has been very kind, though I have no chance of thanking her. With all her friendship for poor me, she is a great hater of us foreign invaders, and would not condescend to step over the threshold of Mr Oberdoffer's hotel." "Indeed! I supposed she preferred meeting you under the shade of the acacias." "I have not met her at all, at least not for many months, and may not for months to come, now that she has gone back to her home on the Rio Grande." "Are you speaking the truth, sir? You have not seen her since she has gone away from the house of her uncle?" "She has," replied Maurice, exhibiting surprise. "Of course I have not seen her. I only knew she was here by her sending me some delicacies while I was ill. In truth, I stood in need of them. The hotel cuisine is none of the nicest, nor was I the most welcome of Mr Oberdoffer's guests. The Dona Isidora had been but too grateful for the slight service I once did her." "A service! May I ask what it was, Mr Gerald?" "Oh, certainly. It was merely a chance. I had the opportunity of being useful to the young lady, in once rescuing her from some rude Indians Wild Oat and his Seminoles into whose hands she had fallen while making a journey from the Rio Grande to visit her uncle on the Leona, Don Silvio Martinez, whose house you can see from here. The brutes had got drunk, and were threatening not exactly her life, though that was in some danger, but well, the poor girl was in trouble with them, and might have had some difficulty in getting away, had I not chanced to ride up." "A slight service, you call it? You are modest in your estimate, Mr Gerald. A man who should do that much for me!" "What would you do for him?" asked the mustanger, placing a significant emphasis on the final word. "I should love him," was the prompt reply. "Then," said Maurice, spurring his horse close up to the side of the spotted mustang, and whispering into the ear of its rider, with an earnestness strangely contrasting to his late reticence, "I would give half my life to see you in the hands of Wild Cat and his drunken comrades, the other half to deliver you from the danger." "Do you mean this, Maurice Gerald? Do not trifle with me. I am not a child. Speak the truth. Do you mean it?" "I do. As heaven is above me, I do. The sweetest kiss I ever had in my life was when a woman, a fair creature, in the hunting field, leant over in her saddle, and kissed me as I sat in mine. The fondest embrace ever received by Maurice Gerald was that given by Louise Poindexter, when, standing up in her stirrup, and laying her hand upon his shoulder, she cried in agony of earnest passion, "Do with me as thou wilt. I love you, I love you." End of chapter 27. Reading by Rick Cornwall. Chapter 28 of The Headless Horseman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rick Cornwall. The Headless Horseman, A Strange Tale of Texas, by Mayne Reid. Number 28. A Pleasure Forbidden. Ever since Texas became the scene of an Anglo-Saxon immigration, I might go a century further back and say from the time of its colonization by the descendants of the conquistadors, the subject of primary importance has been the disposition of its aborigines. Whether these, the lawful lords of the soil, chanced to be in a state of open war, or whether by some treaty with the settlers they were consenting to a temporary peace, made but slight difference so far as they were talked about. In either case they were a topic of daily discourse. In the former, it related to the dangers to be hourly apprehended from them; in the latter, to the probable duration of such treaty as might for the moment be binding them to hold their tomahawks entombed. In Mexican times these questions formed the staple of conversation. El desayuno, almuerzo, comida y cena. In American times, up to this present hour, they have been the themes of discussion at the breakfast, dinner, and supper tables. In the planter's piazza, as in the hunter's camp, bear, deer, cougar, and peccary are not named with half the frequency or half the fear-inspiring emphasis allotted to the word Indian. It is this that scares the Texan child, instead of the stereotyped nursery ghost, keeping it awake upon its moss-stuffed mattress, disturbing almost as much as the repose of its parent. Despite the surrounding of strong walls, more resembling those of a fortress than a gentleman's dwelling, the inmates of Casa del Corvo were not excepted from this feeling of apprehension, universal along the frontier. As yet they knew little of the Indians, and that little only from report; but day by day they were becoming better acquainted with the character of this natural terror that interfered with the slumbers of their fellow settlers. That it was no mere bogy they had begun to believe; but if any of them remained incredulous, a note received from the major commanding the fort, about 2 weeks after the horse hunting expedition, was calculated to cure them of their incredulity. It came in the early morning, carried by a mounted rifleman. It was put into the hands of the planter just as he was about sitting down to the breakfast table, around which were assembled the 3 individuals who composed his household: his daughter Louise, his son Henry, and his nephew Cassius Calhoun. "Startling news!" he exclaimed, after hastily reading the note. "Not very pleasant, if true; and I suppose there can be no doubt of that, since the major appears convinced." "Unpleasant news, papa?" asked his daughter, a spot of red springing to her cheek as she put the question. The spoken interrogatory was continued by others, not uttered aloud. "What can the major have written to him? I met him yesterday while riding in the chapparal. He saw me in company with can it be that? Mon Dieu! If father should hear it! The Comanches on the war trail, so writes the major." "Oh, that's all!" said Louise, involuntarily giving voice to the phrase, as if the news had nothing so fearful in it. "You frightened us, sir. I thought it was something worse." "Worse! What trifling child to talk so! There is nothing worse, in Texas, than Comanches on the war trail; nothing half so dangerous." Louise might have thought there was. A danger at least is difficult to be avoided. Perhaps she was reflecting upon a pursuit of wild steeds, or thinking of the trail of a lazo. She made no reply. Calhoun continued the conversation. "Is the major sure of the Indians being up? What does he say, uncle?" "There have been rumours of it for some days past, though not reliable. Now it is certain. Last night Wildcat, the Seminole chief, came to the fort with a party of his tribe, bringing the news that the painted pole has been erected in the camps of the Comanches all over Texas, and that the war dance has been going on for more than a month; that several parties are already out upon the maraud, and may be looked for among the settlements at any moment." "And Wildcat himself, what of him?" asked Louise, an unpleasant reminiscence suggesting the inquiry. "Is that renegade Indian to be trusted, who appears to be as much an enemy to the whites as to the people of his own race?" "Quite true, my daughter. You have described the chief of the Seminoles almost in the same terms as I find him spoken of in a postscript to the major's letter. He counsels us to beware of the two-faced old rascal, who will be sure to take sides with the Comanches whenever it may suit his convenience to do so." "Well," continued the planter, laying aside the note, and betaking himself to his coffee and waffles, "I trust we shan't see any redskins here, either Seminoles or Comanches. In making their marauds, let us hope they will not like the look of the crenelled parapets of Casa del Corvo, but give the hacienda a wide berth." Before anyone could respond, a sable face appearing at the door of the dining room, which was the apartment in which breakfast was being eaten, caused a complete change in the character of the conversation. The countenance belonged to Pluto, the coachman. "What do you want, Pluto?" inquired his owner. "Ho, ho, Massa Woodley, dis chile want nuffin 'tall. Only look in to tell Missy Looey dat soon she done eat her breakfast de spotty am under de saddle, all ready for chuck de bit into mouf. Ho, ho! Dat critter do dance about on de paved stone as if he was mad to trek it back to de smooth tuff ob de prairie." "Going out for a ride, Louise?" asked the planter, with a shadow upon his brow, which he made but little effort to conceal. "Yes, papa, I was thinking of it." "You must not." "Indeed! I mean that you must not ride out alone. It is not proper." "Why do you think so, papa? I have often ridden out alone." "Yes, perhaps too often." This last remark brought the slightest tinge of colour to the cheeks of the young Creole, though she seemed uncertain what construction she was to put upon it. Notwithstanding its ambiguity, she did not press for an explanation. On the contrary, she preferred shunning it, as was shown by her reply. "If you think so, papa, I shall not go out again. Though to be cooped up here in this dismal dwelling, while you gentlemen are all abroad upon business, is that the life you intend me to lead in Texas?" "Nothing of the sort, my daughter. I have no objection to your riding out as much as you please; but Henry must be with you, or your cousin Cassius. I only lay an embargo on your going alone. I have my reasons." "Reasons! What are they?" The question came involuntarily to her lips. It had scarce passed them, ere she regretted having asked it. By her uneasy air it was evident she had apprehensions as to the answer. The reply appeared partially to relieve her. "What other reasons do you want?" said the planter, evidently endeavouring to escape from the suspicion of duplicity by the statement of a convenient fact. "What better than the contents of this letter from the major? Remember, my child, you are not in Louisiana, where a lady may travel anywhere without fear of either insult or outrage; but in Texas, where she may dread both where even her life may be in danger. Here there are Indians." "My excursions don't extend so far from the house, that I need have any fear of Indians. I never go more than 5 miles at the most." "5 miles!" exclaimed the ex officer of volunteers, with a sardonic smile. "You would be as safe at 50, cousin Lou. You are just as likely to encounter the redskins within 100 yards of the door as at the distance of 100 miles. When they are on the war trail they may be looked for anywhere, and at any time. In my opinion Uncle Woodley is right. You are very foolish to ride out alone." "Oh! You say so?" sharply retorted the young Creole, turning disdainfully towards her cousin. "And pray, sir, may I ask of what service your company would be to me in the event of my encountering the Comanches, which I don't believe there's the slightest danger of my doing? A pretty figure we'd cut, the pair of us, in the midst of a war party of painted savages. Ha, ha! The danger would be yours, not mine: since I should certainly ride away, and leave you to your own devices. Danger, indeed! Within 5 miles of the house! If there's a horseman in Texas, savages not excepted, who can catch up with my little Luna in a 5 mile stretch, he must ride a swift steed, which is more than you do, Mr Cash." "Silence, daughter!" commanded Poindexter. "Don't let me hear you talk in that absurd strain. Take no notice of it, nephew. Even if there were no danger from Indians, there are other outlaws in these parts quite as much to be shunned as they. enough that I forbid you to ride abroad, as you have of late been accustomed to do." "Be it as you will, papa," rejoined Louise, rising from the breakfast table, and with an air of resignation preparing to leave the room. "Of course I shall obey you, at the risk of losing my health for want of exercise. Go, Pluto," she added, addressing herself to the darkey, who still stood grinning in the doorway. "Turn Luna loose into the corral, the pastures, anywhere. Let her stray back to her native prairies, if the creature be so inclined. She's no longer needed here." With this speech the young lady swept out of the sala, leaving the three gentlemen, who still retained their seats by the table, to reflect upon the satire intended to be conveyed by her words. They were not the last to which she gave utterance in the same series. As she glided along the corridor leading to her own chamber, others, low murmured, mechanically escaped from her lips. They were in the shape of interrogatories, a string of them self asked, and only to be answered by conjecture. What can papa have heard? Is it but his suspicions? Can any one have told him? Does he know that we have met? End of chapter 28. Recorded by Rick Cornwall. Chapter 29 of the Headless Horseman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rick Cornwall. The Headless Horseman, A Strange Tale of Texas, by Mayne Reid. Chapter 29. El Coyote at Home. Calhoun took his departure from the breakfast table almost as abruptly as his cousin; but on leaving the sala, instead of returning to his own chamber, he sallied forth from the house. Still suffering from wounds but half healed, he was nevertheless sufficiently convalescent to go abroad into the garden, to the stables, the corrals, anywhere around the house. On the present occasion his excursion was intended to conduct him to a more distant point. As if under the stimulus of what had turned up in the conversation, or perhaps by the contents of the letter that had been read, his feebleness seemed for the time to have forsaken him, and vigorously plying his crutch, he proceeded up the river in the direction of Fort Inge. In a barren tract of land that lay about halfway between the hacienda and the fort, and that did not appear to belong to anyone, he arrived at the terminus of his limping expedition. There was a grove of mesquite, with some larger trees shading it, and in the midst of this a rude hovel of wattle and daub, known in southwestern Texas as a jacale. It was the domicile of Miguel Diaz, the Mexican mustanger, a lair appropriate to the semi-savage who had earned for himself the distinctive appellation of El Coyote, or the prairie wolf. It was not always that the wolf would be found in his den, for his jacales deserve no better description. It was but his occasional sleeping place, during those intervals of inactivity, when, by the disposal of a drove of captured mustangs, he could afford to stay for a time within the limits of the settlement, indulging in such gross pleasures as its proximity afforded. Calhoun was fortunate in finding him at home, though not quite so fortunate as to find him in a state of sobriety. He was not exactly intoxicated, having, after a prolonged spell of sleep, partially recovered from this, the habitual condition of his existence. "Al nor," he explained in his provincial patois, slurring the salutation as his visitor darkened the door of the jacale. "Per Dios! Who'd have expected to see you? Cintias, be seated. Take a chair. There's one, a chair. Ha, ha, ha!" The laugh was called up at contemplation of that which he had facetiously termed a chair. It was the skull of a mustang, intending to serve as such, and which, with another similar piece, a rude table of cleft yucca tree, and a couch of cane reeds, upon which the owner of the jacale was reclining, constituted the sole furniture of Miguel Diaz's dwelling. Calhoun, fatigued with his halting promenade, accepted the invitation of his host, and sat down upon the horse skull. He did not permit much time to pass before entering upon the object of his errand. "Senor Diaz," said he, "I have come for—" "Senor Americano!" exclaimed the half drunken horse hunter, cutting short the exclamation. "Why waste words upon that? Carrambo! I knew well enough for what you've come. You want me to wipe out that devilish Irlandais. Well, well, I promised you I would do it, for 500 pesos, at the proper time and opportunity. I will. Miguel Diaz never played false to his promise. But the time's not come, nor capitan, nor yet the opportunity, carajo. To kill a man outright requires skill. It can't be done, even on the prairies, without danger of detection. And if detected, ha! What chance for me? You forget, nor capitan, that I'm a Mexican. If I were of your people, I might slay Don Mauricio, and get clear on the score of its being a quarrel. Maldita! With us Mexicans it is different. If we stick out our machete into a man, so as to let out his life's blood, it is called murder, and you Americanos, with your stupid juries of 12 honest men, would pronounce it so. Ay, and hang a poor fellow for it. Chingaro! I can't risk that. I hate the Irlandais as much as you, but I'm not going to chop off my nose to spite my own face. I must wait for the time and the chance, carralla, the time and the chance." "Both are come!" exclaimed the tempter, bending earnestly toward the bravo. "You said you could easily do it, if there was any Indian trouble going on." "Of course I said so, if there was that. You have not heard the news, then?" "What news?" "That the Comanches are starting on the war trail." "Carajo!" exclaimed El Coyote, bringing up from his couch of reeds, and exhibiting all the activity of his namesake when roused by the scent of prey. "Santissima Virgen! Do you speak the truth, nor capitan?" "Neither more nor less. The news has just reached the fort. I have it on the best authority, the officer in command." "In that case," answered the Mexican, reflecting, "in that case, Don Mauricio may die. The Comanches can kill him. Ha, ha, ha! You're sure of it?" "I should be surer if his scalp were worth $1,000 instead of 500. "It is worth that sum." "What sum?" $1,000. "You promise it?" "I do." "Then the Comanches shall scalp him, nor capitan. You may return to Casa del Corvo, and go to sleep with confidence that whenever the opportunity arrives, your enemy will lose his hair. You understand?" "I do." "Get ready your 1,000 pesos." "They wait your acceptance." "Carajo! I shall earn them in a trice. Adios! Adios!" "Santissima Virgen!" exclaimed the profane ruffian, as his visitor limped out of sight. "What a magnificent fluke of fortune! A perfect Sherpe! $1,000 for killing the man I intended to kill on my own account, without charging anybody a single claco for the deed. The Comanches upon the war trail! Chingaro! Can it be true? If so, I must look up my old disguise, gone to neglect through these 3 long years of accursed peace. Viva la guerra de los Indios! Success to the pantomime of the prairies! Chapter 29. Recording by Rick Cornwall.